Review. We hope you enjoy the new update, and until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
What shadows will I find lurking in your reflection? Swift and deadly. Mirror waltz. Your move. Pierce through. Guide my blades. Sharp as the truth. Care to dance?
My dear doomed king, the time has come to cast away that frail mortal shell. Join me in eternity.
A giant tail above the waves. Is it a sea monster? Or is it...
Kalea!
A clearing of downed trees. Was it a fierce warrior? Or was it... Kalea!
Yeah, definitely Kalea.
If you encounter danger by the sea, just shout the great serpent's name.
Oh, the outcome may not be what you expected.
When an obstacle appears before you, it might not be an obstacle at all,
But a springboard to send enemies flying.
Fists aren't just for fighting.
They can also heal allies.
What shadows will I find lurking in your reflection? Swift and deadly. Mirror waltz. Your move. Pierce through. Shadow, guide my blades. Sharp as the truth. Care to dance?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another patch preview. Today, we're thrilled to showcase a ton of new content coming in the new update, so let's jump right in. New hero, Kalea. This descendant of the Great Serpent from the Veneta Sea is here to make a splash. As a roaming support fighter hybrid, Kalea's core gameplay involves healing her team by attacking enemies and body slamming opponents around to create a unique close combat experience for the support role. We can't wait to see the amazing plays you'll make with her. This patch also includes a number of balance changes, many of which came directly from your feedback. We are committed to listening to our community and will keep fine-tuning game balance in future updates. Also, starting from Season 35, the seasonal settlement will align with Patch Day. During the patch's new event, bases will have a chance to turn golden during matches, and destroying these golden bases will reward extra event currency. Keep an eye out for more hidden Easter eggs. And of course, we have lots of new skins and events lined up for everyone to experience and share. So grab your friends and join in for awesome rewards. But that's not all. There are even more exciting events planned for next month, so stay tuned. And that wraps up our patch preview. We hope you enjoy the new update, and until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Do you like fairy tales? Who deserves to live happily ever after? Be good, and you will have a loving home. Be kind, and you will be shown kindness. Be gracious, and you will find true love.
It's all your fault!
I want my
I was just having some fun.
Your mother
You
died
didn't really
because of
think.
you!
What a bunch of drivel. Break those chains! Embrace your rightful power! I really love a good fairy tale. Who will be the lead of our next story?
Hello, everyone! Today we're introducing our newest hero, the descendant of the great serpent, Kalea, the Surging Wave. Kalea is a support hero who specializes in close combat and offers strong, reliable single-target CC. Not only can she charge in and slam enemies around, she can also heal herself and allied heroes just by attacking. Surging Wave, Kalea! Passive, Surge of Life. After casting any skill, Kalea creates a water zone at her current position. If Kalea casts a skill within a water zone, she will absorb the water zone to enhance her next 3 basic attacks, with different effects such as healing herself and nearby allied heroes. First skill, Wave Breaker. Kalea slams her fist into the ground, dealing physical damage and slowing nearby enemies. Second skill, Tidal Strike, Rolling Wave. This skill has 2 parts. In the first part, Kalea dashes forward and grabs the first enemy hero she hits, going airborne and slamming them down for physical damage. If Kalea hits an obstacle or the edge of a water zone during the dash, the second part will trigger and Kalea will leap into the air. The skill can then be cast again to dive at the target location, dealing physical damage and knocking enemies airborne. Ultimate, Tsunami Slam. Kalea grabs an enemy hero with her tail and jumps into the air before slamming down in the chosen direction, dealing physical damage to the target and nearby enemies upon impact. While ganking with Kalea, use her second skill to close in and CC the target. Then use her first skill to activate her enhanced basic attacks and unleash them on the target. In teamfights, Kalea should prioritize enemy mages or marksmen. Use her second skill to dash into an obstacle near the target to launch her into the air. Then dive down to CC them. Follow up with her ultimate to slam them into your team, and use her first skill to trigger her passive before finishing them off with her enhanced basic attacks. Kalea excels at single target CC, making her a highly effective ganker when coordinating with teammates. However, Kalea's short attack range and lack of poke means she needs to end fights quickly, or she'll end up being kited by ranged enemies. At level 1, upgrade Kalea's first skill to help allies clear creeps and minion waves, but prioritize upgrading her second skill afterward to reduce its cooldown for more CC during teamfights so your teammates can focus on dealing damage. If a target is too far away, use Kalea's second skill to dash into an obstacle near the target to trigger the second part of the skill, then dive into the target to inflict damage and CC. Kalea's first skill can be used right after another skill, or her third enhanced basic attacks to trigger her passive and boost her sustain in combat. We recommend the Tank emblem with Vitality, Pull Yourself Together, and Concussive Blast talents for Kalea. The Tank emblem and Vitality increases HP, which also boosts Kalea's healing and first skill's damage. Pull Yourself Together reduces battle spell cooldown, and Concussive Blast helps Kalea's early game by increasing her damage output. As a roamer, we recommend this build for Kalea, focused on survivability and more self-healing. Thunderbelt and Oracle are Kalea's core equipment, providing hybrid defense, cooldown reduction, and boosting healing received, all of which fit well with Kalea's playstyle. Dominance Ice and Radiant Armor grant physical and magic defense while reducing the enemy's healing. Lastly, pick up Guardian Helmet to further enhance Kalea's sustained combat since her first skill and healing scale with max HP. We recommend the Flicker battle spell for Kalea to use with her second skill and ultimate to CC enemies by surprise. We also recommend Vengeance to reduce incoming damage while Kalea is fighting on the front lines. Kalea is good at dealing with heroes who lack mobility, like Layla and Chang'e. However, Kalea cannot grab enemies with control immunity, so heroes like Diggy and Minotaur can effectively counter her. Kalea's strong single-target CC makes her work well with heroes who have high single-target burst, such as Eudora, Harley, and Clint. In the early game, use Kalea's excellent support capabilities to assist the side lanes lock down targets for kills while using her passive to heal allies. In mid to late game teamfights, Kalea and her team should avoid poking with the enemy team, especially against supports like Florin and Rafaela. Kalea can initiate by diving into the enemy team and using her ultimate to slam key enemy damage dealers into your team for a quick kill and numbers advantage. Kalea, the Surging Wave, will be arriving on March 19th. Participate in the limited time event to get Kalea for as low as 0 diamonds. Pick up her Shimmering Wave skin for just 51 diamonds in the first 14 days. Come, break some waves with Kalea. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
When energy, youth, strength, fighting spirit, a great serpent, and the cultures of Southeast Asia come together, what kind of splash will it make? A girl born with the power of the great serpent and an indomitable fighting spirit. How will we bring to life this vibrant, strong island girl who's still discovering the world?
Kalea's personal story is very much based on Southeast Asian cultures and myths, where nature plays an important role. The ocean is an inseparable part of life and an important element in local beliefs. And among them, sea serpents or dragons stand as a symbol of the ocean's might. With Kalea's story, we aim to incorporate more local folklore. As an islander, Kalea loves everything about her island home, especially fresh coconuts.
To emphasize Kalea's connection to the Great Serpent, we used S-shaped designs in her overall appearance. In terms of Kalea's color palette, after exploring various options, instead of deep ocean blues, we went with aquamarine to capture Southeast Asia's vibrant coastal waters.
For the overall music arrangement, we used a percussion ensemble called a gamelan to capture the island atmosphere with phone-in gongs to simulate the sound of water. Other instruments like the angklung, bass drums, slit drums, and woodblocks set the rhythm, creating vibrant beats that bring out Kalea's lively and playful spirit.
Kalea hails from the Vonatus Sea, where functionality meets nature. Weapons crafted from fish bones, clothing woven from cotton, and patterns of ocean waves and serpentine curves are prominent. For the village on Solari Isle, we aimed to recreate Southeast Asia's floating markets, while the sea creatures were made to reflect the vibrant colors of the Vonatus Sea.
How do you give a 16-year-old girl a sense of strength in her splash art? That question stumped me for a long time. Then I realized Kalea's power comes from her Great Serpent ancestry, not from external forces or weapons, so it should be reflected on her body. I settled on metal accents on her arms and water patterns to highlight her hand-to-hand combat style and water abilities. Her main scream pose also conveys her strength and readiness to fight.
She may only be 159 centimeters tall, but she holds power far beyond her stature. Kalea excels in close combat and can heal just by attacking, but this mechanic proved challenging to implement. Her kit had to be designed to flow seamlessly. Her passive works by creating and absorbing water zones to enhance her attacks with the power of the Great Serpent, allowing her to heal herself or ally with the lowest HP for self-sustain and team support.
Kalea is a straightforward girl, and that trait is evident in her fighting style. She uses her fists and tail head-on without tricks or deceit. Her animations and effects emphasize the power of the Great Serpent, such as her healing appearing as little serpents. Her first skill's Water Zone has elements of both rock and water, to highlight her bond with Badang and Kadita.
Since Kalea's ultimate has her body slamming enemies like a high-flying wrestler, we explored various ways to make the move more impactful and dramatic. In designing Kalea's in-match animations, we used big water splash effects to enhance the impact of her tail strikes and highlight the dynamic motion of her tail and the power of her punches. The scenery in her main interface background visualizes the iconic ocean waves, like giant ocean waves repeatedly crashing into the cliff, carving it over time, as another symbol of Kalea's strength.
We wanted Kalea's healing and power to feel rooted in her island home and her mentors, Badang and Kadita. Though blessed with a lineage of the Great Serpent, Kalea is also a teenager trying to find herself. Her journey includes a rebellious phase, rejecting her human form, followed by a powerful awakening through self-acceptance. In her animated trailer, we highlight her journey of self-discovery with 3 key moments when she looks at her hands, from rejection to acceptance to fully embracing herself to unlock her true power. Throughout the trailer, we used many first-person shots to give players a better sense of immersion. The final scene with the sea monster has multiple layers of significance. Through Kalea's perspective, stylized visuals show that she's not just defeating the sea monster, but also overcoming her nightmare of never becoming the Great Serpent.
For Kalea's theme song, it had to capture her personality. The music arrangement portrays her growth, starting with flowing melodies that depict her carefreeness in the Vonatus Sea. The orchestral section symbolizes her inner development and the harmony she achieves as she masters her power. And that is Kalea's unique charm.
We hope to explore more fascinating cultures in MLBB's future hero designs. We hope you enjoy Kalea, the descendant of the Great Serpent, and use her power to protect your allies just as she does. After all, with the power to smash into enemy lines and peel attackers off your carry, what can't she do?
Hello everyone, and welcome to another patch preview. Today we're thrilled.
It's go time. It's go time. Let's go, let's go. We stepping into the room. Y'all feel the energy boom. Enemies doom. We shut them in like a tomb. Spectators safely assume we are the winning team. Got our eyes locked on that victory. Give it all and the rest is history. We the best and there ain't no mystery. No mystery. It's go time. The whole time. It's show time. Let them know time. It's go time. The whole time. Scoring goals time. Let them know time. Let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go. We are the champions. We are the champions. We are the champions. It's go time.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to MPL LATAM Season 3. We are in right now, of course, in an exciting time, the Swiss bracket. My name is Kronos, alongside me, the one and only Way. You had something to say, but here you go. The stage is all yours. Well, at the same time, ladies and gentlemen, seems like, you know, Way's got her tongue tied at the moment. But of course, you know, it's an exciting time to be here. It's just myself and Way tonight. We're not going to be joined by Gabriel or Tintin. But of course, it is an exciting time being here at the moment. And of course, you know what we have in store. It is MPL LATAM Season 3. We got 3 BO3s up and coming for you tonight. It is an exciting time. It is week number 3, of course. And tonight, the action-packed games will be coming through. And now, at the moment, it is the first one, of course, Corinthians versus Influence Rage. Both teams are at 2-1 currently in the bracket of round 4 in the Swiss stage. And the next game, of course, Entity 7 versus Alpha 7 Esports. This is the one that everyone is looking out for. Everyone's got a exciting time on themselves, because this is the one that teams need to watch out for. This is going to be an exciting match, in particular for me at least. And of course, the last one for the night going to be Infinity versus DreamMax, a fight to stay alive, to make sure they don't go towards the relegation phase. And at the same time, Way finally back with us again. I think, Way, it's exciting at the moment. I just ran through the crowd with what we have in store. I was saying that I'm looking forward to game number 2. Which one are you looking forward to?
Okay. Hello, hello.
Hi, Way. So, ladies and gentlemen, while Way is just teasing us this entire time, let me just run you through that Corinthians versus Influence Rage. I believe the winner, of course, will be moving on directly towards that upper bracket spot. But also at the same time, you're seeing Infinity versus DreamHack going to be a really tight game, because nobody wants to go into that relegation. And for game number 2, of course, the second BO3, Entity 7 versus Alpha 7. If Entity 7 manages to pick up the victory, the game tomorrow, tomorrow, round number 5, there will just be one BO5 match. And if Alpha 7 manages to pick up the victory against Entity 7, it's going to be 2 BO5s instead. So we're just waiting to find out. That's why I'm saying that it's an exciting time for the next game. But at the moment, you can take a look. This is the bracket that we have in store. The winner, of course, from Corinthians versus the Rage will be moving on into the knockout stage, second place. And the second BO1, it's the 2-1 versus the 1-2. Entity 7 versus Alpha 7. That's the exciting one. And of course, the last one of the night, in Infinity versus DreamMax. The losers will go into relegation. As you see, one of them already there, Malvinas Gaming, having a rough start to MPL LATAM Season 3, not managing to win a single game, not just the series, but a single game so far. So it's gonna be tough, of course. And also, who will be joining them in the relegation phase, and to see who will be going in towards the knockout stage. So if Entity 7 and Alpha 7 happens to go the way of Alpha 7, then we are looking at 2 BO5s tomorrow, because Alpha 7 will have another chance. But if Entity 7 end up winning, then Alpha 7 versus DreamMax might just be a battle for survival, and those who want to stay in the competition, at least in the relegation phase, are not. So it is definitely a tough game. And finally, Vey, it has been exciting. It has been a wondrous night so far. It is the start of week number 3. But yes, Vey, what do you think? At least the games that are in store tonight.
Quite exciting to see actually for the first match up until the second and also the third. Same as you, Kronos. I can't wait for the Battle of 7 to see actually who will determine to actually go down to probably the relegation round, to see, or probably tomorrow's best of 5 series. It's going to be just one match, or it's just going to be 2. I'm sure for the viewers, you guys want to see 10 games. Okay, probably, because it's a best of 5 series if it becomes a 2-match series tomorrow. But let's see how it is going to be going. And I'm finally happy to able to talk and also speak up here finally. My mic works now, guys. I'm so sorry for what happened in the early.
I don't want to expose you like that. I don't want to expose you like that.
Nah, I gotta say sorry. I gotta say sorry for my viewers. So my viewers know that I'm not mute, guys. And of course, it's a great moment to let Kronos shine for the opening. It's all for him right now. He saved me, guys, so that's good.
Caught me off guard, not gonna lie. I was just like, okay, there we go. I guess Vey came prepared, but now seems like she wants to play the mute game, so I gotta pick it up. And the next thing you know, oh my god, my back starts hurt. Not just carrying games in Mobile Legends, but yeah, I'm just kidding. But of course, at the moment, you know, let's not forget that what we have again in store. I feel like, Vey, it is an exciting night. 3 BO3s, action-packed. The music says it. I think you can see the energy on our faces as well, right? Let's go.
Of course, we're excited for it. We're excited to see it, of course. And with the upbeat music, it's just setting all of the atmosphere in. I'm just vibing with this now. You vibing with me, Kronos?
Oh yeah. This music is kind of lit. Not gonna lie, it's just. I bet the teams are vibing as well, because I think it's an important time for the teams, especially looking at the fact that, hey, you know who is open right now in the Land of Dawn? Kalea. She's available and up for grabs tonight at MPL LATAM Season 3, isn't she?
Wow, finally the global ban rule. It's not for 2 weeks, guys. It's 1 week. It's just 1 week now, so everybody can use that. And it's up for grabs. And since this week starting, Kalea already poked out from the drafts, I might say. Because during this week, we have a lot of action packs MPL are going in and running at the same time. For example, like MPL Philippines, MPL Cambodia, even China's Invitational are going in, and also right now doing live MPL LATAM. So can't wait to see, since we're 1 day a little bit later than them. I kind of want to see our first day on MPL LATAM. Kalea, how would she perform?
But you know what? Before we see how she performed, we got to see what the teams had before last week. At least take a look at the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, because here they are. Hello, everyone. I'm here to walk you through the highlights of Week 2 of MPL LATAM Season 3. My name is Kronos, and make sure you're caught up with the action, because it was a good one. Let's get to it. The first series was Corinthians versus Infinity, which Corinthians won in a 2-1 fashion by pulling off an Alice in the jungle, which we usually don't get to see, as Buzicio also secured himself a double kill. Game number 2, of course, DreamMax versus Entity 7. Entity 7 took the series 2-1 in what was a nail-biting finish. Game number 3, Malvinas Gaming versus Alpha 7. A fight to stay alive, a fight not to go into relegation, and of course, Alpha 7 winning 3-0 off the back of Bagin's Cho leading the charge. Game number 4, 9Z Globant versus Influence Rage. This went down all the way to a best of 5 until the last and final minutes. Influence Rage losing out to 9Z Globant in a 3-2 fashion. To make sure, if you want to stay updated with all the action that took place in MPL LATAM, follow the socials. My name is Kronos, and I'll see you there. Yeah, exactly. I think that game was all the way down to the final game, the final minutes, and it was really, really exciting. I really love that match between 9Z Globe and, of course, Rage, and I was surprised to see what was happening at that one. So, of course, but before that, let's get into the lineups that we have in store for tonight. As we can see, this is Infinity. We have Dominic, ZZ, Lionel, Fanboy, and of course, Doom from Infinity. And hey, are you looking forward to something special coming out from them tonight, Vay?
Ooh, of course. I see someone new here. Ooh. Can't wait to see how this team is going up against at Infinity. So, would be quite interesting to see how Dominic plays around and be the EXP lane for Infinity. Looking for, like, from week 2, how new EXP laners brought new colors into the team, brought new shout calls, brought new setups for them. And we're looking at our player stats since Dominic is new. We can't wait to see his hero pool for today. And looking at ZZ, Lionel, Fanboy, and Doom. And wow, those are amazing heroes that are pulled in for today. Like you can see, the Julian is a hero power. Lionel on the Vexana is just amazing. And Fanboy playing on the support. Even though we've seen, like, from the first week until the second week that he plays more to the tankier heroes, but let's not forget, it was once in the meta, it was once a very great support. Probably Florin can even pop up again. And Doom on the Moskov is just bringing Doom to everybody in the fight. So can't wait to see how Infinity performs today.
Well, after Infinity, of course, we got to take a look at their opposition, DreamMax, who are no strangers to big stages. They have a Black in the EXP, Aurora in the jungle, Rainbow in the mid lane. Don't give him that Louis. You know what he can do. Of course, a Blink in that roam position, and V2 in the gold lane.
Wow, we still the same solid lineup we've seen. And looking at those powerful heroes brought up, you've seen how Aurora plays on the Alpha, and also some other assassin jungles that he can actually show up. And Rainbow, wow, everybody respects that Loi. Once you let it go, you've seen it's literally bringing the doom from the other team. But let's see how it goes against Infinity. And also Blink and V2. V2, we've seen him shine so well using the carry, using how he just works very well on how DreamMax can pull into the late game so V2 can shine. So really want to see, will the composition be the same or not? Because if they bring up Kalia in this type of lineup, it would be quite interesting to see, because like it will probably shift on the heroes, probably some prioritized heroes, or even shift some meta picks for now on. But I have an itching question to ask Kronos though. Kind of want to know from your point of view, Kronos, Leah, which one is better, XP or Roamer?
Oh my god, I thought you were gonna ask me why I took off my glasses, but You know, thinking about Kalea in, I don't know if it's Kalea or Kalea, because I heard it on, you know, the video when they released the trailer. It said Kalea, and people say Kalea still. So I'm still trying to figure that part out. We'll see it later on. But to each their own, it's easier to pronounce, right? I feel like Kalea is an absolute monstrous pick in the roam position. Why? Because you have the ability to regen not just yourself, but heal the entire team in the midst of a team fight. So definitely got to go for that favor roam, right? You're going to be doing a lot more. It's basically an Estes on steroids, right? You got the heal coming through every now and then with that water puddle, and then you have a double knockup with the tidal wave and the tsunami slam. I mean, it's clearly a very pick-off oriented hero. It's like a Kaja with the mix of an Atlas, but has the regen ability of an Estes. It's kind of catching me off guard thinking about it. But of course, you know, Vey, I think it fits in the roam position. So I hope I answered your question.
Of course. And would really like to see, because like in some other regions they try to work it out on the EXP, there's some other regions they're trying to work it out as a roamer, but we need to see, of course, our keys to victory by Bonox. For Team Infinity, pick up the Moskov or the Granger to keep the gold lane comfortable, and be careful of the Yi Shin from the enemy jungler, and try to bring other EXP options than Uranus and also Hilda. And so far, talking about how Infinity works quite well during the first week and even the second, we've seen that the Hilda is very, very favorable for a lot of the teams for the EXP lanes. So probably it could bring them some new light again, probably as a roamer for Kalea, or if Infinity want to get creative, they can actually bring it up on the EXP. But let's see later on how they will try to pick in here and there. But knowing how Infinity and also DreamHack go head-to-head for match number 1, I would really like to highlight on the head-to-head jungle-focused type of matchup that we would like to see today. Because both of them shine so well, and we actually get to look at it on how they perform. But on the early game, the jungle can carry. Let's not forget that the late game is the gold laner's duty to carry on the team. So for our team head-to-head today is looking at Doom and also V2. Where so far, all of the statistics out here still in favor of V2 so far. But both of these teams, they have like quite similar stats, to be honest. Like, we're talking about game win rates, we're talking about how they won and actually picked up a good side from the blue side. So far, no favorable at the red side yet. So let's see who will win later on in the drafting phase. Will still be in favor of the blue, or actually a red side could actually outdrafted the blue composition. So can't wait.
I think the red side definitely has an advantage right now in the current meta, right? Of course, the blue side kind of dictates the pace of the draft, but being on the red side, like you mentioned, you get the opportunity to outdraft your opponent. Think that they're playing into a draft and then just, you know, kind of catfish them in and just reel them out, and then that's what the red side usually want to do. As you can see right now, we're getting into the draft. Of course, DreamHack on the red side, Infinity on the blue. As you can see, bans coming out really quick, the Joy, the Lucian, but the question is, who is going to be the sacrifice for the Kalea? Because it's got to be a ban on the side, on the red side first, and there it is.
So fast, it's just like, okay, we've come into week 3, come in prepared, and let's just close this off. I don't want this showing up. It will rack up some, or probably disturb on how the lineup that they're going to go out. So would be a problem here. But during the drafting phase in week number 3, there is a little verbal ban for Sylvana, and also Chip cannot be picked throughout this week because there's a little thing that needs to be sorted out. So Chip is just resting, eating chips, and also sharing with Sylvana on the backstage. So it's okay, guys. We can still see a lot of hefty heroes and be pulled out, but so far it's just respect banning a lot of it. Joy, Luoyi, Granger, Danger go away, and Jusian, Kalia, and Julian is just off the table for now.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised with that Julian. I mean, of course, it's a target ban that's coming through on towards the other side. But at the same time, is it really that much of a priority? Because now you leave the Hereth open being picked up already in the hands of Doom. Infinity going to be looking to dominate that gold lane. The Granger Danger is not going to be present anymore in the Land of Dawn. So, of course, right now, they got to think of their options in the gold lane. Usually, you would turn into a carry, but you know it's always going to be that late game. We already had that talk with Gabriel last week. You got to wait for that 3-4 item power spike. Shout out to you, Gabriel. But still, a lot of love coming to you from the English desk here in MPL LATAM Season 3. But also, oh, they go for the Moskov. And guess what? They deny the Hilda.
Wow. I actually thought it would go to like a Gatot Kacha, a Moskov, or a carry, but turns out they opted on the Hilda. Fast, high movement, and a quick response from Team Infinity to just pick up the Baksha. Let's just pick up the Suyo. Damage-wise, it would be very heavy on the Suyo and also the Harith. For Baksha, at least he can just keep up the pace with Hilda. The last pick from Dreamax. I see your face, Kronos. What are you mixing? What are you cooking?
Now, I'm thinking, like, so they let the Suyo go so early. Suyo is basically a jungle that's kind of a pick or ban, right? In the first phase, you want to get that into your hands. They take the Hilda, they prioritize the Hilda over the Suyo, and now, like, Infinity kind of big-brained them 2 steps ahead. Thought about that, like, okay, we know you want the Hilda. Guess what we're gonna do? We're gonna lock in the box here. Why? Inbuilt anti-heal. You have the Tortoise's Poissons to kind of slow them down. And now they get the Suyo as well. And looks like Infinity are cooking with this draft so far. But Dreamax, of course, on the other side, they pick up this Alpha. And so far, not gonna lie, I don't think we've seen Alphas with a lot of good win rates going around in a lot of the MPLs. Although it's a really good pick, it just hasn't been racking up those wins as we'd expect it to.
Because like most of the teams on how they executed, it came up to a crucial moment where in the early game it was just out-rotated by an assassin jungler, or even they just try to play it safe because probably a mindset of like, okay, I'm gonna be a fighter, I'm gonna be strong in the mid game, I should tank a lot of damage for my team. But because of those things, the approach of using the Alpha is more precautious now. So as long as Dreamax Aurora can play it aggressively in the early and go head to head with the Suyo, I think it's still okay. And looking at the bans here, no more Angela, take out the Sicilian because you don't want range.
Ooh.
You turn down the Florian. Lots of support heroes turning down, even the Matilda.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why, Wei. I'll tell you why, because Infinity are looking to go down that healing route. Of course, with the Boxia being present, they want to go for probably a double fighter composition right now with a tank. And that kind of, you need that heal to kind of extra sustain. And usually you see the Boxias with the Matilda doing really well. But right now, they don't want to give the Matilda to the, to the other side towards Dreamax, just because the Matilda Alpha combination is a little too hard. We're used to seeing that quite often. It's a no-brainer. But they let Rainbow pick up that Farsa. And now, usually you like to see the Valentina on the other side, but they go for the Faramis in the hands of Lionel. And I'm not sure if it's the best pick, but that definitely gives them that extra sustain option in these team fights.
I think it would be good if they pick up a Gatot Kacha for now for Team Infinity to just like wrap things up, because like you already have the Baksha as someone who is tanky. At least there's a semi tank that you can actually pick up. You can jump in also in the middle of the Farsha, so at least activate that Wings by Wing, so can run away from the situation. And the last pick from Dreamax, what would be good? a Khalid.
They gotta go for a roamer, right? They gotta go for someone that has. They gotta go for someone that has the sustain, that kind of has a lot of CC as well, because they have the separation created by the Hilda to kind of chase them down to create that zoning potential. You have the initiation with the Alpha, although it's not be the primary initiator. I think they're looking for another one, and yes, that's the glorious pathway. And now they get the Hylos in their hands. Not a lot, no instant lockdowns. Yes, you have the Law and Order, but what they're looking to do is create the space. And I like this Hylos pick just because you can run them down. It's simply aggressive with the Alpha and the Hilda, and enough space for the Farsa and, of course, Moskov to kind of dish out damage while they have the split push potential. So I'm liking DreamHack's draft, but also Infinity's looks just very well rounded and ready to go for that dive.
Yeah, for me, I think DreamHacks are bringing up like the big guns. Okay, let's go in early. Let's just go in through a lot of team fights. Let's just make that moment worth while it still lasts. But for Team Infinity, I do really agree on your side, Chronos. Like, they just wrap it up so well. You get the early game, you get the mid game, you get the Harith for the late game. For whatever reason, it is a powerful hero to pick. So let's see how it goes. Two strong matchups for day number 1, week number 3, MPL LATAM Season 3. Match number 1, Team Infinity versus GMAX Esports.
Of course, your casters, myself, Kronos, alongside me, the one and only Way. And right now, as you can see, the emblem setup's coming through as well. Nothing suspicious so far. As you can see, Rainbow just wants the extra bit of burst. You see Dominic in the EXP taking that concussive blast to make sure he gets that wave clear as well. But right now, fight for the river control is what is the most important. As you can see, Fanboy along with Blink trying to zone them out for that Lethal Wanderer, which Aurora picks up quite easily.
And so far, DreamHacks, they're just executing it very well. Again, early, you gotta be the early bird to get the worm. There's no worm here, but there's a bird though. for DreamHacks rotation, I think they want to go up to the top lane, and with the top lane comes with a pause. I thought of a joke though.
The pause.
With the pause.
What did you think of?
Yeah, the Indo word for pause is actually the whale. I wanted to pull that joke and then realized like, oh wait, I'm an English broadcast. That probably won't come in well. I wanted to say the whale just gone through by. Oh, there's a fish. Never mind.
You know what we should work on though, Way? We should work on our Portuguese. I'm not gonna lie. I think that's what the viewers want to see. We should work on our Portuguese. I do know a little bit of Spanish. I said this before. I spoke a little bit to Gabriel. I also speak to our production and behind. Gabriel is kind of listening to us as well, chiming in every single time he hears a funny joke. But of course, we're trying to pick up on our Portuguese as well. Why? Because of course you're watching MPL LATAM Season 3. LATAM stands for Latin America, for those of you who don't know. So Latin America is the south of America where you usually see all these teams come out from, a lot of different countries. And right now in the competition, we have Peru, we have Argentina, and of course, Brazil. And I'm not sure if I missed out on anything. Pardon me if I did. But at this moment for this game, Infinity versus Corinthians. Oh, sorry. My bad. I kind of got it wrong. Infinity versus DreamHacks. It's going to be of course, it has been exciting. The draft is looking all right, Bay. The Kalea, we want to see it there. You ask me if I like it in the Rome position or the EXP. I like it in the Rome. Where do you like it?
I kind of want to see it go for the EXP though. Because I would like to see the aggressiveness style from that. You get the laning phase should be good for you in the early, and after that you can actually help your roam in earlier. But again, it's just a few picks here and there. It's a different point of view, so that's why I kind of want to see how it goes. In the PH, it's brought up as a roamer, but if you pick up the MPL Cambodia, it was brought up as a EXP. So the composition wise that we were talking about in the early, it didn't shift as much in the PH, but it kind of adjusted a bit in Cambodia. And they actually won using that. Can see you soon. Can you imagine that? A newcomer
Yeah,
to uh Duck Rice Esports. Wow.
hey, Duck Rice Esports are not new. They've actually played last season as well, MPL Cambodia. So they're actually doing well. And but I think you really brought up this interesting part about Kalea being in the EXP lane. I'm kind of not pro. I'm kind of, I don't like that concept, but it does work out. It creates that dead lane, especially when you're going against the Hilda or the Phobius. And you're right, when you hit that level for power spike, you want to dive in and you want to get those big tsunami slams on towards the opposition. As you can see right now, Infinity are prioritizing EXP because they know Dominic's going to play a big role in this first neutral objective.
So far, just rolling in like that. Wow, I thought that would hit, but turns out nope. Still okay. I'm not wheeling over the Farsha because there's more of an important take here on the turtle that is started by DreamHack. So far, Aurora is just handling it very well.
Yeah, you can see right now Revitalize already popped from Blink, but at the same time, Aurora is trying to handle it, but he gets the Spear of Alpha to run away. First blood in the hands of ZZ. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, Blink is the first one to fall down, and now they ignored the turtle, trying to go for the orange buff instead. But protected by Black, and I don't think he even used the Retribution, so he can just steal away another jungle creep.
Good maneuver over that. You know what? Don't get a turtle. It's okay. Neutral objective not contested. Let's just go back on the farming. See, this is the almost turning point moment that we were talking about. It didn't perform quite well as a jungler for the alpha because like a lot of the early things that you really need to go for accounted to because like it's not as versatile as the Suyo that you can get to see it picked up. See, once you miss out on a turtle, even though you have that early fight potential, it's just kind of hard to just keep it up again and again and again because like you're missing out a lot of the other jungles that you're putting in. But for me, I think during that team fight, DreamHack entered way too early and popped up a few important resources that should be just let's just keep it in first. Let's not hurry in. So probably set a better pace even though you want to go fast.
That is true. I think that's what DreamHack's kind of getting ahead of the eight ball, right? Not losing their focus a little bit early on, trying to maybe I think it was just the fact that it was jitters. That's why you can see they're probably having some technical issues as well. I'm rather not even technical, but I'm not really sure what's going on with the pauses. So of course the teams are trying to figure it out, but at the same time, I feel like you're right. It could be affecting or hindering their sort of performance currently in this game. That's why you saw them try to go a little too early. Both the mid laners not hitting the level 4 power spikes, which is important as a Farsa and a Faramis, especially in the turtle fight. So it was important for them to do so, unable to hit that level 4 power spike. So the Farsa didn't have the high ground to dish out the feathered airstrike. Didn't really, it didn't really change the game as much as they'd like for it to for DreamHack. And that's why you can see that on the other side, Infinity were able to pick up the turtle, and now Suyo looking for that big snowball.
And it's just very good if they're just trying to sort things out first because you want it to be like very very smooth. You want it to go on as well because we are in the online phase, even though we're at the Swiss stage. So everybody's just in the comfort of their own gaming house. For us, it's at our home. We're not at a gaming house, guys. So it's probably different than the players. But of course, you know what? They're playing with the jitters. They're playing with like very exciting things to see because it's match number one. It's opening game. And with those jitters, I'm pretty sure it's because they're handling their super cool new phone. And of course, once with our sponsors too, Techno. Wow, we quite amazing sponsor, quite amazing phone with the MVP of your photos. So not other than just gaming phones like Techno Camon 40 series. Other than just high speed gaming, you can actually take good pictures. So you guys who likes you gotta go like vloggings or like Chronos, he likes making stories. Or like for me, I like making like shooting a bit videos of my coffee drinks and whatnot. You gotta use the
Yeah, I know. We
techno
were
camera for it. That's the best way.
yeah, we were talking about it earlier as well, weren't we? Like you were making some matcha latte, and guess what? The MVP for that one, if you had techno, it would have been a little better. Just saying, it's right there. You could become the star in and out of the game.
Mm-hmm. Wow, we. And
Well,
looking at a new phone, we're waiting for the quality of it to see. I kind of want to see how the pictures taken out. But you know what? Other than good phones, good vibes, and good camera, of course, we're gonna have good games for today, and we will presume it again for game number one. Going into the land of dawn once again.
yeah, we are going in indeed. DreamMax still finding a way to try and get ahead.
Getting ahead is a good thing for DreamX. Again, early conditions for both sides of the team actually needs to be locked down for like ZZ and also Aurora. You really gotta ace that, because if not, the rotation wise, it will be messy, because you have the Hilda, you have the Baksha, you gotta go fast. And since they want to go fast and they want to guard Aurora for a better jungling phase or probably a pickup phase, they're just roaming into like 2-1. Rainbow is a very, very trusty partner there, roaming around with the jungler. Let's just give Aurora a lot of farm first, funnel in that gold for him. At least later on, they will hit very good spikes in the middle game for around like the 406 minute.
Yeah, and also not just that, you see how Doom is kind of freezing the wave off of V2, right? He's having a hard time trying to clear out his own wave, and now with Leonella and Fanboy trying to catch them off guard, it's getting difficult for V2 to kind of actually have any space, and that's why you can see right now the Feather Air Strike coming through as well, and I think it was a little too early from Rainbow. A job well done for Infinity. They did not get that purple buff, but what they got was for Rainbow to use the Feather Airstrike. That's a clean go signal for them to go for this turtle. And right now you can see ZZ as well. Blink going in with that glorious pathway. And they drop in the Zaman Force along with the Nether Realm. But here's the EOG. The first one to fall, Aurora. After picking up the turtle as well, ZZ right now having a great time in the jungle.
Wow, and through all of that was executed so well. A lot of trade-offs happening. Again, sadly, Aurora needs to be the one who takes the fall, and that kind of brings the bigger impact for DreamHack's side, because you know what, it becomes a very great gain for Infinity for now. Even with Lionel on that glowing wand, burn effect in the early game should be very good for helping, like, you know, burst bit of damage here and there. So even though you're on the Paramis and you're not fully blown on the tankier side, you want to go for, of course, magic power damage to just support in through your whole team, other than just fully letting it on Doom for all of it, because you know you're on the Harith, damage voice is already on good. But hey, if you can support in with the burning effect, should be better. Because right now, ZZ is just aiming here and there with the Soul Sever arrow, finding a good position, because DreamHack, they are starting to just come into a typical group team fight.
Yeah, I think it's they're trying to play in and around the far side, right? And you can see that Rainbow with that Feather Airstrike trying to do something, but I'm not sure who got that purple buff, because here comes the Glorious Pathway. At the same time, AOG is there to catch them off guard. The first one to fall down, Rainbow with Blink as well. That's a double kill in the hands of Doom. He already got one on the bot side, and now he's going to start getting stronger and stronger, because this is the Harith, and this is why you don't leave the Harith open. We've seen this before. Gabriel has warned us about it. One of the top goal laners in this current meta, the Harith and the Granger. You go away the Harith, you're looking for problems, and that's where DreamHack are in. They are in a problem of their own. They lost out on every single tier 1 turret, and now, as you can see, the turtle is up as well, which is brought to you by Bonox.
And getting ready, of course, in Team Infinity. You know what? Let's just get a turtle, because you know everybody on DreamHack is on top. You get Dominic's there for eyes, looking at everyone. But so far, it's a clean one for them. And talking about who gets the purple buff during that fight, it was ZZ, and I thought that Dominic was just clearing up the top lane, but turns out he was just waiting for that orange buff. But on the other hand, here,
Ooh, nice flicker coming through as well from Rainbow, and now they catch him off guard. Doom falls to his own. Really nice follow-up coming in from Black. That was a really nice play from Rainbow, repositioning himself with that feather airstrike, and now they're trying to get that tier 1 on the bot side, but Fanboy says no, acting as the gatekeeper for Infinity.
it was so sad that the Netherrealm didn't connect or have the good spacing to just like help out and give extra HP. But with Power Wildness, you know what? Once it's pressed, you cannot get out from that. The Hilda will just chase you, even if you just jumped far enough. But because of that, you know what? Sadly, Doom, you gotta go back first, because you're not getting away from the Hilda. Right now, it's just sadly chasing back. You know, Hilda reminds me of like your typical Asian mom. She will chase you until the end of the earth unless you don't do your math homework.
Ooh, V2! Oh my god! I thought V2 would have gotten caught
Nice
there
recall.
by Doom. He went in for the nice recall, right on time as well. But so far, Wei, this game has been kind of 50-50. A little bit, but Infinity have taken most of the control just because they have more towers at the moment. Yes, the goal lead is about 3k, but I don't think that's a big goal lead for the side of DreamHack to come back from with the way that they're playing, because right now Rainbow is online. You can see the damage being dished out. Doom has the Jamon Force dropped in, but the Netherrealm is there as well. SOD did connect AOG to catch Black, but at the same time, Spear of Misery gets a 3. The stun coming through. The Spear of Alpha is there, and oh my goodness, here comes the collapse. They get Doom. The first one to fall was Black, but at the same time, they lose 3 in the process. Infinity are down and out at the moment, and I think all credits to V2 for dishing out the damage. Oh my goodness, it just turned around in the blink of an eye.
OMG, indeed. Because you know what? There's usually a saying that damage dealers come in late. That's the good thing. But you know what? V2 was there from the early until the end. I really thought that ZZ is just going to be a finisher up until they have that moment. Because you know what? He gets 1 or 2 kills, but still okay. But V2, since that presence was so heavy, like this right now, it would be a problem.
Yeah, it is a problem indeed. Black was actually trying to zone him out. He got him low enough with the retribution coming in from ZZ, timing it perfectly, making sure to buy enough time and making sure that he doesn't go down. So getting the right retribution with that Soul Sever combo, but Vito was able to get some push done on the bot side. The Lord is marching down the mid lane. It is the Lord that crashes in after that previous update, of course. But right now, Doom picked up the Holy Crystal, and it's looking absolutely nasty from Infinity. The damage is just going to be absolutely insane. And now the Lord is there, but taken out quickly.
Ooh, quite well executed by DreamHack, but Doom finding a bit of a poke there. What? Wow. That turret went down so quickly. Wowee.
Yeah, I think the tower at the moment, the Holy Shields are up on both sides. DreamHack are lucky to have that at the moment, but it goes down at the 12th minute mark. Infinity have started controlling the game a lot more from here on out, because you can see the map is a little more blue, is looking a little less red, and there's no one to kind of open up the map on their side. Just because Blink tries to go in, yes, Black can, but they have Doom, who has been dishing out absolutely insane damage, especially after getting the Holy Crystal, which he got a while earlier. They have the anti-heal present as well, coming through from Lionel with that glowing wand. But on the other side, finally Aurora is able to do something. He's able to sustain, building that radiant armor right now, while Blink only has the Athena shield. There's no anti-heal present on their side just yet. Although it's not very important, it could be the difference maker between Doom just sustaining longer in these team fights and not.
Because you know what? Up until the 12th minute mark, I might say even right now, you can't really just like hit strong, be the front line. I'm gonna tank everything because you know what? My health bar looks like a ruler. But if you keep on doing that at the 12th minute Harith, even with the Holy Crystal buyout, it's gonna hurt. Like, look at that Soul Severed Arrow by ZZ. One bar of HP is just down, and since you know that Black and Blink is just moving around quite well together and always together, there would be a flank potential from Infinity. You can just come in and probably cut off V2 or probably get Rainbow. But let's see on how they try to fight out, because if you're dragging on to the late game, what both of these teams are great at what they're doing, it's just all in the hands of marksmen now. It's either V2 and Doom. So that's why we're looking at the player head-to-head right in the early game, because the moment makers will finally make a difference if these goat laners were given the area to just shine out. Even getting the Lord started by Team Infinity, but DreamHack, they are hovering back and front to back actually from Bring and Rainbow, but they are starting in quite strong.
Oh, they see ZZ on the bot side. They want to collapse, but he goes into the AOG. Fanboys, there's the Monforce dropped down. You can see the NetherRealm is there. Doom dishing out the damage, but the Lord being secured by Aurora. He gets taken down as well. They pay the price. They get the Lord. Lose 2, pay 1. And now Dominic somehow was the only sacrificial lamb. It could have gone either way. Just the timing coming in from Doom and Fanboy, absolutely impeccable. But looking at the bright side, DreamHack got the Lord.
And finally, a payback moment that they can actually utilize it during these crucial times. Because you gotta take back that momentum. You gotta take back on that presence, because you know what? So far, it's just Infinity holding it out. It's just Infinity trying to dictate the tempo. And we're talking about DreamHack. Even though they have the Lord, they are still being there sneaky beaky. Because the more people there are in the Lord, the more defense and also the more tankier the Lord is. So it would be good if DreamHack just want to follow up with the Lord and use it as like a, well, a body shield, I guess.
But you know what? The best part about DreamHack at the moment, you can see the top side pressure is coming through, so Doom has to go and answer. The mid lane is crashing in as well. Now on the Lord on the bot side, no Holy Shields present, but you can see Aurora on towards Dominic, trying to zone him away. He actually is super low. Feather Edge Strike being committed as well, but he has to revitalize to survive. So well done from Dominic for Infinity to buy enough time, but they lose out on all the tier 2s. The only one left standing is, of course, the mid lane, and seems like they will be able to defend. Infinity, good defense, a good disciplined defense coming through for them.
It's quite good on how he tries to buy time, because like DreamHack was just so focused. Hey, at least let's pick off, at least let's find someone, at least trade in a kill. But you know what? You can't go full-blown offense on a Baksha who's just as tanky as that. Plus, with that cursed helmet on him, everybody's defenses would be down, physical and also magical. So it would be a problem if you're just trying to burst him out for something and some reason. Back again on how you play and how you win this situation. Get the Lord, get the objective. Let's try to push out, but I smell a little bit of fight here, poking here and there.
Ooh.
No one's starting anything heavy yet. But Doom is starting to hurt. But thank God there is a lot of bushes to hide in.
Yeah, I mean, he was starting hurting a long time. Now he's just hurting a little bit more. You can see already the taunt coming through on towards Aurora. He did get the immortality, so now he's looking at survival, but he goes back with the Spear of Alpha, realizing they're not in a good position. And that's what the story of this game has been so far away. Infinity have been positioning themselves really well in and around these team fights, in and around these objectives, and that's why they're able to come out on top. And DreamHack are not given an opening to kind of go ahead. As you take a look at the Lord camp, the Lord is already up 16 minutes 30 seconds in. They're trying to tango, but I'm not sure who's going to come out on top here.
So far, looking at the positions, DreamHack V2 is just so far away. You have the SOD to come in, but I think Blink and Black is just coming with the P5.
But you can see the back line. They go into the AOG. The front line being taken down. Black's the first one to fall. Killing spree in the hands of ZZ. He gets the double kill and the NetherRealm. The Pharym is coming in clutch, going through, making sure you tell DreamHack, hey, you want to fight us? You got to go through double HP bars. regardless of anything that happens. And now they get themselves the Lord as well. So ZZ on this Suyo 402. If you ask me, Vey, he's having a good game.
He's having a great time. I am quite sure of that. And looking how Team Infinity is playing around with how the situation is right now, DreamHack, you can actually control in the area. It's about how you drag in and pull in and out against the Faramis, because you're not just coming in full blown, all skills out, all utilities are out. Then what's next? It's like throwing everything and there's nothing after that. What's next? It's okay, my head is just like you're buying a lot of things and then suddenly you need money, but where to go? Because the only place that I know where to save, it's definitely on Bonox.com. So guys, you're waiting out for like good skins, good discounts. It's just a 5% discount here. And recharge your diamonds only on Bonox.com. Use the code BNXMPL3 because it is special and exclusive for MPL LATAM Season 3 just for this code. But for whoever who is watching right now, since we are on the English stream, it is global. This only applies to the people in Latin America. So what are you waiting for? Let's just go into Bonox.com to check out the great discounts.
Wow, you know what? That transition was kind of unexpected. But you know what else is unexpected? Something that's totally expected, of course, and that is community gaming is, of course, the ultimate platform offering esports competition, professional and automated payment solutions for communities to host tournaments for all types of games. And yes, we're talking especially Mobile Legends. So they provide all the tools for full support to organize your esports events, whether you want to compete or host your own tournament. So visit communitygaming.io right now.
Ooh, okay, so full package, all of them. Just go into like community gaming, and whoever watches, who is watching right now, again, as I said before, since we're talking about how it is going to be an awesome time, we're talking about the awesome game right now because it's finally back with the Lord marching into the middle lane.
And with a quick breath right now, he goes in with Spear of Alpha. Aurora making sure to bait out that big Nether Realm quite early. The Lord taking out 11,000 HP. That was a really good play coming in from Aurora just as I was catching my breath as well. Oh my goodness, and now Black going in on towards ZZ. I think ZZ's the wrong target. He has not been focusing on the right target at the moment. So now you can see that underwhelming zoning coming out from the side of DreamHack. And now somehow they were able to defend the Lord. They lose one inhibitor, but job well done for the side of Infinity. Although, I think they were looking for all three.
I can finally let my breath out. You were trying to catch your breath. I was just holding in because like, is this going to be the end? But no, Team Infinity, they still somehow prolong this team fight like this.
And they are, and you can see the AOG going in, but he catches two. Aurora once again, a well-timed Spear of Alpha revitalized. Not gonna help you survive this time, Dominic, because Fanboy has immortality and he's really tanky, so they completely ignore him, go for Dominic instead. And it has been Aurora that has been the primary initiator with the Spear of Alphas, and you can see why, because he has to sustain the Queen's Wings, the Radiant Armor, the Immortality, and oh my goodness, he's probably building towards another tank item as well.
Ooh, the tanky boy is in the front. You know what? I take back what I said. If it's all full-blown 5 people there, all to Dominic, it's just kind of hard to do so. You don't have the power to just burst back. Everybody just choose to play safe because it is a hide-and-seek game right now.
Oh, game of hide and seek right now, but you see AOG coming in. He actually repositions himself. He catches 2. Immortality is there to make sure Fanboy survives, and so does Aurora. But at the same time, Vito with the SOD connecting. Doom is the first one to fall down. You can see the Spear of Alpha on the top side. Aurora manages to create the space, while at the same time, Vito gets a kill. They get 3 in the process. Lionel is back as soon as possible. But at the moment, DreamHack finally found an opportunity turned it around. And guess what? No ZZ for this Luminous Lord, the Shining Lord that's going to be super strong 18 minutes past the game. It's already 20 minutes in.
Okay, DreamHack is standing on strong. No retribution power as what Chrono said. DreamHack is a free lord for you to take. And even if the AOG jump in or probably Dominic just rolls in, they can't really try to put a fight here, because if you entry without any of your main damage dealers here, it would be a problem for right now. I know, almost take it down. And wow, wait, V2 with that SOD, bit too early and aggressive, but somehow he can just still make it and trigger the Nether Realm right before the Lord marching into the base. This will be a very crucial moment for DreamHack. Can they really end this though? Or Infinity somehow, some way, they are able to prolong another fight and prolong their breaths of this game.
Trying to prolong. That's the name of the game for Infinity. But they don't have the Nether Realm. A really long cooldown on that one particular ultimate. You can see Black right now picking up the Immortality. I think everyone on the side of DreamHack ready to go for the item switch. As you can see, Feathered Airstrike coming through as well. Poking down Lionel. He gets himself a Holy Crystal, but there's the Lord. 36,000 HP. Crashing on towards the inhibitor on the bot side. Clears it out. Mid lane at the moment. They're trying to target the Lord being left alone. To be honest, I think DreamHack are not looking to capitalize this as much as possible. You see the Glorious Pathway coming through. SOD connects as well, but AOG in the back line catches 4. But guess what? Nobody present at the moment. He is not going to take that fight. Looks like DreamHack are happy, but they could have gotten a lot more out of that.
Happy, happy, happy. Dun, 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 dun. Not really happy yet. Because you know what? You got another fight. You got another Lord to wait out. You got a lot more time to buy out. Question is, how you do that? And since DreamHack is just carrying on the area, they're just pressuring on for Team Infinity. But I feel that there is still a lot of space that actually Team Infinity can just work it out. And at the minute now, everybody is in full-blown build. And even I see a lot of immortalities coming in. And almost, while we down at the bottom lane, we won't see another W minion moment, are we? But thank God ZZ is there to just protect the base, and well, half HP. That might take some time to recover, because you know what, everybody is just forcing their waves out. They're trying to clear it out first, because you gotta have that minion waves management down to the dot, because if you want to fight out in this Lord, it would be a problem if it's another W minion moment.
ZZ getting targeted down, actually taking down half HP. Good job coming in from Black. Feathered Airstrike from Rainbow as well to zone them away. Dominic trying to go through. Roly-poly, making sure to zone them away. He has the Immortality as well. And I was going to say right now, this Lord, 23 minutes into the game. Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching MPL LATAM Season 3, Week 3, Day number 1, first game of the first BO3 series. 23 minutes in, as you can see, Doom gets chunked below half HP, repositioning himself, Rainbow once again, and Doom buys the Immortality immediately, making sure he survives. I'm not really sure what he sold for that one, but you can see right now he has to go back. This is a clear sign for DreamHack to go in, because Infinity do not have their damage dealer, and yes, the call is made. The AOG coming through to buy some time, but guess what? There's another round pop, and right now, will DreamHack have the power to fight back? Rainbow going through with the Feathered Airstrike. Finally, all the Immortalities coming through, but Doom comes again. He drops down the Zaman Force. Black is the first one to fall down, and now finally they find the moment to take down the Lord, and seems like DreamHack did not have enough damage, but right now, the Lord being reset once again. This Lord dance continues.
-1 frontliner right now for DreamHack, and you are waiting for that space to be filled up, because 44 seconds on that DreamHack stuck down. ZZ!
Oh my goodness, but you can see Doom as well dropped in his Zaman Force. V2 completely out position, will get shut down by Doom, but the AOG from Fanboy trying to catch them off guard and show them that, hey, you cannot fight without the presence of Black. V2 not available. 25-minute Lord Way. I think this has to be it. Infinity looking to take game number 1. Now, with this Lord push coming out in the mid lane.
Well, if somehow DreamHack still manages to pull up a great defense, oh my god, I think this game can actually end in like 30 more minutes. But let's see how it goes, because there's no more middle turret. There's no more shield for their tier 3 turrets. And Dominic, Fatboy, they are just coming in strong.
Yeah, you can see Feather Airstrike is there, but the AOG coming through. No Purify present from that far side, but he gets shut down instantly. Now they're around to help them survive. Black is surviving as well, but they don't have the damage. It's just way too much. Infinity take game number 1 in this first best of 3 series.
Wow. That's all the things that I can say, really. I'm just amazed. And with the spicy game 1, it was just dragged on from the early that you can see. It's a great first blood brought up by Team Infinity. We were talking about how the team compositions and how it could actually work later on. We've seen how the compositions from DreamHack worked out. Like, from the Alpha just fronting in, opening the Spear of Alpha for just for smart selection targeting from now on, here and there. But you know what? Again, the early rush from DreamHack, it is what came back to bite them. Because if you're too rushed to get in through that team fight, see, a lot of times that Team Infinity, since they have the nether realm, since they have the opportunity to just sustain more, and they have the potential to just come in and out during the games and during the fights, this has somehow made them invincible in those team fights. See, you get the gotcha for just jumping into the back. Either you aim at Rainbow or you either aim at Aurora. Everything is just messed up, the lineup and probably the team fight positions from DreamHack. Because you know what? If space was created right now, V2, he gets to take 1 or 2 kills home. Yes. But since the last moment, the space was just created for Doom. And V2 was just like, you know what? The only space you have is your base. The only space you have is your wall. So I'm gonna let you kiss that wall and not come near anywhere at Doom. And since this is the last moment and you got that Lord 2 present, no one is just as bursty as V2 to just take down the Lord, or even kind of like, you know what, shoo. Let's just find space. But no, it turns out, you know what? No one can shoo Infinity in that base. So that's it. That's game number 1. And Kronos, I wasn't expecting that long of a game. Wow.
You know what? I wasn't expecting it as well. And now I think we should start expecting a long night for us and day as well. Because of course, if that was game number 1, ooh boy. With this new patch coming through, what I've noticed, Wei, is games are getting longer and longer. But why are they getting longer?
And this is
you can take a look.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Why, without Kalia, imagine that. If she comes into the fray?
Yeah. Wow. I can't imagine. And this is coming in strong looking at the emblems. And there is no support emblem where you put in the focusing mark or probably pull yourself together. I thought Lionel opted out on that, so that's why he can just come in and out and prolong the team fight. But turns out it was coming in from the MP Rage, and just a lot of shields coming in from DreamHack and also Infinity. Because you want to walk around a lot, you want to try to just race each other out, knock yourselves out. But turns out, you know what? You have the Baksha, you have the Hilda, you can just go head to head with that. And so far, there's nothing unique or quite interesting though in the emblem details, because it's still template, it's still on the basic sides. But we're talking about the overall damage dealt and taken. It is worthwhile, and it is quite true to both sides of the team in game number 1. Overall execution wise, even in the teamfight participation, even though DreamHack was just always here and there, see, look at that, all over 80% participation. But on the side of Team Infinity, even though ZZ and sometimes entering late, or probably Doom wasn't in that area presence around during the early up until to the mid. But you know what? They get their jobs done. Infinity, you can just come in and out because you have the flexibility, you have the sustain coming in from Lionel Fanboy, and also being a tanky boy from Dominic. All of this is just reserved so well for Team Infinity, and so far, again, in the favor of the blue side, Team Infinity, they've just got that in their pocket in game 1.
And you know what else, Vey? I was actually looking at the draft a little more of DreamHack, right? They went for the early Hilda. They sacrificed the Suyo. The Hilda was a deny pick against Infinity, of course, and that was kind of countered instantly by picking up this Baxia, because Dominic's a new addition to the team, and now you can see the extent to what his hero pool goes in. He's ready and willing to play the EXP lane Baxia, and now this Hilda rendered completely useless. And of course, I think DreamHack tried to outdraft Infinity, but got outdrafted while trying to outdraft. You know, like when you're trying to go 2 square is 4, but then you go 2 square, which is 4 square, which is 16 instead. A lot of math, a lot of numbers. I'm confusing you? Just throwing in some numbers.
Okay,
over
the
there.
answer is
But you
burrito.
understood. Oh, wow.
Yeah. I'm joking, guys. I do understand that that trail of thought brought up by Kronos. Yeah, you want to get out draft? Sure, I have this and that. Okay, it's not just about checkers. It's about the chess. Wow, you really want to talk about that? Let's just talk about the MVP of the game by Bonox. It's Doom. Again, the highlight of this match. Other than the junglers, you gotta give it up for the GOAT laners. Main carries, main damage dealers, what we've talked about before, from the early up until the late, it's just shined so well. Again, both of these teams have the same playing styles. You want to go for the early, even though you don't get the early, somehow, some way, you're just finding out ways to prolong and even drag the game into the late game so your GOAT laner can shine. And that is how Infinity lets Doom to become the MVP of the game. And it was just so fun to see, and I can't wait to see those mind games again for draft game number 2, because you know what, I don't want any more squares, I don't want any more sudden burrito answers. I want a circle. Can they finally come into a full circle of that draft? I'm waiting for that.
I think, of course, it is going to be important in the draft, and just goes to show how well that Team Infinity were kind of thinking in the angle for kind of outdrafting their opponents, right? Because like you mentioned, it's not a game of checkers, it's a game of chess. You got to think ahead, not just one step, not just 2 steps, multiple steps ahead. And you got to have that trick, a bag of tricks in your arsenal, and that's what Infinity had in game number 1. I think the game did, like you saw it, the game went on for a long time, 25 minutes, but I think it was crucial for them to pick up this victory because it is momentum that they want on their side. So now with game number 1's momentum in the favor of Infinity, because let's be honest, for about 3/4 of the game, they're the ones who had the momentum. There were moments of brilliance coming out from, of course, DreamHack, but they had that 18th minute Lord. I'm not sure why they didn't force the end. I'm not sure why they didn't go for it. So if they did have that opportunity, they could have actually gone for the end. Right?
I do really agree on why they divert on targeting Dominic, even though you get the last turret there. You just need to flick that off and you can enter the base, or at least get that turret down. But turns out, you know what? I see a kill. I kind of want that. Let's grab that. That type of thinking, though. Again, you've spotted out during the drafts. You get to play chess with it, even though you were kind of countered by it. It's kind of the same in the Land of Dawn in the game. because probably you can try to think ahead of what's next. A lot of the times where you're just so hyped into the game, you're just trying to see, okay, I think I can trade with this, I can kind of get this. And since you kind of forget what's next, what happens if I don't get that objective? What happens if I don't get to execute this? You gotta think of the plan B. And this is why overthinking finally comes into their great power.
Hey, 2025, people are overthinking all over the place. Not just, not just while gaming, but of course, another thing I wanted to ask you. You've been asking me questions all night, Wei, right? You've been asking me questions about, Kalea, EXP, who's going to do this? I got a question for you. Boxia, right now. This is not the first time we've seen him in the EXP lane. We've seen him picked up in multiple MPLs. Is he slowly creeping back into the meta after that slight buff that he received?
I think, in my opinion, okay, my humble opinion, guys, the overall update of this patch, the overall update of this patch actually kind of helps up and probably can shift into that a fighter jungle composition, because it's not just slowly winning in lanes in EXP, but if you kind of shift it out, pick up the Matilda and even bring up the Baxia or even the Fredrin, can actually work out in the draft compositions, because we've seen that before. You bring out the Alice, it's a fighter type. You bring out the Fredrin with the high burst, high range composition with the Granger, Selena, and also Novaria. You've seen it in MPL PH from TNC Pro Team. We've even seen this in MPL LATAM week number 1. So there will be that shift, and if that happens, I'm pretty sure that it is possible to do so. But for now, I think our friends from a lot of regions, they kind of want to hold on to that. I still love the assassin. The Suyo is still valuable. The Joy, you can still play around with it. You can still shine with the Fanny. But let's not forget that the gold laner they picked up is the Harith. Again, Team Infinity. They're on the blue side. And DreamHack are just still letting that go.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure why they did it. It's looking like a repeat of game number 1. The drafts kind of looking the same, at least so far, with the bans that's there on the table. You really want to give him the Harith after what he performed, and also known as one of the strongest heroes in the current metagame, but they switch it up. They're not thinking too much ahead. They're not overthinking. They don't got the anxiety, but they finally lock in what is important. That Suyo in the jungle paired up with the Badang, and now why fix what's not broken? Go for the Boxy and the EXP once again, or possibly the Roam, maybe even the jungle. He's such a nice flex pick.
For now, it is a very nice flex pick, because same as the Kalea, you've seen that flexibility coming in around. Even though Kronos is on the pro roamer side, and we kind of have like a different position here and there, but for this one, there is a lot of flex potential that is coming in. So like from the early stages of we're talking about the Selena in the early, but wow, Angela was just opted out here for Team Infinity. Without the Ferbis, Angela would be a better fit if you want to go up against with the Baxia. And since DreamHack, you get the Suyo, you get the Badang, you need another one, you need a tanky boy too. Gatot Kacha, you can probably opt that out, but turns out you want to go for the mid laner first, since you've seen the Angela, since you've seen the Harith. A Sicilian is just picked up. Remembering in the first game, it was banned out.
3 magic is what I see from the side of Infinity, right? 3 magic damage dealers. You're gonna have Doom in the gold lane, the main carry, of course, from the Harith. He has magic damage. Baxia does magic damage. The bonus that you get is the inbuilt anti-heal. Probably going to be EXP, jungle, or roam. And also, again, this Angela in the hands of Leonel at the moment could be flexed in the roam position as well as mid lane. So I would say they're probably looking to slot this Angela in the mid lane, get a little bit more of a tanky boy in the front with the roam position. Probably a Tigreal would do really well. but their jungler's gotta be a physical damage dealer. If not, they're looking for maybe even the alpha, unless they ban it out. So the Luke is being taken off the table. You wanted to see the Gatot Kacha, but they banned it out. The Hylo's being banned off as well, which works really well with the Suyo. And now for the final ban, I think they need to take down a gold laner possibly. But let's be honest, which gold laner kind of beats the Herod? Moskov.
True. Moskov. At least you have that fast clear
Nolan.
potential up against the Harith. Yeah.
Nolan.
Because if you don't want to go up to hit
Nolan.
For a banner
I'm saying because Infinity can pick a Nolan right here. Absolutely really good in the jungle for them. Goes well against the Suyo. Fast farms, can go in, fracture, get Rainbow Sicilian out. They banned the Moskov. I think they're playing for a Nolan right now because the only problem Nolan can have is against the 1v1 Moskov who likes to split push. So now Infinity covering all their bases, looking really strong. And guess what? DreamHack's read into it as well. And now ban out the Cho, knowing that Infinity need a physical damage dealer. That's probably going to be an assassin because they need that burst. They don't have any sort of physical damage whatsoever.
Nolan would be a very good pick, as you said. And for the EXP, you gotta go with a tanky boy. Since you're facing up with like pickup potentials, an Edith or a Glue should be good here. Or you want to go aggressive with the Hilda, but it just provides vision. You don't have a stun here.
Oh
and
no!
A Ling is picked up and a Khalid. Wow. Okay, I didn't expect a Ling because yes, as what Kuro said, Nolan fits very well. But the Khalid though is still okay for DreamHack's marksman carry for V2. If you want to bring up the an Irithel is still open though.
They go for the carry though. I think they.
Yeah, you go for
you got
comfort.
some. It's not. Yeah, V2 did perform really well on that carry, right? It's a comfort pick, and we saw that as well. It's one of his stronger heroes in this hero pool that we saw earlier before getting into the draft. But I think Irithel might have just been a little better, but the burst potential in the late game might just not be enough. And again, carry is a single target hero, but they do have the Sicilian to clear out the wave. So fitting the bracket so far, DreamHack, I'm not really sure about this Ling, the Angel-Ling combo. Can't believe we're looking at that in MPL LATAM Season 3.
I mean, I'm excited to see, because like, it's so flexible. You can go with the Ling, you can go up with the Baksha. It just fits very, very well. Or you just want to support in with Doom. So let's see how it goes between these two teams. Will it be a 2-0 or it will finally equalize and bring us to game number 3? Because of course, entering in MPL LATAM Season 3, Week 3, Day 1, still a beat. And can't wait to see how the match goes. Team Infinity versus DreamHack with me, Faye, and also Kronos still reporting for duty with the early engage like that. It's just so aggressive for now.
Yeah, I think this game, if last game was a bit passive and took until late game, I think both teams are looking to end this early. You don't want Link to hit his power spike. You do not want Sicilian to do the same. So Rainbow and ZZ, the late game carries for this one, making sure both teams trying to end it early. We saw their emblems earlier. Nothing crazy, nothing out of the ordinary. ZZ on that war cry, so definitely wants to dish out a lot more damage.
You know, from DreamHack's composition, I'm kinda how do I want to say it? Cause like I kind of feel like a bit heavy for them. Like I kind of have a little bit of doubt because they want to try to enter in for right now. This is still just poking so far.
It's more than poking right now. First blood already secured, and now ZZ was. It's just the fact that he got the Lethal Wanderer a little bit earlier, right? Because that level 4 hit, but Aurora with the Suyo, even though he had the level 3 power spike, was caught between a rock and a hard place.
Heck, that's a cute recall. Okay, for DreamHack again, that little doubt of mine. Kind of want to feel that it's just so heavy on Aurora right now. Early, it's just all on him. Because you get the Sicilian, you have to carry. It's just really, really late. the question is, how do you drag it till that late? Because you know what? The first turtle is so far for Team Infinity guarding in.
Nice knock-up, Sanguine Claws as well, but at the same time, you can see the Suyo stealing away the turtle. Tempest Blades comes through. Dominic will have to run away. Very well played from Aurora, able to steal that turtle right under the nose of ZZ. But guess what? Blink right now hits that level 4. He's looking for that Way of the Dragon. Hard guard coming through on towards ZZ. And I think he didn't want to pull. He actually pulled the trigger as well, but he doesn't have the knockup right now. Blink, I'm not really sure what he was thinking. He just sacrificed himself for the betterment of the team.
Collateral damage from through all of that trade forming up from DreamHack. So far, it's just going head-to-head to them, but on top, V2. Oh no.
V2.
It's quite
I'm not
bold
sure
to
what he
see
was
a carry
thinking.
like that. Ooh. Yeah. And Dom is just dancing here and there. I think there's a problem that they need to dissect a bit. So again, fair play is the only way to play. So guys, for you guys who are just watching, wait, be patient. We are at our comfort of our home. So while you guys are watching too, our players will be dealing with that too. So, wow. Talking about this, draft for game number 2. Kronos, which side do you like more? Even though I know both sides have great picks, but again, I have my little doubt on DreamHack's lineup for this time.
I like DreamHack's lineup more than Infinity just because of that Ling. Ling is a really good hero. Split push, burst damage, late game, assassin, can fly in, clean up. Basically, he's the cleanup crew, right? With the Angela present as well. Really good. But in this current meta, I kind of find it hard for Lings to actually be able to win, because you saw in that turtle fight, he was the level higher to the Suyo, to Aurora, but still missed out on the Retribution, because the Soul Sever Retribution combo is just way too much. And now, if he loses out on the first turtle by being a level ahead, when it comes to the Lord, if it's a 50-50, I don't know. It looks like Aurora's going to be the one coming out on top, because the Suyo just does wonders. So that's why I'm leaning in towards DreamHack a little bit. But seems like they've been having issues since game number 1, right? We saw a couple of pauses come out earlier in game number 1 and now game number 2 as well. And we did see Cho. I'm not really sure if that was the case. He made a blunder, was walking straight towards his, his death kind of being collateral damage. Same thing with V2 as well on the top side. The draft, if you ask me, Vey, definitely looking strong for DreamHack. But, hey, anything can turn around.
Of course, looking at what will going to happen in the game, of course, we gotta talk about our predictions though. All this time from week 1 till week 2, we're just keep on talking about like at the back of the scene, at our chat group with our producers, and we finally now have an assets of heading to DreamHack 2-0 from both of us. At least, Kronos, at least we're both on the same page. So I'm not fighting for you or this.
Oh my god, I was just like, hey, we were both predicting DreamHack, right? Because we've seen what they did in the earlier stages of course, MPL LATAM Season 3. We saw round 1, round 2, round 3. For us both to get 2-0 towards DreamHack, and honestly, Infinity taking game number 1 is just like, hey, nope, you're not going to get your prediction right this time. So,
it's a
I kind of a slap in the face from...
But you know what? It's fair share. It's fair share. It's okay. We're in this together, Kronos. We're in this.
we're in this together right now. Fair enough, of course, for them. Seems like DreamHack are not having a good day, not having a good start. First game ended up being 25 minutes long. Game number 2 seems like they're having some issues internally, of course. Only time will tell what it is. And their draft is looking solid. I'm not gonna lie, they have a really good late game draft, with the presence of the Sicilian and the carry. They have the early game bridge from that Suyo, looking to bridge it with that Cho in the mid game. And if I'm not wrong, their EXP laner, who was it? They kind of remind me. I have the memory of a goldfish. Oh, the Badang. So yes, so they have the early game presence with the Badang as well. So level 4s were really strong, and we saw them execute that level 4 power spikes, right? And in that first turtle especially. But now is just looking like this bridge that they need to bridge the gap between the early game and the late game, at least till the 10th minute mark. The Cho has a lot of work to put in, alongside, of course, Aurora in the jungle.
Again, what I've talked about, my little doubt from that game, is just so heavy on Aurora though. So let's see how he carries the team, because probably after this he'll feel like, oh, my back feels either heavy or light after this game. But you know what is light, what is very, very light for all of our viewers here, to just type in and grab your skin codes right now, because it is up. It is 08MOXGQF7. Go grab it quite fast before Kronos does, because he is kind of in the zone right now, trying to redeem it as fast as you guys. And this is open for our global viewers, especially on the English stream. We have 6 codes total for 2 weeks. So guys, go grab it, go see it, go redeem it before Kronos does, because you know what? It wasn't his luck last week of getting like tickets, some dust. But today, no luck, Kronos. What do you get?
I got 6 magic dust. I got 6 magic dust.
You get more dust. You get more dust. Damn. Okay.
I got 6 magic dust.
It's
I'm
okay.
crying right now.
It's okay, Kronos. It's still something. Because at least you don't get the broom to dust with the to clean up the dust.
Hey, but you know who's looking for the broom though? Infinity. I'll be honest. I think after getting the 1-0, they're looking to sweep the series by making it 2-0, unless DreamHack say otherwise. Because the two of us here, with our prediction, like you saw earlier, we expected DreamHack to sweep. But guess what? Turns out wrong in game number 1, in fact. And just goes to show that how well prepared Infinity were for this series.
And our predictions are by data from what happened the weeks before. So if ever you guys are talking about, hey, talent predictions are going on the other side, so at least it won't fire back to our faces. It's a typo. Nah, I'm joking, guys. Of course, we opted out on DreamHack on how they performed in week 1 and week 2. It was just so well. And again, the key of these 2 games, the key of these 2 teams is how you drag it to the late game. So, even though it's very heavy on Aurora from what we've talked about before, so kind of want to see what their strategy is. Because, you know what?
Yeah.
Let's see our keys to victory by Bonox for DreamHack. Because, you know what?
Yeah.
Check. Bring more comfort heroes to the mid laner and the draft. Phoveus or Lucas can be good for EXP picks against the opponent and put more pressure in the early game that can also bring a snowball effect. Last one was supposed to be a check, but it's kind of a hard fight for them right now. But Aurora gets the first hurdle. I still say it's a good sign.
It is a good sign, but you know, looking at the keys to victory by Bonoxes, DreamHack have not really followed that, have they? They've not slotted the Phoveus or the Lucas in the EXP lane. They're looking to go a little more CC. I think what the keys to victory also mean here with Phoveus and Lucas, not exactly those particular heroes, but the style of play that they bring in, soaking up a lot of damage, being in the midst of these team fights as long as possible. That is what they want to do. And opting otherwise and going for something like a Badang that provides a lot more CC, something like a Hilda that is looking to chase the opposition down, and you're not going to be having a lot of AoE control in these team fights, and you're not going to be sustaining long enough. And that's what DreamHack's key to victories was supposed to be, and not following that kind of, you know, puts that big question like, hey, why aren't you guys understanding what you need to do to win? Of course. And I think Vey, that has been that second point should have been a really important thing that DreamHack should have considered.
And even though the Lucas was banned out, again, there was still the focus open. If you guys want to focus on the hero picks, but just from we're talking about overall on how the typical hero plays out, I do agree with Kronos on how they will execute. With a draft like that for DreamHack should be able to go head to head with Infinity's flashy picks, flashy plays, like prioritize the gold laner that work well around. Again, it happened in game number 1. Doom was just so well guarded. He was just so free using that Harith. And again, be careful with the assassin picks, especially heroes going to the backline. Infinity, they got to check that third point though for this second game, you know, picking up the Ling. I know it wasn't the best power hero for you, for your pick, but it can jump into the backline, at least get the Sicilian, or even targeting onto the carry. And you know what? Third checklist on the side of Infinity, prioritize growth lanes, comfort picks, and draft for mid to late. So far, that's another good pick on the Harith. Repeated again from game number 1. So it's a 2 out of 3 for DreamHack. It's a 3 out of 3 for Infinity. It's a matter of execution, yes, but it finally sounded out well.
Yeah, and mainly it's letting that Harith go, right? Because we know how strong of a pick Harith can be in the meta, especially in the hands of someone who has been playing it for quite some time. And this Harith is absolutely nasty in the gold lane and just doing so much damage, and understanding that it's a mid to late game hero and it being one of the keys to victory for Infinity as well goes to show that they came in well prepared. So it's just gonna be a really, really difficult one for them to actually come out on top of for the side of DreamHack. But of course, at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, seems like DreamHack have got that resolved, and now we are back into the game. As you see, V2 bites the dust as ZZ trying to invade along with Fanboy. Oh no! Way of the Dragon
Blink.
catching him off guard with the flicker as well. They go in ZZ with the Tempest of Blaze. That was a really aggressive coming out from DreamHack, and they pick up the kill on towards Lionel.
Nice trigger actually in the early game. So DreamHack is just slowly gaining back that gold, what they've lost, getting back all of the objectives that they could have gotten, and kind of run a race up with Infinity's Grove. But V2 just take it down like that. But on the other hand, revenge though.
Could be that they're trying, and this is the power of a Ling in your team, right? And an Angela. 2 ultimates that can kind of get you across the map quite easily. And let's not forget the Baxia being present with the Khalid. Oh my god, this team is about to be rotation extreme.
And since they know they have that potential, they've made it work in game number 1, it would be easier to play out in game number 2. Like right here, Blink is picked out again.
Oh, you can see Doom dropping the Zaman Force. Blink actually able to make it out and gets the G Kundo knockup, but the Fanboy flickers forward, and right now Rainbow seems like to be the target. But here comes the Fist Crack combo. Too little, too late, though. Looks like Black didn't get the memo. But guess what? Double kill in the hands of Fanboy, and Doom picked up one for himself as well. Meanwhile, V2 trying to dish out the damage and get some gold from the top side turret shield.
And it wasn't even forced, because you know what? It's a fast rotation going up on top. You gotta go back. Ooh, missed out prediction. He was just right at the middle. Wow, he was the one recalling, but I was the one in shock because there's a kick coming in.
Yeah, he went in way of the dragon already, but you can see Blink right now in the thick of it. Might get taken down. Yes, he does, thanks to the Zaman Forces drop down, but Rainbow caught off guard once again. The full dive composition of Infinity coming into play. They get him a double. Now 5-0-2 on a Herod. 6 minutes, less than 6 minutes into the game. You know he's gonna spell trouble.
Ooh. Okay, for Doom, it's just them funneling gold into him right now. It's not even on the agenda of dragging into the late game, because you got that early gain for now on. We're talking about even the items. You get the Feather Airstrike, you get the Starlium Sight. It's just a template. I wouldn't say template. It's a starting build up for an assassin type of Harris. You can just burst everyone down during into that, and since you got the feather, because you can generate a lot of attack speeds coming in from there, so it would be a very good time to just pop in that Synchro Fusion coming in there. And with the Curse Helmet brought up from Dominic, it'll just be so good to just like, you know what, I'm happy fronting anyways, because since I am here, everybody's shield will kind of go down from the physical and also the magical side. So from DreamHack, I feel like since all of that happened in the early game in just under 6 minutes, they're just trying to pull everything down on what they usually do best. You know what? Let's just revert on what we do best. Let's just drag into the late game. But since if you want to drag it on, question is, who would you prioritize? You want to give that to V2 or you want to give that to Rainbow?
Ooh, but guess what? Right now, they don't care. They want to give it towards Doom, and that is that hard guard. And guess what? He gets another kill, 6-0-2, while they secure the turtle as well. ZZ making moves around the map with the rest of Infinity moving together as a unit. But, oh, Blink tried to go for the way of the dragon, flickered as well, kind of missed out on the combo, and now that would kind of be a problem to the confidence of DreamHack. Infinity 10-2. 3K ahead, definitely in the driver's seat.
Ooh, they are taking the lead. They are taking that steering wheel, steering the game through their favor. And since Team Infinity was just so well executed, even I got a call from that. I was just waiting for a good moment there down at the bottom lane, but on top though, they just managed to take one turret down.
Yeah, they take a turret, but you can see they take a whole lane from the top side of
DreamHack,
of course, Infinity. Yeah, Infinity definitely the aggressors on this one. And they're controlling the map a lot more compared to DreamHack, and that's thanks to the draft that they went in with. The early game is what they needed, as we saw the first half of the draft, and they put that Khalid, which has become an absolute threat, and right now seems like they are looking to buy some time, waiting for the right opportunity. And to be fair, Blink hasn't really hit a stride as a Cho, has he?
So far, the kicks was okay. The target selection was there, but the execution and finishing by DreamHack, it's kind of a little bit late. So you gotta pick that pace up. You gotta try to find new ways on executing. But so far I wouldn't say 100% misses, but you gotta make it count on the way that is crucial right now.
Yep, it's gotta count, especially when the neutral objective is up, which is the Lord, and is being burst down quite easily. There's no possible way for DreamHack to contest. The Lord will be marching down the top side. It's just a matter of time to see if Infinity will try and get all the tier 2s, possibly an inhibitor as well.
Right now, I don't think it's just the presence or even the pressure from Team Infinity made DreamHack kind of question on what should they do next, because you know what, it's just invade after invade.
Oh, ZZ caught off guard, gets taken down, and now without the presence of ZZ, I think the Lord marching on the top side, a little bit more breathing room for DreamHack, but they did lose up a lot of skills, of course, even the flicker from Rainbow. Lionel also used up his flicker on the top side, but they buy themselves enough time. You can see on the bot side, they clear out 2 turrets as well. Lord still full HP. This slow push is doing really well for Infinity because ZZ is just back up online. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Another pause being requested. Seems like someone is having some problems, of course, and we want to make sure that we give no unfair advantage to any team or any player. So at the moment, whenever teams request for a pause is provided. Referees know what to do. So don't start going crazy in the chat saying pause meta and all that stuff. That's not how it works. But right now, the game has been going steadily for Infinity, right?
And so far, it's quite
Infinity.
good. Again, for DreamHack, the question is, what's next? I kind of want to know and probably one day can hear their comms, because I kind of want to see on how they delegate or who popped up ideas of like, what's next? Let's do this. What's the initiate? What's the call? What's the shot call from our players? Like the way of thinking. Sometimes I really like to do that because it kind of puts into perspective on how they think, on how they try to execute it, and try to understand the game better. So I kind of like watching those comms coming in, even though there are some moments that we've seen in live streams from other regions. It's just funny comms of like our players singing or them joking around or somehow having a rap battle way before the game. So it's just fun here and there. So whatever the reason is, or whatever type of comms that you go through, remember communication. Just need to get it all out. Just need to have fun with it, because while talking about it, you gotta talk about the game too.
Yeah, I think it's important to talk about the game as well, because it kind of puts, like you mentioned, puts into perspective their thought process and what exactly was the shot call made at that particular time, because there are multiple targets they can go after, especially playing like a pickoff hero like Cho for the side of DreamHack. And at the same time, they have the hard guard that could be usable at any single time. And so, as you can see in the professional scene, like MPLs, like MPL LATAM Season 3, the hard guard doesn't come away until the very last second where it's absolutely needed, right? And I think these small differences in the shot calls go a long way. And that's why for us as casters and analysts analyzing the game while listening to their shot call, you understand their thought process, which is very important. But also what is important is drafting. And DreamHack have drafted well. Execution just hasn't been there so far. So just looking to see how they're looking to take it to that next step. To be honest, it's not looking good for them unless they can carry down to like 15 minutes or 18 minutes. At this point, I would say a little further 15, just because of how fast Doom has become online with the kills that he's got.
For me, I think it's 18 minutes at least, because you have the Sicilian and also the carry combo, and I've talked about it in match before the pause, before this little break. Who do you choose? Who do you prioritize so you can later carry on? Because you can't prioritize both players, because one needs stacks, one needs golds and item. So kind of want to know who they prioritize. So let's see. In the Land of Dawn, again,
Blink.
because Remax is just following up with a pick. Ooh.
No, he didn't actually commit. He didn't use the Way of the Dragon just yet. Right now, caught in no man's land. Has to flicker out as well. So not looking good for the side of DreamHack. No engage coming in from them. The Lord is there on the top side, crashing through as well. Gets burst down instantly. But guess what? All the tier 2s are taken down. And Infinity have got what they were looking for.
And so far from Team Infinity, they're just coming in strong. All of their lanes are just so well guarded because you have the lane. Of course, CZ is not on the Suyo, and with the POD right now, it's gonna hurt even though you're putting up on the lane. So far, no big moments or like executions coming from the lane, but since you know what, fast and high mobility, you gotta give all of those extra bonuses and buffs for Doom. I'm just gonna go clear up at the far lane. I'm just gonna go entry here and there. So at least you have that benefit coming up from Infinity because DreamHack V2 is not playing on the Moscow, so it would still have a greater potential for Team Infinity. And whoa, an initiation. Can't believe a Raging Sandstorm was used for poking.
Hey, why not, right? At this point, they can really expend the abilities. And the Raging Sandstorm doesn't really have that long of a cooldown. Right now, it should probably be around 25, 28, maybe 35 seconds at the max. But they're dominating so far and so hard in the map that they don't even have to worry about it.
But you know what? Since you have that benefit, don't let it get into your head because you know what? Right now, it's just entering moment.
Oh, and yes it is, and Droop drops down the Zaman Force, but at the same time you can see Tempest of Blades going up, and at the same time the hard guard being present. The damage dealers have been the target for the start of Infinity, and yes, they take down Rainbow with V2 as well. And that is well played from Infinity, knowing whom to target, knowing whom to take down, and when to take them down as well, converting that into a neutral objective, which is this Lord, even zoning out Aurora, who is not having a good game. And now Infinity secured this easy peasy lemon squeezy, and I think should be looking for the end at the moment.
It would be an end angle here for Team Infinity after that Lord of Burgers, because we're talking about how those minions are just piled up on the top and also the bottom lane. So finally, the split pushing method, it's just working so well from Team Infinity, finally. So we're talking about overall the right moments coming in. You gotta be very careful with it though. Sure, you have those flashy utilities. You can just come in with the fist crack and also the fist break. But Team Infinity is just ready to just respond with those fast hands by Fanboy, even getting that immortality up so that Doom can just jump in with the hard guard helping. Again, it is not a good sight for DreamHack, but they really gotta protect their turrets right now.
Yes, that's what they got to do, but the Lord is looking quite healthy. Inhibitor already taken down. Rainbow has the range. He is kiting and dishing out the damage, but guess what? ZZ doesn't want to dive in just yet. He creates a separation, goes in. Tempest of Blades is there, but at the same time, Black try to create an opportunity, and yes, he does with the fist break, fist crack combo. Zaman Force was dropped down, but guess what? They trade V2 for Fanboy. The damage not going to be present from DreamHack, and now without the wave pressure, looks like DreamHack are actually able to defend.
Okay, quite well. Quite good high ground defense that you brought up by DreamHack. Because you got Rainbow, you got V2. So at least you can still play around with that. But again, finally dragging in to almost a 15-minute. And even with do so, finally the Holy Trinity item is up for V2. But for the Sicilian, you just got in that going on. You get that lantern. I suggest you should rush for the Divine Glaive, so at least you have the meltdown potential there. Or is that going up to a Holy Crystal? So let's see, either one is also good, but I prefer the Divine Glaive. And again, so far because of this, I see DreamHack, they are trying to funnel into 2 people all at once. Ooh.
Yeah, I think they're doing that to the best of their abilities, right? Because they know they need Rainbow as well as V2. V2 to chunk them down when they are super tanky, of course, which is Dominic and Fanboy. And also need Rainbow to scale up as fast as possible. We are 15 minutes past into the game. And I think you're right, Wei, when you mentioned that they need to at least get to the 18th minute. Because that's when DreamHack are going to start hurting. 7,000 gold lead in this favor of Infinity. But it could change around in just a kick. But they need to bait out Doom's Purify first. Conceal
play
through. Oh, Doom is the target. As you can see, instantly they go for it. Zaman Force drop down. Hard guard is present as well. And instantly they burst him down. Double kill in the hands of V2. And that is what I was talking about earlier. They need to bait out the Purify. And guess what? They didn't care. They went for the 5-man collapse on towards him. Out of position. He paid the price.
And you know what? There's still Dominic and Fanboy guarding in that Lord because they are still handling on ZZ's retribution power. Link can also just come in and swoop in, getting that retribution on point. But here, Rainbow, be the main target. Okay, Reggie says Storm just stand out. Rainbow down, leaving 4 people.
Yeah, Rainbow is down, 4 people up. And that was really well played from ZZ, right? Timing that Tempest of Blades to ultimate perfection. And now Rainbow 145 on a Sicilian. And they had the advantage. But like you mentioned, Dominic and Fanboy was just zoning them away from the Lord. And DreamMax will have to sacrifice another Lord. But to be honest, they do have the item power spikes now to kind of defend.
But we're looking so far, 2 turrets down, top and middle, there's no more. And they sadly gotta go back because you know what, there are minions coming in, there's no turrets holding it up. So DreamX was just caught in a dilemma in the midst of it. Like, you want the Lord, it's a 3v5, should be okay, but you know what, once one is down, let's just go back. No Rainbow, no damage, because DreamX, you just gotta find a moment where you can just clear all of this up.
Yeah, you can see Hard Guard prioritizing Doom. Zaman Force dropped down, but a little too early. Right now, the Hard Guard comes through as well. The Way of the Dragon not being used just yet. The Lord already being melted down. The damage is online, but he goes into the back line with the Tempest of Blades. Vito with the Wind of Nature, able to survive and burst them down, but the Lord is taken down as well. With the base Crystal Infinity. Doom was targeting that, and guess what? Able to pick up the victory. Getting both our predictions wrong. Infinity sweep the game 2-0.
2-0 for Team Infinity. I guess me and Kronos have an anti-day for game 1. So we're talking about overall things here, and lots of highlights that we could see, lots of things that we could have talked about in and during the drafts, but so far again, execution wise, Infinity, they're just on top of their game. Even leading up till the last minute of the game, they're still able to create the 7,000 gold lead, and they're just able to, hey, you know what, let's just zone out, let's just focus in. They know what they want, they know what to do. So even up until the end, I was just on the edge of my seat thinking that would the Harith be down? Would the Angela be down? Because they are both down into their last bar of HP and also tanking that turret base damage. But since, you know what, Doom, you got all of your items, you know, you hurt very, very much, dishing out a lot of that synchrovision, and it's time to end. It's time to end. And even leading up to this, you can actually try to see it. Even though DreamX, they got a good combo in that fist break and also fist crack, but sadly it was just let roamed free so well. Even up until now, even though they tried targeting on Doom and also Lionel, it didn't went very, very well because they weren't able to drag out to that late game, as we were talking about, like around 15 to the 18th minute mark. And since it wasn't dragged out as late as I thought it would, plus Rainbow was turned down during the last Lord fight. I think that was the crucial moment where just Infinity, yeah, it's my moment. Never mind, it's mine. So they could just go in.
Yeah, and nobody was checking on Doom, right? At that last part, he was just dancing around in the land of Dawn, free hitting. That's the thing. Why would you let a Harith free hit? And I think it just came down to the draft. Two games, they kind of had Doom given the Harith 2 games in a row, while he's the strongest goal laner in the current meta. So DreamMax not having a good start for this week, of course, and now that means it's a victory towards Infinity. 2-0 nonetheless, so definitely proving a point and making a statement also.
And proving us wrong.
Yes, proving us wrong.
It's okay. It's still game match 1. We've had an amazing game also talking about all of this. With the emblems on hand, which Kronos already mentioned. Also, in the first entering into the second game, it was coming out so well from both sides of the team. It was an 18-minute mark. It was the end for DreamHack Infinity. They just know what they've done. What should have they done also on how they executed, on how they played it, and how they waited actually on the badong, or probably from the choke, kicking with the way of the dragon, or probably the fist crack fist break combo. It was just weighted so well, even though it's only a Baksha and also the Khalid, you kind of can count it as a semi tank, but they're still able to sustain through all of that, because you know what, they have Lionel present with the Angela, can help in ZZ and can help in Doom at any time at all, as long as the Hargot is up. It's just a done deal for Team Infinity. And wow, with 3 Lords secure and none to the hand of DreamHack, this is just a way huge gap for Team Infinity.
Yeah, it was too difficult for DreamHack to get back into it, right? And having a late game composition as well, not just not working out. The Cho was a good pick, but just didn't see it. We just didn't see it work as much as we'd like for it too. And you could see the domination coming in from the side of Infinity, because they've gotten all their turrets, lost only 2, got all 3 of the Lords, got 2 turtles. I think, what more can we say? Infinity definitely are ahead in this game, ahead in the first game, taking the series, sweeping their opposition, and goes to show how much damage Doom did as well. About 72%. I mean, 79% participation as well. Just being in and around all over the map, even more than the Angela.
And wow, throughout the draft, we thought that, can this lane work or not? Can this be executed or not? Because we've seen that how Kronos liked the DreamHack composition. I liked it too if they're able to match up to the late game. But you know what? At the end of the day, you gotta give it to the Harith. No Granger danger in the highlights. It's just Doom on the Harith, and Forever Wise be powerful with that solo pick off in the early, with all of those kills funneled into him with a 502 KDA in the early game under the 6th minute. It was just an amazing day for Doom to actually just accumulate a lot of those double kills in the early, and even a monster kill here on the highlight, and even leading up to the late and the last moment where they need to push. We gotta utilize it all quite well from Doom. You can just free hit that turret. Nobody was just focused on him anymore, because you know what? He's too far at the back. No one can reach it. And it's just a lot of things that DreamHack have on their plate. You gotta finish up that Lord. You gotta defend your base. Everybody is just everywhere at that point. And since, you know what? One of Infinity's keys to victory: create space for the comfort of your GOAT laner. They've managed to do that. Game 1, Game 2 is just a clear done deal for them.
Yeah, I think it was definitely them playing towards their key to victory, but unfortunate for DreamHack, they were not able to. And of course, Infinity playing to their strengths with their keys to victory, like you mentioned, were able to pick up the victory. So proving us wrong a little bit. Hopefully the next prediction doesn't go that way, because I want the next prediction at least for us to get for us to get there. But of course, the MVP being Doom on that Harith. 2 games in a row. Absolute beast with that Harith. And right now, just looking at how it's gone apart, I would like to see how the table has progressed, right? I would like to see how far and how each team will be going through. Because I think right now with that victory, if I'm not wrong, do Infinity get in towards the qualified stage already, like in towards the 2nd place?
Looking at the bracket, they should secure a top spot for them. But later in the day, we can just keep up with the updates and the graphics, so our viewers can also see will it directly go to the knockout stage or they just secure a good spot for them on top. And talking about overall on how Infinity and GMAX just flipped our expectations for today. Next match though, the one you've been waiting for, Entity 7 versus Alpha 7. And I kind of want to see, probably there will be a poll for our friends who are watching here and are the English stream. Will you guys think Infinity 7 will win or it's Alpha 7 would win? Because you know what? It's a battle of the sevens. So let's see.
Yeah, I think definitely the battle of the sevens might not really sure how it's gonna be. That's the most important one that will decide the fate of a few teams going in later on. That's the game that kind of decides if tomorrow we're gonna have 2 matches displayed or just 1. Of course, Entity 7 at the moment, I don't think they've won. They've won only the first series that they played against Corinthians. After that, they've never really pulled off a victory until they met DreamMax. And now they are in about the 2-1 bracket while they're going against Alpha 7, who have won just their most recent match against Malvinas Gaming. Lost out on the first 2. But the most recent match they had against Malvinas Gaming, they came in all guns blazing, right? With that 3-0 in the best of 5. Oh my goodness. They were absolutely dominating. And now the momentum on the side of Alpha 7. Will Entity 7 actually be able to kind of get that, get that momentum swung back in their favor? So I'm not really sure. So only time will tell. But in the meantime, Vey, do you want to take a look at our predictions?
Ooh. Okay. It's different. It's different for you and me.
You first. Why?
Okay.
Why 2-1?
I still have hope. I still have hope. Cause you know what? Cause Entity 7 performed so well in week 1 and week 2. They secured 2 matches instead of Alpha 7, finally rising up, breaking the curse of the top dog of like the main team curse from all of MPL regions, apparently. Almost though. But again, since Entity 7 they performed quite well in the previous matches, I really hope that it kind of goes into the game tree. So even though I think that Alpha 7 could rise up to the occasion because of what happened last match. How about you, Kronos? 2-0. Why?
Hey, my prediction was 2-0 because Alpha 7 have come out absolutely all guns blazing in that last BO5 3-0 against Malvinas Gaming. And not only did they do it like in a tight game, but they did it in such a dominating fashion. And off who? Every single individual that you're looking on the screen right now, folks, played a big part. Tekashi in the EXP lane, King Zilla in the jungle, Syndra in the mid lane, Vagin leading the charge from the roam position, and of course, oh my goodness, Gusta Lagusta in the goal lane. He's done it all. And I think if you want to place your bets, it's probably going to be all your eggs in that basket, because you can take a look at their player stats. Tekashi likes to play the high-lows in the EXP. Kingzilla so far has been going for that Nolan. Syndra likes the high ground mages with like the Sicilian. Vagin, of course, that pick-off hero. He played the Cho, he plays the Jawhead, and Gusta Lagusta has an arsenal, a big bag of tricks.
And since we've seen how Vagin just shined so well with the new additional team member from last week, you kind of want to see how Tekashi sets up and also go head-to-head with Vagin with that Jawhead. But let's not forget, since Alpha 7 is just ready with a hot take lineup, let's see who will go head-to-head with them from the side of Entity 7 with the same lineup from the weeks before. There's Marquinho, Ergaru, Chai, Joelsinho, and also Shiv ready to take on the fight. And with these players showing their faces with this lineup, ooh, I might say during the drafting phase, it would be spicy because the typical heroes that they are going to play, the typical setups they're going to go head to head, it will be kind of the same because you know what, Marquinho and Joelsinho, they're both are just the Ho brothers, the Senior brothers, I might say. They played in and initiated so well with it's not as aggressive as the Jawhead, but with the front and also AoE CC type of heroes that they can just go in with a team fight, with Shiv on the Harith also, and with Che controlling that area, prioritizing probably a Yi or a Farsha could actually work. And with Garu coming in fashionably late as always, but becomes a very good finisher. You've seen him shine so well using Fanny, and it just goes pretty well. With this team head-to-head, same as before, we're comparing both sides of the gold laners. You see Gusa and Shiv. Again, similar heroes, similar things can be brought up between two of these players. But, ooh, numbers-wise, it would be kind of the same, but I do understand why damage per minute and also Lord control rate would be higher on the side of Shiv because, yeah, he's been prioritizing playing on the Granger, on the Bruno, and also the Harith. Even the Moskov performed just so well for them. So, can't wait on how they try to play it out, which heroes they would ban out, and I think if they prioritize banning out the Harith, there would be a potential that Kalia will show up in match number 2.
Ooh, I forgot Kalia is still there, right? Could be a big game changer. But Alpha 7 are one of the teams that have momentum. I said 2-0 just because they have momentum. It could be 2-1. Like you said, if Garu gets his hands on that assassin like the Fanny that you mentioned, he can also sweep and kind of turn the game around. They like to play that 4-1 composition, the 4-1 strat on their side. But what Alpha 7 need to do to get their victory, we will find out, because the keys to victory right now being brought in soon enough. Of course, that was DreamHack that were there playing the game before. But guess what? They didn't know how to stick to their keys to victory. That's why Infinity took it. So will Alpha 7 stick to their keys to victory? As you can see, they look for a team fight composition with the jungler with mobility, as we've seen, because Kingzilla likes to go on towards get that split going, and Gusta Lagusta likes to be in these team fights. In this new patch, the gold lane is doing well with Granger. It could be a good focus in the draft. Granger danger, you want to see it in the Land of Dawn, especially in the hands of Gusta Lagusta. We saw it last week. Oh my god, an absolute treat. We saw about 3 or 4 Granger MVPs. So far today, 2 MVPs by the Harith. So Harith is also still good. The best Harith as proclaimed by Gabriel, the analyst, of course, in the entirety of MPL LATAM. And also with Cho or Jawhead in the rotation, play aggressively in the early game. Bagin likes to play those pick-off heroes way. We know all of these things, right? We already know this. But do their opposition, do Entity 7 know this as well? That's the big question.
Because like Alpha 7, they checked all of those lists coming up from what happened in the best of 5 series before we've seen. But let's not forget that Entity 7, they also have their keys to victory by Bonox, because they also need to win. But what are those things that they need to tick off their list? Because, you know, first up, you gotta pick heroes in the EXP lane who can benefit from matchups against tankier heroes. Yeah, looking at Vaguin's typical of pick-off, like a Jawhead or even a Cho. Even you see it's a typical fighter thing, they are also still tanky. And beware of the opposing jungle split push in the mid game. Yes, eyes on the jungler, of
King.
course. And keep making the jungle comfortable during the draft. You gotta prioritize on what you need for Garu. Because you've seen him perform very well in those assassin types of heroes instead of the fighters. Same as what Chrono said before, Alpha so far, even though it's a good pick, somehow most of these junglers don't want to go head-to-head aggressive just as they're playing their high mobility, fast-moving, typical assassins that you wanna bring up. And since you know what, it's Garu, you gotta respect the Fanny though, I might say.
I was gonna say, yeah, you gotta respect this Fanny, and also I like how they pointed out you gotta pick EXP lane heroes that do well against tanky heroes, and the only one instantly that popped into my mind is CC. So CC, or the Chi-Chi as they call it, the performer, is kind of the hero that they'll be looking to pick out, right? Entity 7. And oh my goodness, the audience prediction, those 70% in the favor of the Peruvian Giants, and Alpha 7, 30%. Looks like we're against the crowd way here tonight.
Ooh, okay. Oh my goodness. Will it be an anti-day for the both of us?
Hey, I'll be honest, I feel like the 70% should be coming in from something, right? I think it's coming from the fact that they have a big fan following, regardless of the fact that Gusta Lagusta and also King have played in multiple tournaments, international level, with like the M Series and the MSC as well. But Entity 7 seems to have more of a homegrown fan base, I would say. So that could be the difference maker. But also, they have the fans who believe in Entity 7. Unfortunately for them, the casters kind of don't. This is go opposite. But you ask me why 2-0 as well? You know, of course, as talents, we like to see fast-paced games too. So 2-0 definitely in the favor of Alpha 7 is what I predicted. You predicted 2-1. Well, hey, I stole a page out of your book there, didn't I? Just a feather out of your hat. So, you know what? You see what I did there?
You stole it up, huh?
Hey, I found an opportunity. Why not?
Slip it in whenever you can, of course. And talking about slipping things in, if Alpha 7 gets to win this, that means a 2 series of best of 5 series will be brought up for tomorrow's game. So, if the fans are correct, we will only have 1 series tomorrow. So, I gotta wait that out. So, let's see, because we are in the drafting phase for game number 1. Fanny, Phobius, of course, respect from the side of Entity 7. Let's just close it off, says Alpha 7. And on the other hand, Kalia. Ooh, we just won't let that out of their sight. And even Yi, respect, of course. Wow, it's just all turned away from Syndra.
Yeah, I think at the moment, Yi, one of the strongest mid laners in the current meta, being banned out. Don't want to give that in the hands of Syndra, who is looking to make plays, right? Because Alpha 7 like to move as a unit, especially the synergy between Syndra and Vagine has been so constantly shown in the entirety of this MPL Season 3. But it's just a big difference maker.
For right now, looking at the Khalid, just closed off by Alpha 7. Entity 7, they can opt out another hero that they can just pick up. Because, you know what, since it's a global verbal ban, that chip, you can't use it. So at least they have the free slot to just close in on another hero. So they don't need to worry for like fast-pacing games from Alpha 7 or like any teleportation-wise. Because you know what, last ban still focused on Syndra. Let's just close off the Chusen. And first pick, Granger is very, very wide open here for Alpha 7, but you can also opt out for the Suyo for Kingzilla.
Hey, the Harriet is still present as well. So I was going to say, Harriet, Granger, Suyo, but you gotta prioritize the Granger here. Such a strong pick. You want to give Gusta Lagusta as much room as possible, and you want him to get ahead as well. So really just thinking, it all comes down to what Coach Cabral wants to do. But guess what? Coach says you gotta go for the Suyo in the jungle. It's too good to give away, because King can definitely split push in and around the map, secure those neutral objectives, and maybe play for the trade between the Hereth and the Granger after.
Granger got a catch-up pick for Entity? Because, yeah, there's no more Phobius, there's no more Khalid.
Matilda Granger?
But
Oh,
Granger
never mind.
Hylas. Granger Hylas pick. Okay. Alpha 7.
Matilda Hereth?
You can't pick up the Gatot Kacha now. Matilda Harris should be strong, or Gatot Kacha Harris should be okay.
That's true, but I think Matilda Hereth is just too good, right? Matilda Suyo, good combo, can always engage, get out. Maybe Matilda Gatot Kacha as well, but they'll be showing their cards a little too early. But definitely got to pick up the Hereth right now, because it definitely counters the Granger. It also adds on to... You're gonna get the Hereth banned out anyway. Yes, they go for the Hereth, but guess what? Not the Gatot Kacha, not the Matilda. They're gonna go for the Hilda instead.
Oh, Entity 7? Will there be a Jawhead pacing around the Hilda? Or even Matilda should be a good pick, but again, do you think that it's a bit too early? Because
I mean,
two main
Matilda
frontliners
Matilda usually first pick material, right? And I think right now teams are kind of ignoring that. So the meta kind of evolved. They want to go for more of a tanky frontline. It could be a Phobius being picked up here as well. It does do wonders against the Hilda in the lane. Does do really well against the Hereth also. But you know what else does well? Is the Hayabusa.
Oh yeah, prioritize what Garu loves, what Garu is comfortable. Using that Hayabusa, we've seen it perform also before. So go head with Kingzilla's Suyo. It should be a fun match to see. And since you're in both sides of the Granger and also the Hayabusa, you can't have a pick-off hero. Let's just close in the show. From Alpha 7 though, what's next? You can close off the Vexana if you want. If you want to go into like any AoE heroes that can actually perform, because like I'm looking at a good Gatot Kacha for like Alpha 7 if they don't want to opt out for the Jawhead because it'll just be too aggressive. And Edith as one of their picks for now.
I like the Edith ban. The Edith ban is really nice because the Gatot Kacha would fit a little bit more in towards Alpha 7. And also in towards Entity 7. Entity 7 can go with the Gatot Kacha just because it creates that opening against the Hereth. You don't want him to roam around and dance around freely. You're forcing him on the Purifier rather than the Vengeance or the Flicker, especially while going against the Granger Hayabusa, which is what he wants, Flicker or Vengeance, right? So now if you force him on the Purifier, he's a little more easy pickings for their side. But they understand that definitely Vagin wants to play those pick-off heroes. It's that Cho, and the next, it's gotta be that Jawhead. But they also understand how much of a problem Syndra can be and ban out that Selena.
Yeah, even though Entity 7 can pick that up for themselves, but again, I think the title here is just no pick-off heroes should be out. So let's just close them off from Alpha 7 last ban that they can try to get it out. I think you can ban out for the mid laner though. Still wide open so much. And just close that off for Che. Probably a Valentina or even a Vexana should be good here. In case you just want to close off that comfort pick hero with a good build up. Or even the Eve. Turns out Lucas was the pick for Alpha 7.
I mean, makes sense, right? Because they want to go for the front to back composition with a pick off in the jungle. So that's what they're looking at, because they already have the Granger. You just need two front line. You got the Hylos, add another, gonna be a problem. The pick off is already there with the Hayabusa. So now how would be I'm leaning in towards the Gatot Kacha, but the Badang is still open. So definitely could be a strong pick on their side. A lot of CC potential. You get to lock in this Herod, and but I think the Gatot Kacha is just too good to let go right here with the Gatot and Hylos, the double revitalized comp as well. But guess what? They say they can wait until the end. Front to back is what they want to play. Novaria being picked up in the mid lane. Really good. And now they're trying to force Alpha 7 on towards a Farsa or a Eve. I feel like that's what they're forcing Alpha 7 on towards right now. But that's easy pickings for the Hayabusa though.
Yeah. A Gatot Kacha Vexana would be fun to see though. But up against Entity 7. How about a Sicilian? Can that work for the middle lane? Oh, they want to go aggressive. Bagwin picked up the Jawhead.
Ooh, Jawhead and Sicilian. I like the Sicilian. The Jawhead though, they really need a lot of burst in the early game, right? And we know how strong Vagin is with that. Hey, guess what? They lock in the Badang nonetheless. The last pick coming through for Marquinhos. And now the draft is set. Vey, you've been asking me questions, but guess what? I turned it around. Which team do you like? Which draft do you like? Are you going to go against your prediction?
Oh, both are kind of hot picks right now. But hey, I went for 2-1. So there is a chance for me to pick Entity 7 in these like 1 or 2 games in the front in the start. So I'm assuming your question is which side of the draft that I like more. Kind of, for some reason I don't know why, I really like how Entity 7's picks are. Even though I know that Alpha 7 can shine very much in the Jawhead and also the Hilda. Again, fast rotation is the way to go. Plus, you know, it's you're going up against the Hayabusa and the Granger. Should be okay to handle through all of this. So, coming in to the second match of the day, game number 1, MPL LATAM Season 3, Battle of the 7, Alpha 7 against Entity 7, the top dogs against an entity who will emerge on top. So let's see how it goes.
So that's what I want to say. The Battle of the Sevens at the moment. But let's see how it turns out. They already poked down Syndra quite early, and I think Vagin wants to poke somebody down, but no one is overstepping their welcome, realizing how much of a problem this guy for this Jawhead can be. Especially with that focusing mark too. Oh.
And we're talking about how
Retribution?
Entity 7. Oh, both Entity 7 and also Alpha 7 have that early engage and also that early potential for they can just try to steal things out. The invade though is high for both sides of the team, and knowing that how both sides play, you gotta really focus in the early game. So I feel that it would be lots of team fights unlocking in this match though, and no one will give that a rest.
Yeah, I think none of it will be there, but Doms actually gets caught out here in the fist break, but still buys enough time. Oh my goodness, Vagin! Did you see that? Just instantly ejected him. It did not take long for Garu to fall down. First blood in the hands of King, and now they will even secure themselves the turtle.
But that oh,
how did he steal it?
Wow!
She was able to steal it. She was able to steal it from afar. And right now, Vagin, he just ejectors the orange buff, but still, Garu is able to secure it for himself after a good time retribution. So Vagin has been, again, making his presence felt in the map.
Yeah, with the presence of Vagin always there looking out for everyone, but caught in the middle of things.
Oh my
Finally taken
God,
down, but
Garu.
ooh. Good ejector. Yeah, good ejector before leaving out, but and plus, Che with the Star Shatter though, good aim, even though there's no Selena. Wow.
It is going well for both sides actually at the moment, even though it should be in the favor of Alpha 7. They've been dominating the early game, but that steal coming in from Che, she did steal away the turtle, so of course was really good and crucial. And now Vagin is just all over the place, and he spots Civ, wants to go for the ejector, goes for the unstoppable force as well, forcing out the flicker from Civ. So should be easy pickings next time when King makes his way onto the top side.
And Entity 7, they're just trying to like follow the pace of Alpha 7, because you know what, you have Vagin on the Jawhead, you have Doms on the Hilda. It's going to be a very fast game for like this right now. Even with the stun, it's just instantly deleted, just like that. As much as fast as they can go. Once you're caught, once you're stunned, it's just all gone.
Yeah, I think really well played from Marquinhos, catching Vagin off guard, but also Vagin making the sacrifice and not burning out the flicker, because he understands that the flicker is going to be more important in this neutral objective take right now as he's looking at position for a pickoff.
Pickoff indeed, setting up by Alpha 7, but Entity 7 is just entering in.
Yeah, you can see right now they poking down Vagin, but here comes Garou instantly bursting down with the Ogi shadow kill, but at the same time Doms gets caught out in no man's land. At Che making sure, being a problem at the same time to the back line. Tube down for the side of Alpha 7. Turtle secured in the hands of Garou. King actually being zoned out of his own jungle. Marquinhos goes in once again with a fist break. Really well played, and now they're in the back foot. Alpha 7 don't really understand what to do, but Entity 7 do not want to overextend. Give it away to Alpha 7.
Okay, like both sides of these teams, they can invade. They can really do that. But entering under the 5th minute until the orange buff, that's a little bit far-fetched. But hey, what's not far-fetched is just chasing here. It's just a scare away, but
oh no! Ogi shadow kill comes through. Vagin gets taken down, and you can see Garou with those recalls as well. And now Gusta Lagusta between the rock and a hard place gets taken down. Killing spree in the hands of Civ. 6-1 in the favor of Entity 7. And this is why we said earlier, I said earlier that yes, the Jawhead is good, but in this scenario, the synergy just doesn't fit so far in the early game.
For Entity 7's draft, again, I really like it. And so far, Kingzilla tried to get in. Marquinhos forced out a flicker defensively, sadly. But you know what? Still got time, still can buy out. At least that fizz crack and the fizz break wasn't forced open. So at least there's something to utilize during the next turtle. Because you know what? You get one of my friends, I'm gonna come and get you 3 people style.
Yeah, I know they're trying to gank down the bot side, and at the same time the top lane being traded as well. So good macro and good movement coming across both teams, but they didn't get the bot lane tier 1 tower, focusing on the neutral objective instead. This could have been a slight mishap from the side of Entity 7, but right now you can see the fist break going on towards Doms. They get the Law and Order as well, and oh my goodness, eats a face full of Rhapsody. Still flickers out of harm's way, but the Death Sonata connects, and they get the kill. Meanwhile, Garou was picked off as well by Vagin, finally able to get some revenge. And now without the presence of the jungler, they still want to take down the turtle, and oh my goodness, really well zoned out by the Eno brothers.
And even they just left the Granger there. Shiv is just like, you know what, I can free hit anytime I want, because middle lane they are occupied like right now. Ooh. Almost
so
taken
close,
down,
right?
though.
So close. Oh no, ejector on towards Civ. He flickers, he goes in with a dash as well. Oh, he survives! He still survives barely with the slightest bit of HP. And oh my goodness, they committed a lot. Syndra even flickered forward for that one. Civ 402 definitely does not want to give the shutdown towards the other side, because if you take a look at the itemization, Doms build the antique cuirass, and of course, right now Gusto Lagusto looking to build in towards that concentrated energy to kind of survive. But Vagine goes in with the flicker on towards Marquinhos. Fist break combo coming through as well. Glorious Pathway is there. They get burst down. And now the Astral Echo coming through as well. The damage coming out from Civ. He's not able to connect with the Rhapsody. But maybe they can take away the tier 1 turret. He goes in with the Quad Shadow. He could go in for the Ogi Shadow kill. And yes, he does. Garu almost got the kill. Vagine even used the ejector, but they take away the tier 1 in the mid lane.
At least it creates more space for Entity 7. Finally, if you want to try to invade onto jungle, if you want to provide more vision for Entity 7, you can finally do so since that middle turret is out of the way. And talking about how Alpha 7's lineups, if you miss up your early condition, you can't let the Suyo shine very much. You gotta handle it for Syndra. Because if you want to wait up for Gusta Lagusa, it's kind of heavy for now, at least in the early to mid game. Syndra still gets a few stacks that can actually help her corner and try to poke down a lot of people, but coming into that fight, that was heavy.
No.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Kingzilla bit the bait, but at the same time, Civ was the target. Vagine went on towards him. He gets shut down by Syndra, and now they get another. Joel Senior goes down as well. Really well played. I think King understood that he was going to be the bait, but he used that Sever along with the Blade Surge to get out of there. And now Entity 7, without their damage dealer and frontliner, have to give up on the Lord. Really well done by Alpha 7 just to turn it around in the blink of an eye.
Finally getting that momentum, but the question is, can they still maintain it? Because so far, a lot of Star Shatters are going to hurt a lot right now, emerging till the 10th minute mark. Because you know what, other than the Death Sonata, the shift can just dish out and even combo with the Rhapsody, and you're kind of feeling that Alpha 7 is just pressuring quite well. From the bottom lane, it was freezed out. From the mid lane, they just try to move in. As Entity 7, you gotta put out that A game if you want to defend through all of this.
Oh, Vagine. He tried to go for the play, but Marquinhos caught him off guard. The Lord marching down the bot side. Civ actually checking out each and every single bush with the Rhapsody and Death Sonata as well. He understands it's important for him to stay alive. Actually being shut down once, but he goes again with the flicker. And this time with the conceal as well. Vagine caught off guard, off position, gets taken down by the Astral Recall coming through from Che. And now in the mid lane, Garu able to clear out the mid wave as well. So good defense coming through from Entity 7. I think Vagine just got a little too aggressive.
Sadly, that concealed play didn't connect it well, even though the target selection was on point. You want Shiv out of the picture, because if you think you want to chase down the Novaria, it's just way too far away. It's hard to chase Che, but you know what? Let's just find it out. But sadly, since you are near that wall just poking up at the end of the map, it's just caught up in the middle, all of it. Wasn't able to put up the was able to put out the ejector, but wasn't able to put out the unstoppable force right now.
Yeah, Dom's not having a good time. You see, he gets taken down again. But meanwhile, they're trying to make moves around the map. As you can see, the split coming in from King, one of the keys to victory.
And so far going in very well. And even Entity 7 realizing that, okay, gotta keep my eyes open, even though I don't have a Hilda, I don't have 4 eyes wide open to see it there. So you gotta play it well. Even though Alpha 7, you can suddenly just split push another while. It's just a mini tempo to just throw Entity 7's A game off. Because you get the Lord, around 22 more seconds, you can kind of burst everything out. Because looking at the in-game equipments, you've seen that Entity 7 Shiv gained just so much. And with that Sky Piercer on the second item, Shiv accumulate around 20 points or probably more, or 22 around that, because he has one death. And we're talking about the overall things that can finally start to hurt a bit if it's accumulated well, because position-wise, everybody's just getting ready on that Lord.
Hey, and guess what? They're picking up the team fight as well. Gusto Lagusta drops down the Zaman Force, and I think Joel Senior created the separation, but Vagin was the target. They take him down. Meanwhile, on the top side as well, King, I'm not sure what he was thinking. He's taken down so low at the moment, and Marquinhos going for the chase, but why did he do so? The Souls were able to pick up the kill really well. King outplaying Marquinhos, but Garu got the Lord instead, the bigger objective on the board.
Wow, finally something that you can feel like, yeah, let's not mess with King, because he knows what he's doing, even though he's probably thinking of the low HP. But you know what, comms are going through. You know that there's no fist crack and also the fist break combo anymore. You can just go in, you can just fling that kill. But so far, since Entity 7 got that Lord, it's time for them to shine and also even push up from the top and also the middle lane.
Yeah, while Garu is also taking on the bot side as well, so they get all the tier 2. Should be getting the tier 2 on the bot side. Now the Lord half HP should be able to defend quite easily. Vagin no flickers, so that means they don't want to engage. Joel Senior goes for the Glorious Pathway just to slow them down and see if he can do something. Astro Rico to poke them out. So all tier 2's taken. The waves are still crashing. And now seems like Marquinhos wants to make a play, but he doesn't have the flicker. But Garu, watch shadows in. Not just yet. Marquinhos goes in with that fist break combo. And you can see instantly right now, Joel Senior gets thrown out. But Vagin is the first one to go down. And they trade Joel Senior for it. And also Gusto Lagusta Ogi shadow kill coming through. Civ on a killing spree gets the kill on towards King. And oh my goodness, that was out of nowhere.
And it was all played in Alpha 7 space. And even Marquinhos opening up vision and also Trade helping in with the Star Shatter coming in with the fist break and the fist crack combo. Finally zoning them out. But Entity 7, they are coming in strong.
Oh no, Garu actually low HP, but he gets the kill, does he? Oh my goodness, he even went in. As you can see, Marquinhos, he still survives with the slightest bit of HP. I thought the butterfly would be the death of him, but he still survives. Really well played. As you can see, Syndra is starting to hurt right now because he got himself the Divine Glaive, the Glowing Wand, and the Wishing Lantern.
A good start indeed. You know, if you're kind of bringing up the late game, you can't really stack up much, rush the Divine Glaive. That's a good tip though, because at least you can burn someone even though you can't burn yourself. Anywho, at least that plan didn't backfire for Alpha 7 and Entity 7. They're just waiting for that Lord. Their Alpha 7 is just rendered a bit pressured in their presence. So gotta clear out when I can clear out, but you know what? Since Kingzilla is always on the hunt for that, Marquinhos just has vision always open up here, but in middle lane. Wow,
Oh no, Vagin goes for the wrong target once again. Glorious Pathway is there, but you can see Civ kiting in and out. I think Vagin has been targeting Joel Senior for the past few minutes. It just hasn't been working out. And now the Lord picked up by Entity 7 as well. I'm not really sure if Alpha 7 can defend this.
Quite hard to do so, but I think still possible since you're on the Harith and also the Sicilian, but it's kind of hard if Kingzilla is just targeted like this. Oh! Gone in a second. And wow, all in just on Kingzilla.
Not a good time if you're an Alpha 7 fan at the moment. The Lord marching down the mid side, and they're not even waiting. They want the Lord to crash soon because King is not online. It's gonna be a 4v5. The Lord, all three waves being synced together. Beautifully done by Entity 7. Here comes the Glorious Pathway. Joel Senior leading the charge with the fist break combo coming through from Marquinhos as well. They get the kill on towards Dom, and Vagin falls down. Unstoppable is Civ. He gets the double, and Syndra the only one left standing, and they get the base crystal as well. Entity 7 pick up game number 1.
Wow, we out of our expectations because we both think that Alpha 7 will and can pocket the first game. But since only that by draft, it was just so amazing from the start for Entity 7 on how they try to pick up the heroes, they try to execute on things. Even though there's some aggressive plays that can happen for both sides of the team, but the stability though for both of them finally paid off for Entity 7 to do so. Because like a lot of moments where Bagian just want to enter in, where if Dom's on the Hilda, it would be kind of hard for them to, you know what, let's just follow up, let's just help with the setup. And other than that, you just got a very, very good steal on the Granger since Alpha 7 prioritized on the Suyo. And since you got that Granger again, what Chrono said before, Granger danger. So I think that both sides of today, MVP can go to the Harith and also go to the Granger because again, top picks for the gold laners for most of the regions, all of the regions I might say. It was just well picked during the draft. It was executed very well also by Entity 7. We're talking about the overall things. Alpha 7 though, sadly, there are a lot of moments where you can try to make things happen like this.
Oh, that
Good
moment
thing
though.
that happened though. And on slow-mo, it just looks way better. And since you get that execute quite well, pulling up to the late game, but you know what? At the end, if Entity 7 gets the early gold gain and everything, pressuring-wise, there's no overextending team fights also. So, we're talking about the overall things that they could have done very well. Alpha 7, since that last pick-off, no more Kingzilla. It's just 4 people defending everything. Doesn't look very good for Alpha 7 at the end. But you know what, Entity 7? They gotta push it until the end, so all good.
Yeah, I think they definitely wanted to push it until the end, and that was definitely a difference maker. But I really thought Alpha 7 could kind of get game number 1. Now my prediction is that, again, so guess you still have your card to play, but also at the same time, let's not forget the result of this series affects the next series coming up tomorrow. Of course, will there be a 2 BO5s or will there be 1? And with the way it's going, Entity 7 might actually be onto something with the way that they were playing, because if you look at the itemization, you look at the emblem setup, is nothing new, nothing different coming through as well. The only thing I like is the fact that Vagin went on the focusing mark with that jawhead, as you should. But Novaria from Che, absolute beast, making sure you get the Purify, just left completely untouched. And Garu goes for the Swift instead of the Thrill to make sure he's caught up with the jungling speed of Suyo, Kingzilla Suyo. So that's a smart emblem change right there, which kind of did make a little bit of a difference early game.
And talking about like overall in-game equipments, talking about Syndra, you rush on that Divine Glaive, it was a good help. And even up until the end, Kingzilla, you just focus on more to like, let's go on penetration with Thunder Strike and also the Malefic Roar. A little bit of lifesteal should be okay to try and divert the things that you can probably do later on. But again, for Che though, good things happen when you pick up the Novaria and also the Granger combination. You get to reveal a lot of positions where probably Vagin and also Doms can be hiding. You can provide more vision instead of just going in close, because you know that they can really go aggressive if you go near them. So picking up the Novaria for me is just very, very smart for her. So I might say probably can be respected. I really thought a Selena could pop up, but Novaria works too.
Yeah, the Selena would have been good. The Novaria was picked up, but guess what? Doesn't matter. The MVP, Granger Danger, on the hands of Sin. As you can see, he didn't really need the boots. He didn't really need the immortality. He just wanted to go all out damage. Of course, that was a really nice play coming through from Garou as well. Recall taunting, and guess what? It was Civ dishing out the damage, making sure everyone is able to listen to Granger's violin, that Rhapsody, and also the Death Sonata just being an absolute difference maker. Killing spree, unstoppable, double kill, whatnot. He was everywhere, and to be honest, he definitely was godlike in that game.
And since you know what that happened in game number 1, probably they can opt out and come into consideration of, can we close the Granger? Can we let the Kalia go? Because I mean, if Entity 7 decides to pick, yeah, I just want to see a Kalia today.
I'm excited as
I
well.
mean,
I'm
like,
not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean,
I
like, I
cast
kind of want to see
Kalia
the Loyi. I kind of got it. Yeah, I would really like to do so too.
We could dive into the nitty gritty aspects of the Kalea, how she can provide the heal with vengeance or flicker. I don't know.
I mean, okay, if Kalia is on a roam, the only thing that I can say that is Cho on steroids.
It's not just the Cho, right? You have the option of actually covering a lot of distance with that skill 1, skill 2 combo. So it kind of makes so much of a difference with that. So I don't know. I think it's smart from every team to just ban it out because it's not yet tested. It's not yet. No one's had enough time to work it out yet in the current patch. So I would say just don't experiment with it unless you're like, hey, let it go, and the other team definitely picks it up. It's still a double-edged sword because it's fairly new, so it could work out in either favor. But what didn't work out in my favor was the fact that Entity 7 won, taking down my prediction score. Because yeah, I saw my prediction score, guys. I'm at the bottom of the entire pack of all the casters and analysts. I'm actually the last person. You'll probably see it later on, but of course right now, looking at the game, the draft is up already. Entity 7 versus Alpha 7. Entity 7 took game number 1, and now you can see they do not want to give the Granger. Ban it out along with the Phoveus, which Doms is really good at playing, and now respecting the Fanny on the side of Entity 7, so taking it off the table.
Kalia Ven, Kalia Ven, Kalia Ven. Okay. I was shocked. I would be shocked though if that was open. But for next, respect Bender Loyi. Even though there's no chip, there's still Loyi.
Yeah,
I gotta turn that off for Syndra, yeah. Because it's
the mobility is just way too much, right? The mobility along with the early game damage, the team fight presence, just way too much.
Yeah, I should go to close it off.
Hayabusa?
Can't respect that. Or thinning it out though. Closing off the Harith.
Yeah, I think Harith though. I'm feeling the Harith over here. Cannot leave the Harith open. Just too strong of a pick right now. And Civ is on a roll as well. But Garou was the problem, to be honest. So Garou, Civ, you gotta choke out the either Harith or Hayabusa. Oh wait, we've got the Sushin.
Yeah. Okay, Sushin is just out. Harith first pick, definitely
Suyo on the
Alpha
other
7.
side.
Yeah, you can play out a Suyo Kingzilla.
Hayabusa,
Suyo Jawhead?
Hayabusa? Hilda? I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Hilda,
Let's not say I don't know. Let's get to it. I got my nerd glasses on. It's gotta be.
Let's go.
The Suyo.
And then this Chronos on.
We gotta go for the Suyo with the Gato Kacha right here. It would make a difference. Go for the Suyo Gato Kacha.
Gato Kacha should be okay.
Yeah. Unless they want to go, oh, Suyo, Jawhead. Still, 1-1, 1-1. Let's start predicting now. What's gonna be here? It's gotta be Hayabusa. No, yeah, Hayabusa. But the Jawhead kind of forces the
Joy.
Hayabusa to have a hard time, right? No, the Joy's not a good pick here.
You can pick up the Joy
Because you're gonna
back
get the
up here.
Jawhead. I think
True, it's still a strong pick.
Gatot Sicilian.
Hylos.
Hylos, another form of Gatot.
Okay.
Maybe Sicilian does do well here. Sicilian with the Purify as well,
though.
right? Oh, they
But
went for my first choice, Hayabusa.
Let's go, let's go. Last pick here of a 7. What's good?
Khalid?
Vexana should be fun here.
Nah, Vexana, yes, but also like it's so hard to play a Vexana against a Hayabusa, you know, especially a good Hayabusa that we saw previous game. Yeah, I think Moskov is the pick right here. Moskov before he gets banned out, right?
Should be fun for yeah. Moskov should be fun for Gusta Lagusta.
Yeah,
Like,
he really likes to have the
he's
option of
just
outplaying.
here. Oh, you really agree. We're waiting here.
Yeah, he goes for the
this, and
Moskov.
Moskov picked up. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
What's the
I think
next
now-
bet, though?
Maybe look to take down some of the options that would be a problem to the Suyo and the Moskov. Maybe the Khalid over here. Because the Khalid with the Hayabusa and the Hylos, fast rotations, Jawhead's going to have a rough time as well. So, yeah, probably the Khalid. Or if not the Khalid, a Novaria.
Hilda. Oh, Novaria.
She played it absolutely beautifully, right? So
But turns out
I heard a
it
Badang
is
though.
A Badang.
I heard a Badang though somewhere come
okay.
through. So yeah.
Entity 7. What's next? If Vexana should be fun. A Selena opted off too. Okay. You need a chunky boy to ban out for against
Gatot?
Entity 7. Yeah, you can close off the Gatot. Or the Cho. So there's no pick-off potential.
Cho here is not that bad of an idea, but I think Gatot is kind of better. But also, I think Novaria is just too good to let go of, right? Yeah,
But
because you're
both
not gonna pick
sides, yeah.
Novaria on Alpha 7.
True, but I don't think that it would be a very big priority though. But hey, nice one for Kronos. Big prior for Entity 7, not Alpha 7. Last
What
one.
else can they ban
Would
out?
it still be focused on a mage?
Yeah,
Valentina.
I'm thinking
Valentina
Lucas.
Vexana.
I'm thinking Lucas.
Lucas?
Yeah.
But even if
A
the
Lucas
Lucas
would be
banned
good.
out, Goo was still wide open. A CC would be nice to pick up.
I still think Lucas, because they want to be in team fights, especially against a Herod. With the flash step flash combo, you get to push them back, can sustain himself in the EXP lane, the Vengeance, but also the Hilda is also a problem. Hilda banned out. So it's got to be Lucas picked up here, right? Unless if they let it go, Entity 7's gonna pick it up happily themselves.
Vex?
Oh, okay.
Okay, Entity 7. What's fun?
Lucas Aurora?
Got
No.
I'd like the Aurora though. I like the Aurora.
No, I think Farce here. Farce, but it's against the Jaws really. But Valentina would just be absolutely crazy over here. Not gonna lie.
Edith? I hear Edith.
Yeah.
Okay. I really thought a
Oh
CC
wait,
would be
Sicilian
fun.
was left open still.
Nice. Yeah. Sicilian Edith. Alpha 7, you can go aggressive. You can go with like presence. I
4
like the
magic
Khalid.
damage. 4 magic
I like the
damage.
Khalid. Oh yeah.
All they need
That's
is
gonna be hard.
radiant armor.
And probably a cursed helmet for the jawhead. So at least you can deduct also from the
Cho?
Oh.
Double pickoff? Forcing them to use the purify early? Because you know now the Sicilian and the Harriet are going to run the purify. Yeah, I'm not really sure if this is a high risk, high reward coming in from Alpha 7. They want to dominate the early game. They need to dominate the early game.
Yeah, it's very risky, and I really thought it'll go with the Khalid. If you pick up the Khalid though for Alpha 7, it just goes against what Entity 7 is going to build up. Even though you want to try to have off the early, you can have provide more vision because you know you're going up against with the Edith. There wouldn't be much vision unless it's just Joel Senior roaming around on the high loss. But you know what? You opt out for the Cho, and it's on Doms and Vagin on the Jawhead. So other than pick off, the setup would be stronger now for Alpha 7. But again, high risk, high reward is the title of game number 2 of the day here for match number 2, coming in strong from MPL LATAM Season 3, Entity 7 versus Alpha 7. The way to shine is the way to go for their picks in drafts during on the second game here. And looking at the emblem so far, it's really aggressive, but since to that focusing mark on the Jawhead, it would be prioritized quite well. But you know what, since other than pick off, let's try to pick off the Cho instead. It's not our style, but we can still do it, they say, from the Senior brothers. So even on the Edith on the high lows, they can go aggressive.
Hey, they're not the Senior brothers, they're the Eno brothers, right? Marquinho, Joel Senior.
Eno brothers.
But the Eno brothers. But so far, I think they understand the high risk, high reward that comes in from Alpha 7, and they're suppressing their early game as much as possible, especially with Joel Senior moving around the map, along with Marquinho poking down Doms quite early on. And now he will kind of have to play defensive. As you can see, he's freezing out the wave as well.
And freezing is the way to go because, again, I feel that even though both sides can really go aggressive like game number 1, I feel like it's more cautious right here, just throwing everybody in.
Yeah, Marquinho here taking down low, revitalized there, but you can see the Sanguine Claws coming through as well. First the blood in the hands of Che. Absolutely amazing. Vagin once again went for the flicker play, but Marquinho just a little too tanky. And guess what? He used the Earth Shatter at the right time. So as soon as he got flickered through and thrown apart, the knock-up coming in was absolutely important for them to survive.
And so far within this Alpha 7, they're just zoned out again and again. Entity 7 going on strong in the early game, just as what happened in game number 1. Getting that turtle is a good game for everybody. Again, 500 gold for everybody to share. Plus with the extra shielding they can get, and also the mana regen faster the early game to help them rotate faster later on. For Entity 7, it's just so great for them now. And since you see for Alpha 7, you picked up Moscow for Gusta La Gusta, the way to go is just drag it to the early game in case if you don't get the early. And I really hope they don't miss this out, because you know what? If they miss that out, it's going to be heavy on Gusta La Gusta.
Yeah, I think you don't want Gusta La Gusta to feel the pressure, right? Especially as a Moskov. You want to give him space to farm up as much as possible. As you can see right now, Vagin is there to catch Joel Senior off guard, but the Glorious Pathway, and he's a tanky boy. He even used the Revitalize to make sure he survived. Really well played. Entity 7 controlling the game.
And finding things like these, the little things of a 7
SOD.
just manages come in. Whoa, SOD. I was shocked. Okay, it's nice it hits Che, but I don't think that there will be an engage there down in at the middle lane because everybody is just busy at the bottom lane. And thank God, Josinho just smells out Vagin. Nope, you can't go near Shiv. No way, no how, because the only way to fight is there in the middle lane.
Yeah. I think at the moment they have a lot of mobility on the side of Alpha 7, especially with Doms rotating really quick on this choke, and Vagin as well with the Jawhead trying to take control of the river. But Joel Sr. doing an absolutely fantastic job. And at the moment you can see they go in for the throw once again on towards Marquinhos. Oh my goodness, Primal Rat being baited out as well. So he connects on towards Joel Sr. But that is really well played. They're not going to have that present. But that means also there's no possible engage tool for the side of Alpha 7 because Vagin already used the flicker. Easy turtle in the hands of Garu. Oh, Doms went in for the Jeet Kundo. Vagin comes through with ejector. Marquinhos right now might actually get caught out. You can see they throw in all the skills, take him down. Marquinhos overextended. And now Joel Senior zoning out Gusto the Gusto on the bot side as well. So Entity 7 really doing well on the bot side, taking away that tower.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
So at the moment, Alpha 7 looking to make that trade on the top side. King with Vagin present, but the waves are just a little too slow right now. You can see Vagin might be looking to pick off Marquinhos. Might actually spots him out. Gets the throw on towards him. Conceal coming through. At the same time, they go in for the glorious pathway. Vagin gets knocked up by the onward. Kingzilla to make sure he's trying to survive. Revitalize comes through. Joel Senior making sure Marquinhos dishes out the damage and Vagin takes him out. Oh, but the way of the dragon connecting on towards Garu on the bot side with the flicker Jeet Kundo combo from Doms, catching him off guard. Garu will pay the price.
Hey, if the two options down bottom there like that, it's just there's nothing wrong of kicking anyone, just either one of it though. So yeah, and so far Entity 7, they're still marching in through all of that progress because Alpha 7 you can just handle on the pick-off moments. Even hiding in that pixel bush, Dom needs to be careful.
He does need to be careful, but Vagin should be as well. He has the flicker, but he goes for the throw aggressively instead. He gets Joel Senior instantly. Nice throw, baited him out. Marquinhos should be the next one on the chopping block. But here comes Dom. Jeet Kundo knocked up. Garu not able to get the quad shot on towards him. Syndra forced the flicker out as well. Che taken down low. King getting the turtle.
Good early. Again, wow. And even the golden staff for Gusto slowly racking up those itemizations that he really needs so much now for Alpha 7 to put on a turning point for them. And so far for Entity 7, they're still catching up, and a lot of those jumpos Gusta Lagusa really wants are just secured again and again by Shiv so well. And we're talking about Alpha 7 finding moments here. But even though finding moments are a crucial way, so far both sides of these teams, they've just managed to take on 1 or 2 turrets down. And wow, these 7 minutes or on the way for 8 minutes kind of feel like a 12-minute game here because they just approach it so cautiously, unlike the first game.
They are approaching it cautiously because they understand that this could be the make it or break it for them, because you do not want to give Alpha 7 any sort of momentum. As you can see, they're trying to trade, right? Alpha 7 really good at moving around the map.
Because, you know, probably they feel that if you don't get the potential on the fights, just going to try to push it in, probably find a good moment here. Because I think there would be a moment there in the middle lane. Ooh,
oh no, Garu! 1v1 against Gusta. Lagusta gets taken down. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, as you mentioned, Vagin goes on towards Civ, who has dropped down. The Zaman Force Angle Claws catches two. Joelcinho creating the separation, and Alpha 7 will run away because they got what they came for. A kill on towards Garu and a tower on the top side.
And even Marquinhos tried to zone a lot of people out, especially Kingzilla. So far, it's not working for them yet. And Alpha 7 created a better space for them. Slowly by surely, though, all of those turrets are finally paying off, getting it picked off one by one, knowing that the SOD can be active now later on. Entity 7 will just wait for the right moment between Alpha 7 before getting in that Lord. Because you have a dilemma. You either set the Hayabusa going down, risking there's no retribution power for Entity 7 later in that Lord fight, or you gotta try to wait it out because the SOD is just coming in.
On towards Che as well. Spear of Mystery baiting out the Purify, but at the same time, Joelcinho is the target once again from Wagin, and they take down Marquinhos. Really good play coming through from Alpha 7. They're just juggling in and out, but you can see the quad shadow from Garul going in, and right now with the numbers advantage, Alpha 7 want the Lord.
With the Lord right now, Alpha 7 can just take it as easily as that. And Entity 7, they are back on the moment where, okay, let's just play defensively. Again, I wouldn't worry as much though, even though with the new update, the Lord can just barge in whenever he wants. But you got Shiv, you got Chase, should still be okay for high ground defensive wise. But you know what, coming in, concealed play by Vagin was cancelled out. Wasn't initiated fast, but the Glorious Pathway was triggered in quite early.
Yeah, I think the Glorious Pathway is making sure that the rest of his team will survive. So really well done by Joelcinho, but right now they might go for the pickoff on towards Dom's. Quad Shadow coming through as well. Vagin seems to be the target. Primal Wrath already baited out, but the Blade Charge comes through, and you can see the knockup from the Eternal Guardian. Vagin went for the throw on towards Joelcinho, who will pay the price. Vagin is the first one to fall down, and now the Lord on the top side, but you can see Gusta Lagusta making moves around the map. A smooth criminal taking away the tier 2 on the bot side, and now looking to take down the mid lane tier 1 turret as Doms is just standing there menacingly, making sure his presence is felt.
Finally, Entity 7, you know what? Again, what I've said, they've managed to clear it out. But a lot of the things by Alpha 7 dishing out finally works, and the patience of them dragging into the late game would be the crucial moment here for Gusta Lagusta, but initiation,
gets a knock up. Oh, Glorious Pathway comes through as well, but a double knock coming through with the Eternal Guardian, and the first one to fall down, of course, Kingzilla Syndra to follow next. Double kill in the hands of Civ. Vagin has to run away. Really well played. They found the opening, and I think Entity 7 forced the occasion. Alpha 7 just caught off guard.
And because of Entity 7 finally finding a moment, trying to turn things back around for them, Garu gets to do a little bit of split push with Marquinhos on top, at least getting 1 or 2 turrets down and probably moving out to the middle lane. Because you know what, even though Vagin's there, you want to try to initiate there with the concealed play out, but no initiations yet so far. But wow, 3 turrets, 2 on the way 3. Wow, very good trade for Entity 7, equalizing on the turret points.
Not just the turret, but also the gold, right? They've evened out the turrets, now they've evened out the gold, and now the advantage that Alpha 7 had made for themselves completely vanished. So now Vagin cannot really go for Joelcinho. He should find the right target, and which is Civ. He forced out the flicker as well with the Zaman Force drop down, and right now you can see Dom's positioning, just waiting for the opportunity. Joelcinho with the Glorious Pathway. Doms will have to run away. And now finally Che, damage is online from the Sicilian. Purifies up as well, so Begin being down and out. Doms has to be the initiator, zoning them away with his Zaman Force Civ. Absolutely well done. As Gusta Lagusta, smooth criminal once again, trying to take away the inhibitor on the bot side.
Oh wow. I really thought that Alpha 7 would just, you know what, let's keep Entity 7 occupied. We won't poke as much though, but hey, Gusta Lagusta reporting everything out.
Gusta Lagusta. No.
1v4.
He was so
that
close.
doesn't look good. He was so close, but you know what? Not close enough because of that. Good buying time for Alpha 7 to clear out the Lord on top, but there's no initiation. I think they prefer, let's just play in the base. At least we have that high ground advantage in our own home. Let's see how Entity 7 tries to like clean things off because Gusta Lagusta, you still have 10 seconds in that death timer. Eternal Guard popped out quite in time.
Yeah, I think the Lord is still looking healthy, right? Entity 7 right now looking to end the game. Doms gets a knockup, but at the same time, he is unstoppable. And that one is Civ. He gets the double, make that a triple. He dropped down the Zaman Force and instantly takes the base crystal as well. Entity 7 sweep the game 2-0 against Alpha 7.
Oh my goodness. A clean one again and again. 2-0 for the day. Starting strong for game number 2 though for Entity 7. From the draft, it was a very solid thing. You bring up the Harith even though there is no Granger in the picture. Again, both MVPs of the day. It's either the Granger or it's either the Harith. I really thought that Alpha 7 can take back the moment, but turns out no. Entity 7 gets through that. Because of, I might say, quite greedy on the draft picks, because like you want to funnel everything in the early, but what happens if you don't? You gotta handle on Gusta Lagusta what they usually do for Alpha 7, but it's not late enough to just chunk everybody down from the side of Entity 7. And wowee, the Ino brothers, they managed to just initiate those pickoff moments that I thought a Jawhead and a Cho would do better, but turns out, you know what? Even with the Hylos and the Edith, chemistry-wise, they are just stepping up on what they do. You know what? What our opponents can do it too, so can we. And at the end, you manage to let Shift just go menacingly around with the Harith in the middle of everything with the Zaman Force up. It's just way too sweet to just close off in this match for team number 2. And you know what, Kronos, you and me, again, we're still together in this. I think it's our anti-prediction. I joked about this before we start. I feel I jinxed this.
Yeah, I think you did, because I was gonna say at least I predicted the score right, just the wrong team. Just the wrong team. So I think, of course, at the moment, it just goes to show that how things can be turned around. Entity 7, just like that, they were behind the whole game. I mean, yes, in the early 2-3 minutes, they were it was kind of even. Mid-game, they lost the plot. And then all of a sudden, one opening, just one chink in the armor they found and they hammered away on towards Alpha 7, and boom, they got the victory. A complete sweep against Alpha 7, who was having so much momentum after last week's BO5 against Malvinas Gaming. So absolutely well played on their side. So, oh my god, I can't really say who the MVP for this game could have been, but you know what, before we get into that, let's take a look at the emblems.
We're talking about how it was utilized well from the start of the game, that like you've mentioned. So far as the same as the game before, but what is unique though here, Syndra, getting an MP Rage, you get a little bit of the tankiness from that emblem. That's quite unique though. On the Vexana from that, I think you just wanna feel that I can actually dish out some damage, I can still sustain a bit, so at least it's not picked off by Garu or even Shift. But you know what, at the end of the day, since you want to grow early aggro, can't really do that if somehow, again, your Edith and your Hylas can match that power, you guys can match that typical playing style that we can't see usually happen. And you know what? Break boundaries, be creative, even though it's not the typical thing to do. And you know what? NCT7, you've just managed to do that in the second game of the second match of the day. And wow, 14 minutes and 38. Can't say that it's quite quick. Of course, quick from the first match that you went on to see for like 23 minutes. If you want to compare
25.
to that, yes, this is quick. 25 actually. Oh yeah, wow. And 14 minutes for today for this one. Again, it felt kind of slow during in the early game. I really thought there will be a lot of flashy gameplays coming up from Alpha 7, but again, execution wise, Entity 7, they just got it in their pocket. And wow, you know what, the only thing that will be the highlight of my day, Chronos, if we the last match of the day, it's another anti-prediction from our prediction. So
Nah,
at least we can close the day with that.
Don't do that. Don't do that, bro. Don't do that. I think hey, at least you're ahead in the score. I want to get ahead too. I'm last. I'm dead last. But yeah, I think after today, I'm not gonna get ahead anywho. But so I think I can just try and be second last at least, you know. But it's okay. I'll still go down fighting, but also at the same time, taking a look at the game that it went. For that particular game, I would say Joel Senior was an MVP, right? With that high-lows, getting thrown around so much, but the glorious pathways have been on point. But for the entire series, Vey, gotta give it to Civ. What do you think?
Like, I agree actually, because you know what? Even though there's not a lot of moments where you've seen the Harith just goes around menacingly, but with the MVP of the game, as you said, it's Shiv with 7 kills, 0 and 0 death from assists. And wow, you know, a lot of moments for me, the main pillars, the main openers, and also the initiators were just so focused on the Sino brothers. Just really forgot how the finisher is in the end. Because like, you've seen the Sicilian kind of pick things up. You've seen the Hayabusa can just hop in and also just like deal some of the damage. But you know, at the end of the day, it's just Civ coming in. Let's just finish the thing. Let's just get the kill. Let's just get things done. Bum, bum. And then, you know what? MVP in his hands.
It's because, again, it's that Harith. It's that Granger. That's what we've been seeing. We've seen, what, 5 games now, I think? Granger Danger? Harith? Granger Danger? What else? We saw maybe one Suyo MVP, if I'm not wrong. But that's barely even in the back of our minds. Last week, Granger Danger, Harith. Granger Danger, Harith. Again, same thing today. You guys have to understand. Ban the Harith and the Granger. Why are you giving it away? Too strong of a pick. You can let go of anything else, to be honest. Anything else you can let go of. Let go of that the Suyo, you can still counter it. Let go of the Badang, it's okay. Leave open that Phoveus, you're fine. Not the Harith, not the Granger. Too strong.
Let it go. Let it go.
Let it go.
Can't hold it back anymore. But of course, you really can't hold it back anymore. Like against the Harith and also the Granger, it's just really hard to do so. And wow, marching into match number 3 later on, Corinthians and also Influence Rage. Usually you can highlight on the EXP lanes for both sides of these teams, especially Hesu, a new player coming in. he played very well with the Phobias that we've seen from the week before. But if the gold laners though get that creature or even the Harith, again, it's a sure thing for them to win. Plus with the setups or probably initiations from the aggressiveness from Hesu would be good for the side of Corinthians, but didn't close off the problem if Influence Rage can pick up on that too.
Yeah, I think could be. Oh, but the MVP of the series actually being Garu. He got a total of 2 votes out of 7. But seems like just maybe one too many. Everyone had a different opinion at that point. But seems like Garu playing really well. And being kind of like overall, he got 3 caster votes. 2 from the observers. 1 referee vote and 1 audience vote as well. So I think going well towards him. And Garu did do quite a lot of work on the Assassin's Creed. 2 games, 2 Hayabusas. And oh my god, was he a threat.
I mean, the Garu we see right now in two games before, he wasn't on the Fanny. He wasn't on those flashy heroes unless you bring up the Hayabusa and also the Suyo. It was still his comfortable heroes that they can actually play around on that, and a lot of split pushing moments created by Alpha 7 that he knows that, you know what, I know my EXP can handle that. I know the Hino brothers have their 4 eyes in the back of their heads. They can just look at it. They can just guard it up front. So you know what? They got that moment and controlled and also handled very well. But you know what? It's also controlled and handled very well. The lineup from Team Corinthians for our 3rd match of the day. Looking at our players here, there's Hesu on the EXP lane, there's Buzizio on the jungle, Nave on the mid lane, Luis on the rover, and Upatsi on the gold laner. One of the highlighted players by and a close friend by Gabriel, our analyst from week number 2. He's still also present as always here in the English stream. Feel like because of their they are like bros there, he can just really feel the connection between them, knowing how Upatsi also plays on the Harith so well, and he can really shine and do that. I really hope if it's out, if it's not banned out or even respected, we can definitely see our next MVP of the game in this match.
Yeah, not just that. It's kind of daunting to see Nave get his hands on that Zushin, and also how Buzizio likes to play this Alice. So this Alice with a combination of a Zushin, the slows, the control that they have in these team fights is just absolutely insane with the help of the ability, the kiting ability from the Matilda. Yeah, I'm not really sure how this team has been given these so many power picks so far in these in the weeks of MPL LATAM Season 3. So of course right now, looking at the next one, seems like we are gonna be going into the next picks for, I mean, at least the teams that are gonna be that they're gonna be facing Influence Rage.
I'm actually like looking at some of my notes from both sides of these teams. Should be interesting though, because like you want to go head to head on this. Probably again from before, we've talked about the highlights on the EXP lanes. You can probably talk about the comfort pick of getting the Harith and also probably the Granger. For Upatsi though, if both of those heroes are banned out, he can opt up for the Boskov. But you know what? Influence Rage is also coming in strong with the players Kion, EXP lane, Joden on the jungler, Chun mid laner, Paquito the roamer, and Fury on the gold laner. Also getting in strong with most similar heroes. If a Fury can shine very well on the Granger. And you can see like Gino, Jotun, John, and Paquito, similar heroes also against Corinthians. But you know what? Jotun is different. He tried very much to work on the Alpha. So far it works, so far it doesn't. But you know what? He shines very much on the Suyo. He also plays the Julian very well. So like, you know what? Looking at the draft compositions for both sides of this, I don't think that picking up the Alpha or like trying in the Alpha during this best of 3 series, the last match of the day, would be very keen on looking at it, because you know what, this is the last match to determine who will go down to relegation brackets, so it will be a crucial moment. So play out to your comfort picks, play out during your drafting phase, because we can see here from our keys to victory by Phonox first heading up though for the side of Team Corinthians. First, you gotta be careful with your opponent's Julian or Hayabusa checklist. Beware of that, respect that, and focus on the draft for the Moscow for the Granger. Yeah, pick up something that Upatsi really loves, Upatsi knows he can perform well in, and keep drafting aggressive on the heroes so we can start team fights for the EXP laner. You know that Hesu coming in is just bringing up new colors, bringing up new aggressiveness that you can actually pick up in the laning phase. Plus, during the team fights, because you know that he can rotate faster with the heroes that he's comfortable in. It's just a great matchup here for Corinthians, and a solid one to pick up during the draft. And can't really wait to see what Influence Rage can do going up against Corinthians.
Yeah, I think Influence Rage, though, what they need to do and figure out is, of course, put pressure on the river in the early game and playing the opponent's jungle. So, of course, they're looking to invade early on, so they need a strong lineup, which brings heroes in the jungle who can reach the backline easily. So that means we're looking at a Fanny, a Hayabusa. These are the heroes that comes into mind, especially when you want to dive in and also play the river early aggressive. With Jawhead rotation, try to aggressive the opponent's goal laner. So basically play aggressively against the goal laner of the opposition. Don't give him a lot of space and look to pick him off as much as possible when you're playing the Jawhead. So both teams relying a lot on early game aggression. This could go either way, Vey.
And you know what? Same as the game where you see Entity 7 and also Alpha 7 go head to head, like they really gotta shine on who gets the momentum and when. Because if you wanna talk about the team head to head between these two teams, Corinthians and also Influence Rage, I think it also either comes down to the gold laner or the EXP, because either one can shine as long one enables them to do so. So it kind of goes both ways.
True.
We both Brazilian teams though, so no flagging between both sides. So we're still fighting for the good country of themselves. Still the same. And you know what? Something that scares me very much right now, Kronos, are predictions.
Ooh. Hey, agree to disagree?
We're on opposites.
Agree to disagree.
Now
I know why you went for Corinthians. You see that Hesu being added is gonna be a difference maker, isn't it?
Yes, you've seen it very well. And from Influence Rage, is it by data you picked up for the 2-1 though?
You gotta take a guess. I took a guess as yours. You like the numbers. How come you're following? Oh my god. Exposed on stream. Oh my god. I'm just kidding. But Influence Rage, because the draft has been good so far, and also they like to play this early game aggressive aggression on both sides, just not just one lane, EXP as well as the gold lane, and that could be the reason why they win. They just don't pick one single lane, so they go both sides. And also knowing that, they kind of come out on top. But you know who else can come out on top?
Who?
Who? Our audience, of course.
Ooh.
If they want to get some sort of discounts, of course, because ladies and gentlemen, you got to listen up. If you want to recharge your diamonds with a 5% discount, head over to Bonoxis.com and use the code BNXMPL3. The purchase is fast, secure, and super easy. And get this, the code is only available for a limited time, so don't miss out. Thousands of players already trust Bonoxis.com to recharge their diamonds. Go ahead, take advantage, and save with this discount right now. And of course, that is valid only for the Latin American region, not for global, although we're in the English stream. Just thought I'd let you know about that. So you gotta go. Head over to Bonoxis.com if you're from Latin America.
Okay, so also forget that you get great skins. You gotta show off those skills too. The only way to show it off is on Community Gaming, the ultimate platform offering esports competitions, professional and also automated payment solutions for community. You want to join in? Community Gaming. You want to host it? Go to Community Gaming, because a lot of the games, especially Mobile Legends, are provided fully support all by Community Gaming, so you can only just visit it out on a website at communitygaming.io right now. And you know what? Amazing skins, amazing skills. You gotta have an amazing phone from Techno Carbon 40 series to support your gaming platform too, and your gaming mobilities and also skills, because you know what? MVP in your photos, MVP in the game too, because that's the only way to go.
Yep. And you know what else the way is to go? The way is to go into the draft, because right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are in Influence Rage versus Corinthians, a best of 3. As you can see, Influence Rage on the blue side, Corinthians on the red. Coach Blackjacks versus Coach Darkness. I actually have some info about Coach Blackjacks as well. I've seen him coach a couple of teams in towards the European region, and he usually likes to give a lot of control to the mid laner, which in this case is Chan, and we know how good Chan has been so far in MPL LATAM Season 3. But looking at the bans, you got Fovius, Yves, as well as the Badang taken off. So trying to choke down the hero pool of Hesu, while on the side of Corinthians, paying respects to the mid laner, like I mentioned before, to Chan. And of course, you got to take out that broken hero, Kalea.
And closing off the Chusen and also the Loyi would be a very good pick here, but since that all gold laners are open, Influence Rage, you can secure the Granger if you want, or probably opting in the Suyo and taking the Harith as a natural counter later on. But I see that smirk from Kronos. There might be a chance it would be a first pick
Granger, Suyo, Harith, but Matilda being prioritized, and for good measure as well, because Coach Blackjacks likes to get his teams revolving around a certain hero. Like I said, the mid lane, right? And now you want to get a little bit of an Ube going with this Matilda. So now you're posing the threat and asking the question, hey, Corinthians, what do you want? You want the Granger or the Herald? We can work with either. We got the Matilda. That's what we were after. It's a really good pick. And now you can pair it up with even the Suyo or the Alpha. And at the same time, you could even go for something like a Gatot Kacha in the EXP lane, possibly even, you know, a Joy in the jungle. So right now they give the Harith. They will definitely take the Granger, pair it up with possibly a Hayabusa, because the Hayabusa does so well against the Harith. But they go for the Alpha instead.
Alpha picked up. And wow. Okay, I'm pretty sure Granger is a good pick, but Jordan on an Alpha, again, I just really hope that he plays this as if he's playing on the Assassin, because you need that very much instead of just handling on the in and out fights with the Matilda. It would be very hard if you're just handling onto that, or even just, you know what, let me front, let me just take it all, even though I got the first War Axe, and let's go for the Queen's Wings maybe later on. or even directly going onto like those tanky builds that you can build up for Alpha. But I just really hope it works pretty well because you're going up against a Sicilian on the side of Corinthians. Okay, early you get it, late you get it. Very hard on magic though. But since then, it is an opening for the 3 main damage dealers for Corinthians. Oh, Influence Rage. They can just
Farsa ban.
counter back in quite well. Yeah. You could have banned out the Farsha.
Corinthians.
Because it's one of the mages that you can actually go head to head with. Or also reach Sicilian. Or Eve is already banned. I was about to mention the Eve.
That's why I said Farsa. I think Farsa is a really good ban over here. Not just the Farsa, even the Novaria would be great just because you have no one to kind of reach that Novaria in the back line, because you see that they go with the Suyo in the jungle. Yes, they need someone in the EXP lane that can dive, so the Farsa being banned out, really good ban coming through. And I think Influence Rage should be looking to take away some more EXP laners. Maybe take away the Boxia right now. That would be the best choice.
Or even a Khalid though. It should be performing well with that.
But I think a Boxia right now,
Hylos
given the
or
fact that the
Gatot
heal...
Gacha?
Yeah, Gato taken off. It's a good ban. It's a good ban. Another mid laner here, maybe the Vexana. Definitely a problem, but they go for the glue. Ooh. So that means they want something in the EXP lane that kind of wins, kind of loses to the glue. And that's probably maybe a Hylos. A CC kind of wins against the glue, right? So you don't really want to ban out the glue for that particular reason. So I'm still leaning in towards them banning out the Boxia here. It could. It's definitely in the arsenal of Hesu. So, because it does and a built-in anti-heal, and yes, Alpha does well against it, but you still can reach on towards Granger. CC still banned out though.
Though is banned out. Yeah, because probably Influence Rage can pick up the Khalid if they want to, but for Corinthians, first grab is for them.
Yeah,
it's not the Khalid.
Hylos, right?
It's kind of far. Yeah, Hylos. Or a little bit far-fetched. Jesus' signature on the Benedetta, but we forgot the Hilda wasn't banned out. But again, fast movement by Corinthians, so that's why they lock in the Hilda. Influence Rage though. I say
Novaria something.
Vexana would be good. Oh yeah,
Novaria something.
Selena is still open though.
Yeah, the Selena would be absolutely nasty over here. Yes, Selena or Novaria being picked up with a lot of EXP lanes banned out, right? Not too much left open. Hylos is what I'm looking at again. Yeah, it's got to be a Hylos in the EXP. Yeah, with a Novaria or a Selena. Yeah, it has to be a Novaria. Oh, but wait a second. This is a Matilda in the mid lane. Oh my god, he juked us all. Chan. This is what Coach Blackjacks brings into the fray. And now I'm slurring words because he's got me thrown for a doozy as well.
Last pick Jawhead? For
Not bad.
Corinthians?
Not gonna lie. Not bad.
Okay, at least for Influence Rage, you get one, I get one. You said Hylos, I said Khalid. I was just shocked it was picked up both.
Yeah, I'm gonna say they went for both because both worked well.
They went
both
for both.
do well.
Yeah, both worked well. Oh, Corinthians is a Cho. But still that pickup potential. Oh, I really love the Jawhead though if it's them.
No, where have we seen this before? You know what I'm saying? Like in the previous series, we saw the Cho with I mean, we didn't see exactly the Cho. We saw the Jawhead with the Sicilian and a Herod. It's the same concept with a Cho, Sicilian, and Herod. So the burst damage from the Herod and Sicilian is just not going to be present in the early game for the Cho to actually make a difference, especially at level 4. Yes, Herod's going to have the Zaman Force, but is he going to have the damage to kind of get the kill? You're going to be leaning in towards the Suyo to do that damage, but also in towards Hesu to actually poke them out before it starts off.
And typical for a setup guy would be kind of hard, but you know what? He is aggressive, so let him have it. Of course, match number 3. Game number 1 is just starting right now. We are talking head-to-head to one of the teams going down to relegation. So let's see who will win. Influence Rage versus Corinthians. And right now, Paquito almost taken down by Luis.
Yeah, taken down super low. The early game damage coming in from Luis is actually strong, and that is a Cho, of course. And at the moment, Paquito has the regen and is zoning them out.
Zoning out quite well, actually. No initiations or any flashy plays for right now for Corinthians. But for right now, for some reason, I really like Influence Rage's draft though. Because you know what, there's no burst on the Jawhead as we've talked before, because we talked about it with Cho. But again, the track record on Yoden playing on the Alpha isn't as sweet as him playing on the Assassin. But let's see on how this goes though. Again, so far it's just been very common.
Not really. Oh, you can see the... Oh my god, Yotun went, bit the bait. Goodness for him. Chan went in with a guiding wind, making sure he could survive. That was really risky, but that's what Influence Rage are about. High risk, high reward. Yotun along with Chan. Matilda Alpha combo. But definitely having the frontline presence and giving the space for Fury to do damage from behind. The turtle is up way. I think this could be make it or break it for Corinthians.
Starting on quite strong, but even the Glorious Pathway triggered in quite a bit early. Even though our friends from Corinthians are just looking out for more. Starting it quite well, but Jordan's presence is just in right now.
Yeah, you can see Circling Eagle coming through as well. The damage is there. They get the knockup on towards Bajizio, but at the same time, you can see the turtle being stolen away. And now he wants to go in with the Spear of Alpha, but Chino's Ring of Punishment making sure to zone them away. Bajizio gets himself a free turtle, stealing it away, while Upati was able to double in and get out as well.
Paquito had to kiss the wall, but you know what? It's okay. It's a Harris. Just let it go. Still in the early game. If you can suppress later on, suppress later on. But what I really like from both sides of these teams, they are quite active. And from the rotation wise, both kind of want to match each other up.
Oh no. Yeah, you can see right now Chan gets the Circling Eagle on towards Luis. Yotun was actually able to get out of there. And what I'm going to be curious about in this game, Vey, is the fact that what kind of a build is Chan going for? Because you saw Fury picked up the Hunter Strike at the moment. And he's definitely going to start hurting. As you can see that 1v1 on the bot side, Fury versus Upati. The battle of the goal laners. The Herod versus the Granger. But here, Luis with the Way of the Dragon on towards Paquito. He gets caught out, but you see the Guiding Wind again helping them escape.
Really guiding very well from Influence Rage, and also Chan is just utilizing it quite very well. And you know, if you unlock the full potential out of it, you can do it. Sure, laning wise, you kind of get outpoked by the Sicilian, but utility wise, Influence Rage have a very strong lineup for going in and out during the team fights, even though they are facing Corinthians with those bursty type of heroes, and they can just execute it quite well. But you know what, since if you can prolong the team fight, let's just try to prolong it. And just for this time, I feel that there will be a matter of discipline on who gets to take who out, or like what are the things that you can just pull out of your pocket or your sleeve to just win this team fight. Because there will be a long of prolonged team fights from both sides of the teams, like Hesu was trying to find an opening from out.
Yeah, you can see that he's poking him down. Paquito actually going for the Raging Sandstorm, but the Retribution going in towards the hands of Yotun. Nice, well played by Influence Rage. Chino was the one to start the whole thing with the Glorious Pathway, but making sure that this time they don't miss out on the Retribution. 1-1 in the Turtle score.
But well, too, from Influence Rage, so far Fury is just planning it out, trying to suppress Upatsi. And from Influence Rage, you're just also waiting, though, for a great moment to just come in and just pick off Upatsi. But you know what? Louise is just hovering around, finding off pickoffs. But on the other hand, we can see like Hesu trying to open vision and find ways to just, okay, can I kind of bite down on Yoden? Can I just slow him down for a bit? But you know what? He's on the alpha. He's fast rotations wise. It's just finding a great moment to pick up a fight here from both sides of the team. Rotation wise, it's just following each other.
Yeah, nice Glorious Pathway coming through, but Upati was ready as well as the rest of Corinthians. Hesu has been really good with this Hilda so far. I've been tracking his movements. He has been zoning and doing a lot for the team. So the import working out, but right now with the Glorious Pathway not being present, they're not having a way to engage. And here comes the Raging Sandstorm, and you can see all hell breaks loose. Yotun comes to the party as well, but no casualties from both sides. Just a couple of flickers and Revitalize is being baited out. That's really well played from both teams. No first blood yet.
Like the patience though on like, I'm gonna save the skill, I'm gonna let this out, I'm going to try to bait it out until that skill timer is down again. And for entry like 6 minutes, no first blood yet so far. The how do I say it? It's like the self control for not pressing that skill or just letting it go flimsy out. It's just so good from both sides of the team because Paquito is just trying to entering in.
But the flicker Raging Sandstorm catches them, but at the same time Zaman forces drop down. Circling Eagle comes through, the knockup spreads, and first blood in the hands of Chan, and Hesu's the first one to fall down, and now Corinthians might have to run away. Buzizio making sure he was able to survive as well, and Frostel and Nave not biting the dust. So 2 turtles this time in the hands of Influence Rage, who got that, but with the way of the dragon on towards Yotun. He's trying to survive, but he drops down the Zaman Force. Upati making sure he gets the kill. Chan a little late to the party. Otherwise, the guiding wind would have helped him survive.
And you know what? He made a good call. He wanted to try to get Upatsi. Yes, it was almost finished also. But sadly, you know what? You have Luis there present. You have someone who can just kick them out. The way of the dragon is just triggered it quite well. And even tanking that turret aggro wasn't the smartest thing to do. But you know what? It is what it is. You know where you need to do. You know who to pick off. But so far, no one is suppressing Upatsi yet. Just laning wise, the Granger just did very, very well.
Yeah, laning wise, Granger was able to sustain himself, making sure not giving the lead to Upati the entire time. Hesu has been moving around, providing a lot of vision, and now finally they take away a tower on the top side. So Corinthians evening out the turret score 1-1, but right now they catch Yotun off guard. He goes in with that Spear of Alpha. Louise with the Way of the Dragon catching him as well. Good kill coming through for them, but right now on towards the bot side, Hesu has been an absolute menace, a problem, while Influence Rage still take away 1 tower.
1 tower is the trade from through all of that, because you know what, the kills are not so bad, even though both sides really need it. But no kills, no worries. You get objective to trades, you get minions, you get turtles, you get lords, you get a lot of team fights, action packed, but no casualties yet. And it's just poking down here and there from Corinthians and Influence Rage. They're just waiting for the right moment to just like hit back during the fights. And they try to initiate so far, and you know what? It's just initiated now.
Yeah, you can see the glorious pathways there. Jesus' positioning was absolutely impeccable right now. The Circle Eagle going through as well. No Zaman forces. Upati already used it previously. Louise zoning them away. The threat of the Way of the Dragon is just way too much right now. He goes for the Jeet Kune Do. Doesn't want to use it just yet. The Wisps coming out from Matilda, making sure to spot him out.
And you know what? Spotting it out is the way to go because Chan trying to find a good
right
moment here,
now
but turns out it's Luis.
Yeah, the Way of the Dragon caught him off guard, and he gets taken down as well. So that's good play coming in from Louise. Flicker expended as well. The Lord being delayed. Right now, they do not want to give it away whatsoever. So Influence Rage and Corinthians both are looking to tango.
Dancing from this Lord for Corinthians, pulling it out front and back because you know what? The one slowing down is just Kino.
Oh my god. Really well played. 2 kills in the mid side, but for that they sacrificed the Lord. Bujizio right now really low. You can see Selina's the ones that secured the Lord, but double kill in the hands of a Fury. This Granger finally gonna get online right now. They got the Lord, but paid the price of 3, and now should be an easy clear while they even get control of the mid lane. So Influence Rage at the moment, the aggressors and in the driver's seat.
And looking from Influence Rage, they are still just heading on strong because you know what, even up until then, Yoden tries to steal the purple buff, even like Upatsi. You see the Harrods just there struggling of like, I gotta clear this out, I gotta get this, at least it's not going to Influence Rage. Because you know what, at the end of the day, again, not many kills. Even with the concealed play was just like, you know what, fall back. Let's move back first. Never mind. Let's find a different way opening. Because at this point, who are you trying to pick off? The only one that you can kick back is Fury. But look at the frontliners. Look at Chan. Look at Paquito is there. Look at Chino is also there. Even Yoden. That's not a great start for Corinthians if they want to kick someone in.
Oh my god, the engage, the dive potential is way too much. Glorious pathway with the guiding wind, but somehow they're able to defend. Zaman Force was dropped down to kind of slow them down. Really well played coming through from Corinthians to be able to defend that tier 2 turret. Meanwhile, on the top side, Buzizio making moves to get their top side as well.
Split push. You gotta pull that at the end of the day, because you know what, if both of the teams they just keep on fighting, objective wise it's just stagnant between both sides, it'll just be a problem. Because you know what, coming in another team fight, ooh, ready win.
Yeah, Circle Eagle, Flicker raging, Sandstorm baiting the Flicker out of Louise right now. They don't have the way to engage, but you can see Zaman Force drop down as well. And now here comes the rest of the cavalry. Hesu trying to zone them away, but Chino pops to revitalize, making sure that his teammates can survive, zoning away Hesu. A lot of flickers baited out, a lot of ultimates thrown down as well. But what we know is no possible way for Luis to engage unless Influence Rage make a mistake.
Again, the only target that you can eye on is actually just Fury. And at this point, looking at the heroes, even from Corinthians or even from Influence Rage, those tanky, chunky brothers, all of those HP just looks like rulers now for me. But lots more on the side of Influence Rage. And you know what? Waiting for the Lord is just the way to go. You gotta wait up for that objective, and I think Influence Rage can actually just secure this one in your pocket.
Definitely looking to secure one in their pocket. This Lord Influence Rage already got it started, pulling it towards their side. Louise doesn't have the flicker, so they cannot really engage, but Influence Rage just slowing it down, 16,000 HP. But guess what? The Raging Sandstorm already being baited out from Paquito thanks to Upati's play with that Zaman Force, and right now Lord half HP without the Circle Eagle as well. Hesu buying enough time, across the Nave clearing the mid lane. The Lord completely reset. They don't want to go. Chino with the Glorious Pathway trying to create the separation, and now they're getting the Lord started once again. But this time Fury is present, and they're not sure because Hesu is being an absolute maniac and an absolute menace with this Hilda, distracting the rest of the team. threatening to flank from the side.
And flanking from the side should be a good sign, even though we've seen that Frozen Nave getting that Divine Glaive burning everyone who can just let him clip in. But Influence Rage, they are not fighting out the bait where they're trying to start the turtle. Even them trying to finish it is just holding it off quite a lot. Paquito can just regain back opening. Find a good moment.
Oh my god, but he steals away Bozizio with the Retribution Soul Saver combo. And right now, thanks to the knockup coming in as well, you can see Sanguine Claws connecting. Bat's impact from Frost and Navi is just way too much. Double kill in the hands of Bozizio. Luis falls down, but guess what? They get another double in the hands of Upatizi with the Lord marching down the top side. And now they have the control of the game. All thanks to Luis's flicker coming through with the Jeet Kundo combo. Yotun was not able to stake away the Lord. And now Lord marching down the top side. Fury is the only one left standing to defend. I think they want to go for the end. Upati drops down the Zaman Force. And now you can see Hesu tanking the base crystal as well. He's trying everything to clear the wave. But just not enough. Corinthians take game number 1 in this best of 3.
Wowee, a turnover finally, and the execution though from Corinthians, it just blew my mind, because the way they try to hold out, the way they just try to play out, the way they just pull back and forth during a lot of the team fights, that is initiated by Influence Rage. But you know what, in the end, Corinthians, they just gotta make things work. They just found an opening quite well. They've just got in the right time, I might say. And during a lot of these team fights again, Influence Rage started them a lot. And a lot of the times where Corinthians are just pushed back, just put and even dragged until the very late game of the potential during the drafts they picked up. But you know what, at the end, they managed to just finish it out. You can even see here, one by one, it's just been taken off. You've seen how the Sicilian can shine. You see how at the end, the Harith can just come in and deal a lot of damage. And in the end, wowee, first game. Even though I favor the drafts of Influence Rage, the way Corinthians can just let it go in the first one, very good.
Absolutely, let it rip. That's what they did. And towards the end, they didn't really care. And all credits to the way that they set up themselves for success with the emblems. As you can see, Frost Lanave went for the Rupture early on with that basic common emblem as well. Not something that you see quite often, but definitely dishing out the damage in the early game and making it hurt. But also on the other side, nothing too strange for the Paquito, going in with the thrill to make sure the damage is there. The mage emblem coming out from Matilda, from Chan, rather than the support emblem this time, making sure to dish out more magic damage. I mean, was Matilda still the right play? Looking at it now, we can say maybe not, but the way that he played early on, maybe yes.
I mean, draft composition wise, it made it work. But since Jotun didn't get that early momentum going on for the alpha, it's just very heavily put against Fury's things that he needs to do, like his duties for being in a gold laner. Sure, he suppressed Upatsi laning wise very well, even though Upatsi is on the Harith. We can say that it's a natural counter against the Granger, but after that, it's just like purely dealing damage throughout the team fights that later we're going to see on the team fight participation percentage from both sides of the team. But again, like for Jordan, if you bring up on the alpha, it's just weight centered later on from the mid, just on the middle game. Because if you bring up the alpha until the late game, at the end, it's just going to be a body that you need to front for your damage dealers. So like for me, Corinthians, they at least can like put a little bit of weight on Lupazzi, on Sicilian, on First Nave, or also Bozizio. But for Influence Reach, it's just ending up putting all of those damage dealing duties just for Fury on the Granger, even though you know the Granger can strike very well, but it's just very heavy to just leave everything onto one person during that fight. So you know what, at the end of the day, somehow with the little things and the little openings that you can see, Upazi though is the MVP of the game again and again. A Harith on the MVP, 4-0 to QDA. Sure, it didn't give a lot of damage highlights during in because you know Upazi was just very suppressed in the early
look at that.
laning phase, but yeah, at the end, if he sees that opening, if you see that little thing that you can try to burst out, he can even take out Jordan when he wants to be aggressive at the bot lane. That little greediness and also the little openings that he can see right now, it's just very, very well executed, I might say, for the side of Corinthians. So,
yeah, very well executed, of course, with the draft that they had in their favor. I think that's probably the first time we've ever seen Granger lose out, haven't we? And guess what? Who did he lose to? The Harith. The straight counter. We've seen it before. If they have the Granger, you gotta pick the Harith, because you don't want problems, right? You don't want problems in your laning phase, and of course you do not want to have problems when you're doing a recharge as well, because we got our sponsor Bonox. You gotta make sure if you want to recharge diamonds with a 5% discount, head over to bonox.com and also use the code BNXMPL3. Of course, this purchase is fast, secure, and super easy. And get this, the code is only available for a limited time, so don't miss out. Thousands of players already trust bonoxes.com to recharge their diamonds. So go ahead, take advantage, and save with this discount right now.
And if you don't want to be dizzy or you want to plan something but you don't want to think very hard, because the only and easy way to help you with your planning of esports competition only at Community Gaming, because it is the ultimate platform offering these esports competition professionalized and even automated payment solutions for community. Host all of your tournaments and all types of games, especially Mobile Legends. You can just see and even hop on the website if you just want to sign up or you want to host your own tournament at communitygaming.io.
And you know what, Vey? Another thing, the MVP of our game, Upati, with that Harith, absolutely amazing. But you know what? Not only was he the MVP in the game, he absolutely looked fantastic as well. How did he do that? With Techno, of course, you can be the MVP in the game and MVP with your photos. With the new Techno Camon 40 series, capture every victory with its incredible camera and flash snap. The feature that freezes the action in motion with precision and clarity. Become the star in and out of the game. Wow. Not only does it capture photos, but that moment where you get to freeze, not the winter crown, you know, just another freeze in a feature, of course, with that camera. But you know what else is another feature of MPL LATAM Season 3? The skin codes that we give out.
Oh, wow, wait, so guys, grab it fast before Kronos does. WVNGE7Q9L. Let's go redeem it at once because we only have 6
my game
and
crashed,
we're watching like everybody. Everybody is just redeeming right now. Grab it fast because you get skins, you get, well, like dust like Kronos did.
I want the skin. I want the skin.
Ready, always. Hey guys, grab it fast before Kronos does, because this is only.
I reached the limit of exchanging. No, oh wait, they grabbed it so fast. It's already peaked up.
Ooh. Wow,
that's the first time it's happened.
Are very fast. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice one. And if I'm not mistaken, there should be another one waiting for you guys. Grab it fast. Grab it right now. Because you know what? Since it reached the limit, it's just the second quote of the day. it's okay, we can wait because quite more exciting to see the second draft of match number 3. We're still waiting on it, of course. We're still looking at like the positions and also compositions for both sides of the team because Corinthians taken the advantage getting on the blue side for this time, and still, even though Hesuken plays the Phoveus quite well, we still opt to just say goodbye to him.
I think it's the Phoveus just to make sure it's not a first pick material, but definitely second pick, right? So if you're on the blue side, you're trying to take away what can be picked up second. So banning out the Phoveus, really well done. And also the Zushin on the other side. So I like how it's going this time. Maybe they don't pull off the Matilda kind of gameplay again, but definitely do not want to give away the Harith or the Granger. So you're going to see that being banned out on one side, and if not the other, maybe even both. Oh, wait, a Moskov this early?
I think they really want to prioritize the Granger or the Harith, or mind games
Assassin
against Influence Rage to just, you want to ban out the Granger? Go ahead. You want to ban out the Harith? Go ahead. Because, like, you know what? We're going to prioritize all of the Assassin's picks that we can put up. Because you know what? Fanny is still open. Joy is still open. Suyo is still open. So probably they can utilize that quite well. Because, again, it just adds up to the point where the alpha works and not works at the same time. And
you gotta ban out the Kalea.
Yeah, closed off for now. Louis still open though. No Chip, no Sylvana, still okay. They really want to focus on the mid laner. Respect onto that too.
Yeah, I think right now, probably looking to ban out. They want the Assassins for sure. I wouldn't be surprised if they went for an Irithel ban also, just to make sure. But that's doubling down for an unnecessary reason. Maybe ban out the EXP laner over here. Make it a little harder for Chino to do something. And wait, they do ban out the Louis still. They double down in all lanes, basically going one EXP, one gold, and now one mid laner. Same thing on the other side. Mid laner, Roamer. Kalea, Roamer, not EXP. Okay, Vay? But yeah, they take away the mid laner, the Roamer, and now possibly also they're not gonna ban out Harith or Granger. They want to trade, but maybe the Suyo being taken off right now will be a really good answer.
Yeah, at least you're just dealing against the powerful gold laners. But if you ban out that,
yes,
Suyo. Oh yeah,
that's a good Suyo ban.
Yeah. Grab a Granger, deny the Badong, grab the Harith.
No, I think if he grabs I think they go first pick Harith because of how he played well. Of course, Upati, but when they go Harith, it's gonna be Granger, Hayabusa on the other side.
Magic is my life. Your team is picking.
Okay. Got on the first Harith, good read Chronos. For the next, Granger, Hayabusa.
Or it could be Hayabusa, Hilda. No. I think Hayabusa, maybe Hayabusa with the Matilda, or maybe Hayabusa with the Hilda. There's too many open still, but you don't want to go for the Granger instantly as well. You're going to go for it as a third pick, but I think at the moment you still want to pick up the Granger just because you're so unsure about what's coming through, and you want to pick it up later on anyway. So go for the Granger, and the Hayabusa is something that would work out because the Hayabusa straight counters the Harith, and now you threaten the mid laner that's coming through as well. Oh, but they go for the Badang Granger instead. Half and half, I guess we both get 1-1.
Yeah.
I get 2. I picked the Harith.
Deny on the Badang, those are Corinthians. What's your answer next? Deny the Hayabusa?
No, the Hayabusa is not a great pick on the other side. I feel like Hayabusa is going to be the final pick over here. Akai?
Joy Hylas would be fun. Joy Gato would be fun, I think.
Matilda, and maybe Gato Kacha.
Okay,
Sicilian Hilda.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, now they're forcing the equation on towards the Hayabusa, but the Hayabusa definitely a good pick over here if I was Influence Rage, especially with Yotun trying to play heroes that can dive into the back line, assassins, definitely something he likes to play. And straight counters the Herod is a counter to the Sicilian. Yes, you're gonna have a little bit of a struggle against the Hilda in the early game because Hessel really played that Hilda well, but I think that's where you gotta trust Paquito as well as Chino. So Hayabusa, it's a no-brainer.
Agree. Should be a Hayabusa though, unless we get swing. Then, yeah, nice. Because if you don't pick that up now, it's a very, very big chance from Corinthians to just like close that off. And you know what? From Influence Rage, next ban, you can focus more on tanky hero or even on a jungler because you know what? You already get a Hayabusa. You can just focus on it more, but the Matilda is an option here. Okay, Corinthians closing off the Novaria. Respect, of course, on Chan and how he plays. And for what's
Alice.
Next?
No, too much magic though. Nolan can be a good ban here.
Yeah, Nolan or Joy.
I think Nolan's still risky. No, Fanny not good here. Not against the Batang. You can't really go Fanny. I think over here the good ban would be it could be a physical jungler. I was gonna say Alpha, but I'm not really sure.
It's kind of hard to pick up the Alpha with that composition against the Sicilian Herod and Hilda.
But they ban out the Lucas. It's not bad. It's not a bad ban.
Yeah, it's not a bad ban. Because it can actually sustain on against the Badang or even like any Tatsanadas thrown in by the Ranger. Last ban for Corinthians though, still focus on the mage.
Farsa.
Vexana? Aurora?
Vexana is a good ban. But I think that leaves the Farsa open. Farsa definitely a good pick over here. But could be waiting until the end. So they could slot the Gatot Gacha or the Hylos and it still would work out.
Oh, I like the Gatot Gacha more though.
Yeah, because you deny as well. Yup. But the Cho is just too good to let go as well. The Cho is really nice too. Actually, I'll be honest. All those aside, just pick a Jawhead right now. Rage is be really strong. Oh, Khalid. Still good. Early game poke. AoE game changer in level 4 has a sustain.
You want to match up the fast movement of the Hilda.
Yep.
Corinthians, you really need the big CC gameplay. You need someone who make a moment. A Gatot still fits the picture quite well. I like the Gatot Joy though from here. If they still want to go for an assassin here. For Buzijo.
I don't think they want to go assassin anymore. They probably want to go for a fighter. I can't believe I'm probably saying it. Maybe Martis, but that's not the right way. No way. It's got to be an alpha somewhere. I'm trying to figure out what else. Oh my god!
Oh,
finally we get
about that.
A Hanzo. I was gonna say Alice or maybe another pocket pick, but this Hanzo is going to be a threat in the land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. MPL LATAM Season 3, Week 3, Match number 3, Game number 2 though, in this best of 3 series. Corinthians pick up that Hanzo in the jungle.
Farsha would be good. At least you get mobility to like go out.
No,
or,
no,
like, out of
Farsha. Now,
range from
no.
the Hanakage.
Valentina.
Or how about
Valentina.
Valentina or Aurora?
Ooh, I like the Selena as well. The Selena is really good. This is a tight and spicy game, to be honest. I feel like definitely Influence Rage have the answers to the Hanzo, but with the Hayabusa being a straight threat, but also Corinthians have answers towards Influence Rage just by poking them down quite enough for Hanzo and to just come and finish the job.
Oh, I'm torn apart now between both sides of this. Like, both of them are so good, like in the drafts and everything. But you know, seeing the track records from other regions also on how Hanzo performs, I would really like to see how Buzizio plays it out well. But let's also not forget Influence Rage. They got the range from the Selena and also the Granger, closing off here for match number 3, game number 2. So far, will they equalize or not? Because we are still coming in to the Land of Dawn for today, of course. Corinthians versus Influence Rage. Starting out strong between these two roamers here coming in. Luis and also Paquito is just there juking it out for both sides of the team. And an early strong team fight and mid-rotation so far. A higher invade potential for Influence Rage, which they're doing right now.
Paquito, I think he gets poked out a little bit too much, but at the same time, you can see Louis taking out low as well. Should be biting the dust, forcing the flicker out really well. Flicker coming out from Paquito as well, so both the roamers sacrificing their flickers. But I think Hesu this time gets his hands on the high-lows. Buzizio definitely going to have a much faster rotation as a Hanzo. His jungle clear speed probably second to none. But right now, looking to get in towards the opposition jungle, try and steal a couple of camps away. But guess what? Rage spot that out. Oh.
Coming in, missing the Abyssal Arrow, still okay so far. From Corinthians, coming in strong, pressing on the EXP because you know, yeah, you want to rack up those points up while also guarding up the gold laner. So far from both sides of the team, it's just well-rounded and also well guarded by Corinthians area-wise. When we're talking about area on how you want to secure on the first turtle, because Influence Rage is just ready and setting up their positions there so far, because there will be a little mishap here in the middle lane.
Oh, you can see the Abyssal Arrow, but instantly with the Fist Crack combo coming through, but now the Kinjutsu's there trying to shut the damage from the Hanakage, but the first blood going in towards Influence Rage. Hesu's the first one to fall down, while Paquito being traded. Roamer for EXP. As you can see, Buzizio right now trying to get the fast jungle clear, while Influence Rage zone him out of the turtle pit.
And coming in from the turtle pit, again, Influence Rage, they got in their pocket. Jonah was fast with it, tried to invade it, but got a little bit stunned by the unloader here and there, but okay, coming in.
Oh, Buzizio, he wants to go in, he has the damage as well. You can see on towards the Yotun. Ogi Shadowkill comes out just to survive. Really well played, good usage of the skills. And I think that goes to show how well these players know and understand these heroes.
And looking at how they play out, it's just like so well paced. Even though you see Luis kind of go aggressive on Paquito, but you know what? You can heal up, you can still tank a lot of damage in the early game. It won't be a lot of problems here, but Hanekage coming in.
Yeah. Oh, he tried to go in. Yeah, I thought he was gonna try and get the Demon Thorn out, but at the same time right now, if you take a look at the way and the composition is flowing for Influence Rage, they got a lot of long range skills. That Selena, that Granger, of course the flicker potential coming out from both Chino as well as Paquito, but right now Buzizio wanting to show that he can be the pinnacle ninja trying to create that separation. Yotun catches him with the quad shadow. Ogi shadow kill on towards him as well. Should be an easy kill, but he goes through. No, he doesn't. But guess what? Luis trying to create an opening, but Hesu with that glorious pathway, and they get cut off. But here comes Chino creating the separation, the opportunity. Luis gets taken down. Hesu and Frostel and Nave have to flicker out of harm's way as well and use the Revitalize to survive.
An Influence Rage, the Hayabusa so far is the answer against the Hanzo picked up, because you know what, you want to try and swallow him, you can, because you can just pop up the Ogi Shadow kill and just like go up against it, anyone, and just cancel that out, because you know what, starting in the third row, still coming on strong for the second one, it's so easy to just secure it now.
Yeah, you can see right now he goes in with the Demon Thorn, but at the same time, Yotun gets another kill. 2-0-1 on this Hayabusa. And now the damage is starting to rack up. Fury picks up the Sky Piercer. As you can see, Hunter Strike already secured for Yotun as well. Meanwhile, for Buzicio, goes in for the Corrosion Sight first without even finishing the boots. But you can see Abyssal Arrow connects on towards Upati. They have the Starlium Sight. He's building in towards the Feather of Heaven. And looks like Chan going for cooldown reduction on that Selena.
And looking at how Buzijo plays out, because you know what? Hanzo should be able to handle in the early game. Because after the buff also, the cooldown should be easier right now. Ooh.
Yeah, Zaman Force dropped down. Paquito looks like he's in trouble. Luis trying to go for it, but you can see at the same time Chino created separation and 2 flickers instantly, making sure no casualties on the side of Influence Rage. Very well played.
And wow, I was waiting out down at the bottom lane, but turns out Influence Rage initiated that team fight so well, even leading up until now.
Very well played. They got out themselves and making sure they picked the fight against Upati when he did not have any sort of support, and now even able to take down the top tier 1. They get the clear on the wave. Luis has to sacrifice the top tower, cannot even control the bush, because that's what happens when he tries to do something. He gets taken down, but here comes Hesu with the glorious pathway. Chino trying to create the separation, making sure Fury can survive, sacrifices himself. Frostel Nave has to clear the top side. You can see Paquito right now might get taken down by the Demon Thorn, but he has the Quicksand Guard to soak up all that damage as Hesu will fall down and Fury picks up a kill. And meanwhile in the mid lane, the 1v1 Yotun versus Upatizi. Yotun is on a killing spree. As you can see, Chan goes in and he's able to get the kill as well, thanks to the stacks that come through. But here Fury kiting ever so beautifully, but Yotun goes in with the quad shadow, trying to zone them out and able to secure the turtle once again.
Clean objective-wise by Influence Rage, holding on to 3 of the turtles at the second game. A lot of the objectives coming on, and so far it is in the favor of Influence Rage. During in that moment, I really thought that, okay, probably Flash enough I can go back, probably you can just add here and there, but you know what, from the moment the Jotun gets to kill Opatsi at the middle lane, it's just a really deal breaker from their side. It's just a very good game from them. And you know what? Invading from Influence Rage their position right now.
Yeah, Hesu looks like he's not having a good time. This Badang actually putting in a lot of work, and you can see the Zaman Force drop down to make sure they're slowed away. But you could see they were moving like a unit. They were looking to take someone down. It was a scary sight if I was Buzicio, making sure to run away. But the target's still going to be the bot side tier 2 turret. As you can see, Luis trying to defend, but can't really do much. Chino zoning away for Fury. And so far, even though they have Hanzo, there's no possible way for them to catch Yotun. Or actually, Fury.
Oh no!
Oh,
right now,
you can see Zaman Force drop down.
Zaman Force. Force down
yeah,
a bit,
you can
but
see
Shadow Kill coming in with the Raging Storm! Hitting into 3! And even a Mega Kill secured by Influence Rage, still coming in strong with a double kill. Upatsi getting one, but Buzicio from the back. A triple for Fury. Another one. Would it be secured? And turns out it's a shutdown! No Maniac canceled down! But turns out it is official wipeout buy Influence Rage, getting that buy for Corinthians. And you know what? That is a spicy move. Don't overextend, but you know what? In the end, it's still in favor to them.
Wow, Influence Rage is somehow still coming out on top after getting 5 kills, a complete wipeout on the side of Corinthians. Taking a look at the itemization as well, they need that item power spike. Hesu goes in for the Glorious Path to try and slow them down, but you can see the Sanguine Claws coming in from Frost Alive. The damage is not there just yet. Revitalized to help them survive. Bat's Feast coming through as well. Zaman Force dropped down. Upatizi dancing around, gets the shutdown finally, and they go in. Buzizio with the Demon Thorn, but Fury able to kite out of there. Yotun sacrificed himself, but the Lord is going to be marching down the bot side, so enough time bought for the side of Influence Rage, and Corinthians need to defend as the Lord is slowly coming through.
Finally marching in, but position-wise, we can see that how Influence Rage, they're just trying to sort everything out. Like, let's put in a good moment here. Let's just go in with a 3-lane push quite well. Even Bujiju is just forced out right now. No one can catch him. Still in the Harekage form, which is quite good. Again, even if you miss out on the early game, you can still have you can still deal the same damage. Even though cooldown skill is also reduced for the first skill. And you know what? As long as you're in the Hanekage mode, you can actually regain back and recovery from your HP skills. That's a great update here, but I don't think that it shines so well because Influence Rage is just marching in right now.
Yeah, Glorious Pathway comes through. Yotun in the backline with the Ogi Shadow Kill goes in, but at the same time, Buzizio does the same towards the side of Influence Rage. The Lord looking a little less than quarter HP, should get taken down quite easily, but Influence Rage got what they were looking for, an inhibitor in the bot side, and now will play the map.
And looking at how they kind of felt like, oh, the gameplay before that we executed was kind of risky. It left just Jordan, it's just Chan at the back. This time, even if we got the Lord, let's just at least take one objective. That's good, that's enough. Let's just move back. Playing out good timing on how probably later for the next Lord so they can march in more safely. And a lot of those plants, I would like to call them CCTVs from the Selena, is just here and there. It's just waiting for Hesu to just step on it, and you can just be ready for it as any time to provide vision for the side of Influence Rage, because you know what, you want to try to do a split push. That's risky though. Almost caught.
Yeah, it was really risky. I think Buzizio or Yotun, if he waited for a split second more, he could have caught Buzizio off guard. But if you take a look at the itemization, slowly hitting their power spikes. Already Frost Lanave, Wishing Lantern with the glowing wand. Upatizi has the Holy Crystal. Definitely going to be online. Buzizio, the Trinity is complete. Looking to go for the BOD or the Malefic Roar as well. So the damage coming through from Corinthians definitely there, definitely present. But now they sacrifice the Lord. I'm not really sure if that was the right play, but you can see the Lord coming through instantly from the bot side as well. Yotun gets himself a purple buff. I think this could be one way. Oh no.
Well, let's see on how they equalize, because you know what, Hesu is just caught in the middle of everything. Tanking too much, even with 3 deaths.
Oh my goodness! The snipe coming through, and Sanguine Claws catches 4. Sanguine Claws catches 4 at the same time. The Lord is still marching down the bot side. Mid lane inhibitor is gone. The top side is cleared out as well. The base crystal left exposed. The Force from Upatizi to clear the wave, as well as the Lord. But he gets taken down with the Ogi Shadow Kill. That's a double kill in the hands of Yotun, and instantly they go for the base crystal. It is a 1-1. Influence Rage pull it back.
Same footing, finally. Because you know what, looking at the highlights, it didn't really work so well in this game for Corinthians. Because, like, track composition wise, me and Kronos, we agree, we fell in love with both sides. But you know what, only one side of the team that gets to win, and turns out the one securing it is Influence Rage. And looking at a lot of the moments where influence rage, you know what? As what I've said also in the early before we start drafting in game number 1, give that assassin jungle potential from Jordan. I don't know why he picked up the alpha. Probably he still want to make it work. Probably don't. But turns out that's the thing. Just poking out here and there. And during the draft in game number 2, Jordan got the Hayabusa. It was a very great pick. It was his power pick. He made it. He made it as if it's so well, and like combining it with the heroes that coming in with the Padang. You denied it from Hesu. You come in with the Paquito, also denied it from Hesu. Like a lot of great moments was just so well executed and so well initiated from Influence Rage. They got a lot of great moments, even though there are sacrifices just like this. A little bit overextending just in that one gameplay. But you know what? Even up until the end, they know what they gotta do. You know what? At this point, I really thought that, yeah, that third Death Sonata was just be the death of Hesu. But at the end, fourth is the answer for it. No more frontliners for Corinthians. One man down. You win with the lore. You just enter the base so well. But after with the impact, you just barge in. That HP is just like blasted out. Wow. Great MLBB right there.
That was a Hylos. Usually 10,000 HP at that point in the game. And all with just one Death Sonata taking away about 1,500 to 1,800 HP. Oh my goodness. I know it was a Sky Piercer towards the end, but oh my goodness. That is why you ban out the Granger, folks. The Harith won game number 1. The Granger takes game number 2. So now the game number 3, are they still going to leave it to a toss-up between Harith and Granger? I'm not sure. We'll find out because, of course, looking at the emblems, nothing too fancy, nothing too crazy coming out from both teams. But if you take a look at the itemization, the Trinity coming in very late for Butizio. That's why Hanzo, although the revamp has been given, the damage is just not almost present. You need the Trinity to be online. Upatizi, 29k in terms of the damage that he dealt, but just not enough for him to carry the team to victory. But of course, if you take a look at the team fight participation, Khalid and Granger, Fury and Paquito, 68% being present most of the time in these team fights to secure their team the victory in game number 2.
And wow, so far we're in the same footing too, Kronos. 1-on-1. Just the third game to see who will win. And because you know what, the winning MVP of the game by Bonox is definitely on the hands of Fury. Again, Harith, Granger was the pattern for today of the MVP of the game. And 815 KDA, you got that. Even, wow, I think the Skypiercer is on the first item. Great investment if you really want to start early, because you know you can't suppress Ufatsi. Same thing where it happened in game number 1. You know that you can try to suppress it.
Okay,
Let's just go in. And if it's the first item on hand, plus it's just one death, that should accumulate to 72. Yeah, 72 points on that stacks. And even with the Death Sonata, see.
Yeah, this. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Look at this. Oh my god. That was what? That was 5 Death Sonatas, I think. 1, 2.
Missed.
2 connected, the third one connected, and then the fourth one missed, and then the fifth one. I think Hesu realized he's in trouble. He tried to go left, right, you know. He's trying to bob and weave, but guess what? Bang! With that Death Sonata, no chance possible. And what a way to actually get that kill. And then after that, it is beautiful to watch a Granger. I'll tell you, one of my favorite heroes this current patch, a Granger, of course. So that's why you gotta ban it out, folks. Don't play the Granger. He is danger. The Granger danger is real. But of course, at this time, like you mentioned, Vey, 1-1 is the score. Will it change to 2-1? Of course it will. But who will win? Because I want to get at least one victory tonight, you know, in my favor.
Uh-oh.
Making sure I get one series. So right now, you got to put your caster's curse. Oh, wait. Hey, look. The audience
Our
knows
audience
what's up.
prediction, and this is live. And this is live, you know, guys. It's accumulated 80% for the side of Influence Rage and 20% for Corinthians. And if it's a 2-1 for Chronos, and with the little game we're going on in the league with 3 broadcasters racing it up for the points, you know what? If you win, technically it's a curse for me. Just for me.
At least it gives me a head start. The fact that I didn't have, you know, I didn't give my predictions for week 1. But of course, at the moment, I think Influence Rage as well as Corinthians will be looking to go back to the drawing board. Because let's be honest, compared to the entire series, that all the 3 series we watched during the day, basically today's stream, this third series has been a little bit of a chess match in terms of draft. Yes, this game number 2 was the match number 2 was also a chess match, but that was a little aggressive and a lot of blunders being made. This one's a little bit more calculated and something to throw off the opponent. Like the first game, we saw that Matilda being picked up in the first pick, then slotted in the mid lane for in the last second. And also in game number 2, we saw them kind of tossing up the Harriet as well as the the Granger, leaving the Hayabusa open. So I'm not sure what they're gonna bring this time around, because I'm really excited to see what they have in store.
Because from the second game of the draft, it feels like God gave you a trial. Try it. I'm gonna try that. Because it's just all open. You get the Harriet, you get the Granger. It's just a matter of a trade-off here and there. Because probably it was a momentum boost, probably a mental boost also, knowing that the first game you won with the Harriet against the Granger. So probably the third game it should be caught in as a bit of a consideration on if you really want to bet it off or not. And if you still want to play mind games later on, probably trick the players, or probably whoever can try to spot it out later on, because we're drafting into game number 3, match number 3 of the day, because you're looking at Influence Rage back on the blue side. So, game of chess. How do you counter a counter that you try to counter equals to counter, and no more Furbius, no more Badang, we're closing up the Kulia, no more Chusin, respect to the Loi. So Matilda turns out, respect to the Loi. I'm not giving up on that.
No, I think right now this is a very aggressive draft coming out from Coach Blackjacks from Influence Rage. They ban out the Phobius, knowing that Hesu could be a problem. They take away the Badang because there's a playmaking opportunity from EXP side. So they're taking away all 3 games. They've taken away the playmaking potential that Hesu can have. So his impact will be a lot more minimal. And right now, the Luyi being respected on the other side as well. So good bans coming through. But again, first pick. And now in the face of Influence Rage, what are you going to pick up? They go for the Suyo. And now asking the question to Corinthians, do you want the Harriet or do you want the Granger once again?
Granger, go ahead.
No, I think they go for the Harriet with maybe Harriet with Gato, but Gato's not been working out so far. So I would say Harriet Hilda. Harriet Hilda seems to work fine so far. Oh, they go for the Granger this time. And the Selena, this is different. So basically, they don't care about what they've practiced. Complete off script and now just go for the Granger and the Selena. And now on the other side, I know you're smiling. I see you. I see you. You're trying to predict for your team.
Deny the Novaria now. Pick it up for Ken.
No, I think. Oh, you think they're gonna go with the Selena Novaria combo and then go with two tanky kind of like frontliners? I think right now there's no possible way for them to stop the Hayabusa.
Selena Granger, Novaria, Alice Frederick. Harith is picked
I think
up.
here Hayabusa.
Lead is picked
Hayabusa
up.
comes through.
Hayabusa Gatot Kacha. But
Hayabusa comes through. Just one
before
pick.
it's banned out.
Yeah, Hayabusa should go for it. Alice? Nah, no way. No way, right? Too early.
If they prioritize the Novaria, I'm sure it's with Alice. But
Huh?
it can be banned off though. What's that?
Huh?
I'm a little bit joy.
This is different. Corinthians throwing them off with this draft right now. I think Influence Rage are questioning themselves. What are they supposed to do? Now, but looking at the bans, they can definitely take out the Jawhead. Now the Jawhead should get banned out.
Yeah.
Jawhead Cho.
Ban out the Jawhead. Ban out the Cho. Ban out the Lucas.
Yeah, Lucas and maybe another like Gatot Kacha or Hylos on the other side. But the Vexana being banned out. Choking down more mid lane heroes of Chan. Take a look. The Zushin, the Lu Yi, the Vexana, as well as the Matilda. So 4 heroes, of course, of Chan being taken off the picture here.
Is Eve or Eve still open? But not good against Selena.
I mean, Eve's not good against a Selena nor a Joy, right? It's gotta be Cho and the Jawhead.
Cho Lucas.
Cho Lucas on the side. Yeah, Cho Lucas on the side of Influence Rage, but Corinthians need to be looking to take out the Jawhead. It's gonna be a real threat towards the Joy whenever she's trying to dive in, because you can always slot the Khalid in the EXP, although it's not seen quite often. It's still a flex pick.
If Influence Rage decides to go for a Jawhead and win this, it's actually the first time they rack up points for that. Valentina,
Wow.
oh my god, this is so targeted on the Candle. Very respected, because he has a very wide hero pool. Ban out the Lucas. Good. Now you need bodies. Gatot Kacha?
Hylos. Just Hylos.
Hylos?
Hylos.
Hylos Hilda?
Not even the Hilda at this point. You want to go... Hilda works, yes. But I think you probably go Hylos and maybe... I'm trying to think of more frontliners.
I like...
Glue? Glue works here. Gatot Kacha works.
Yeah, I like Hylos Gatot Kacha for Corinthians. I like Hilda... yeah, I like Hilda Aurora for Influence Rage.
Hilda Aurora, you say? A fair miss.
Fair miss.
Is to trick the Reaper.
I like this just because, yeah. The Edith is good as well, but no. Again, the problem on the side of Influence Rage is there's no instant lockdown no instant CC, which could stop this Joy. So this Joy is gonna wreak havoc in the Land of Dawn, of course, from Corinthians. But now, to top off the cherry on the cake, Corinthians need to find something, right, that can keep up with either putting Selena as a roamer and picking up like an Angela maybe, or you go for another frontliner to make sure you can match up against this Edith in the lane.
Valerie?
Wait a second. It's been forever.
I have no
It's been forever.
Yeah.
Like it's...
okay, it's kind of hard for me now. Love game number 2, but game number 3, it's kind of hard for me because, like, you pick up the Edith for Influence Rage. Yes, that could kind of work since you bring up the Paramis, but the vision-wise is just so heavily on the lead. But on the side of Corinthians, though, the Terizla, it's been so long, as you've said it. But since it goes on a combo of, like, AoE combos between, like, those two ultimates that will be used later on. So as long as it can beat out the Netherrealm by the Paramis, it should still be okay. So finally we get to see who gets to win the 3rd game of the day. We're coming in strong for the last game for week number 3, day number 1. Okay? Influence Rage versus Corinthians. And so far, it's just bringing on the big guns, because with unique picks, I'm pretty sure there will be unique executions.
Yeah, I think this definitely comes out as something that they've practiced before, right? Corinthians maybe have done this on their scrims. It looks like a composition that's pretty solid with the way that they're working out. This Terizla, probably the only difference over here is that maybe it could have been a Khalid instead, but Khalid being denied as well by Influence Rage. And now they're trying to dominate this map early on because the Selena, yes, you're a threat, but not a threat enough just yet.
I think so far it's just playing it slow, because even though you know the Joy can go aggressive as much as you like, knowing that how Buzijo plays out too. Also, I don't think it's smart and wise to just want to go in aggressively, because you know both from your Selena and also the Gatakacha no level 4 yet, and even Hesu without the penalty zone. I think they're just waiting out to juke it out later in the first turtle coming in, well, 15 more seconds.
Yeah, definitely that 15 seconds will be a difference maker for that teams to get into position. As you can see, Frost Lanave just trying to snipe someone from afar using those abyssal arrows. Yotun looking to hit his level 5, while Buzizio looking to do the same so they can get an advantage in the turtle pit. And now the turtle already being started on. Paquito trying to come in, zone them away. He has the Raging Sandstorm. But you can see again the Abyssal Arrows being a problem. Paquito taken down low, and here comes Buzizio with the Electrifying Beats as well. You can see the AOG connecting on towards them. First, the blood. Chino is the one to fall down, and Chance should be next on the chopping block. And yes, he is. 2 given along with the turtle as well towards the side of Corinthians. And now they are looking for more advantages in and around the map.
That is brutal, I might say, from Corinthians. He got that good early gain. And again, no flashy plays yet unless it's on the turtle, because you know what? After this, everything is just online. Luis being the first target here, but turns out jumping in from the back. Abyssal Arrow coming in.
Oh, yeah, I think now you can see Buzizio could actually go in on towards Yotun, but he's able to escape with the Blade Surge. Luis getting pulled back a little bit by the Shadow Stampede as well. Yotun, I'll be honest, he's been good at the Hayabusa, but when it comes to these fighters, doesn't really look comfortable, does he?
Because, well, again, how it happens in the first game, you see him play out with the alpha, but should be a bit different here on the CEO. Buzizio is just more aggressive coming in, and with those traps set up by Frostlnave, it's just really a pestering presence though for Influence Reach. And coming in strong from Corinthians is just constant baiting from what they can do later on, how they can try to achieve their goal, because the second turtle is coming up and Corinthians is just eyeing for it quite very well. And even on top of Batsy this time, since he is on the Rager, it is not pushed back as much as him using on the Harrod.
Yep, the turtle is up now, and I think definitely Buzizio has already gotten it started, but Hesu gets pulled back. Oh my goodness, they go through with the Raging Sandstorm from Paquito with the flicker as well, and right now onward, AOG should catch two, and yes it does. Electrifying beats to clear up shop. As you can see, Frostlnave trying to go in with the Garrot, trying to dish out the damage after getting the Abyssal Arrow as well. They trade two for nothing and even get the turtle Corinthians ahead of the 8-ball.
Okay, finally getting ahead at something. But so far, Corinthians still securing a 4-0 kill point and even invading that purple buff. It's kind of hard though, but even up until the 5th minute mark, Ufatsi is just investing on that Sky Piercer. Then turns out a bit of a fight back here from Fury, but just in time from the other players from Corinthians are just coming in and just saving him from all of this. And we're looking at the emblems. Looky. Terizla, you gotta opt out for more of a tanky boy, so that's why you go in with the shielding. Not on the concussive blast though, so but at least if you go on the roamer shield emblem, it should help with your be a bit tanky. Since you opt out with the Brave Smite, you can kind of gain back your HP that you kind of lost since you were taking a lot of fights here. But wow!
Oh God, the taunt on towards Chino. Upatizi gave him a face full of Rhapsody, making sure he heard his violin music. And next thing you know, he gets taken down. And right now, Luis trying to create some space. As you can see, Upatizi trying to zone them out as well to get that tower. Abyssal Arrow connects on towards Paquito, but you can see they go through, trying to go in with that Raging Sandstorm, and also the Zaman forced to dish out the damage. Really well played. Corinthians 5 to influence rate 0, controlling the game slowly and surely.
Coming up to the 6-minute mark, Buzizio almost taken down by Yoden, and even the retribution is just forced out by Yoden just before the turtle is up though. Bit aggressive on using the utilities that he should have been saving. Since it's not a clean kill yet, Corinthians are just setting up for that turtle, and it is up for grabs because you know what, Paquito is just waiting for the good moment to open up a Raging Sandstorm. But since Buzizio is just able to melt down that turtle so fast, no initiations started from Influence Rage.
Yeah, I think Influence Rage right now realize that they need to farm up. They're losing out on goal lead. They're behind by about 4,000. They need to find an opportunity. They need to find windows and create those windows to try and get their goal lead back even. This is coming as a surprise, but at the same time, you can see that's what they were looking for. Upatizi gets the flicker out of harm's way as well. And now he went in with the Death Sonata. Fury and Paquito getting cornered out, but at the same time they cast the Abyssal Arrow in towards the Edict, taking them low, and now trying to clear the wave as well. Really well played. Good map awareness, good presence coming in from Corinthians.
And you know what, Corinthians are just present all the way around, and even Upatsi just feels so comfortable even with that half HP. He wasn't afraid because you know what, there's Frostlnave helping out, there's Luis is just always guarding him, and also with the respect item getting that Sea Halberd, you going up against Influence Rage with a lot of shielding going on here and there, And even on top, Lucio is just trying off a split switch, but right now.
Oh, the penalty zone actually catches 3. Hesu was able to create the opening, and Chino right now taking down low. Upatizi going in with the Death Sonata. He might actually take him down. Not present, but you can see AOG from Luis to create the separation. Chan gets caught out in no man's land. Purify to help him survive, but the Death Sonata from Upatizi connected, and they got the kill. And at the same time, Buzizio got the tier 2 on the top side. 1v1. Yotun
on the top
might
side
go
is
down.
Ooh.
He actually does.
Oh no, this is a problem for Influence Rage. Where did that rage go though? From what happened in game number 1 and game number 2, they give up a good fight. And you know what, those sustaining power picks right now, even with the Faramis, even with the initiation from Paquito, just wasn't enough to take Corinthians down. And with the 6k gold lead, it is a problem. Even that Raging Sandstorm is triggered defensively.
Yeah, and I think right now Corinthians also secured themselves a Lord. 9 minutes 30 seconds out of the game, but it's looking like a fast one because all the tier 2s are taken down except for the one standing in the mid lane. And right now they're able to defend that, but for how long? The Lord is going to be marching soon enough from the top side.
Marching from the top, slowly pacing out, and Corinthians, they're just setting their minions up. Again, you gotta wait for the right moment to call, but wow, Upatzi clearing it quite fast. Okay, finally freezing it. But we can see that Hesu is just looking up for a moment here. No penalty zone so hefty committed yet, but combining with Luis can be a big problem though, as long as, again, you can bait out the Nether Realm, force out the chain CC well, should be okay. Wow. That was a risky gameplay by Buzizio, but that doesn't stop him from coming in.
Yeah, I think definitely wouldn't an assassin like Joy definitely looking to move around and create a lot of problems. The Lord already taken down thanks to the Holy Shields. You can see that the inhibitor also half HP right now. Tier 2 should be taken from the mid lane. Bot lane wave crashing at the same time as well, but Holy Shields is going to be present, so you can see that it's get cleared out instantly. But at the same time, AOG catches 2. You can see the Nether Realm comes through as well. Buzizio going into the back line with the electrifying beats. Chino gets taken down. They get the inhibitor on the top lane, and now Corinthians got what they were looking for. Will back out to make sure they don't overextend.
And of course, Corinthians are just still playing it to their tempo, coming in strong for the middle lane. Just a bit of a distraction because you know what, you need to create more space, even though you are a 8-kill lead for now, and even almost 9k, 10k coming in strong gold lead. You still gotta put up those disciplined gameplays from Corinthians, and you can see from how they want to move out, presence is still there, pressure is still there, but they don't want to force anything because you know what, something forced, it's definitely not good if they want to try to just fight it out always and always. And you know what, Corinthians, they just got there in that pocket for how they want to try to pace themselves, because you know what, Influence Rage, if they really want to win, they gotta set up for what's next, because by gold cap it's just way too much. But what can they do to prolong their breaths so at least they can actually try to win out, or at least get something out of Corinthians so they can win in this game, or at least just to buy time to take a breather for them.
At the moment, I think it just comes out of the fact that they need to split push the map. But you can see onward coming in from Chino, trying to create a play. They get the chain CC on towards him, but at the same time, you can see the Nether Realm popped after the penalty zone with the AOG as well. Zaman forced to dish out the damage, but Buzizio got himself the Lord, and right now, they get the kill on towards Luis. Chino falls down as well. Death Sonata coming through, and at the same time, Fury and Paquito, Chan, all going down, one after another. Triple kill in the hands of Upatizi. This Granger is definitely the danger in the land of Dawn MPL LATAM Season 3.
Maniac?
As you can see, Chan gets taken down as well with the Death Sonata. Yotun trying to go for the outplay, but Budizio should be picking up a monster kill. And now Corinthians looking to end the game, make it 2-1 in the final game of day number 1, week number 3, MPL LATAM Season 3.
Okay, looking at the highlights on how Corinthians just go full-blown force. Once you get the momentum, you just gotta go ahead straight for the push and finally securing their win, their big W. Not even giving out a single kill for Influence Rage. That just shows how immense and powerful Corinthians are going to play out, even if this is dragged into the third game. Because you can see how Buzushu just performs very well. You see Upatsi on the Granger Danger, as Kronos mentioned so much time, that this is really the finest highlights of the timing where the Death Sonata just connects. You can just come in and sling a lot of heroes. That presence of the Granger just like be a menace at all time. It's not even the Harith anymore, but you know what, at the end of the time, wow, we finally getting to secure so many kills and not even dying once. Sadly, you know what, Influence Rage, since no kills yet, you gotta take home an Easter egg for now.
Yeah, I think on that note, I take an Easter egg home as well for my predictions for tonight. It's okay, Vey. You don't have to rub it in. You got that one game off of me. It's okay. It's all right. It's a competition from here on out. But hey, you take a look at the emblem setup, right? Chino went in for the war cry, trying to dish out more damage, but could have actually picked up the focusing mark as well, which was picked up by Frost Lanave. As you can see, the difference being made just by picking up that, that focusing mark was absolutely insane. And of course, Upatizi with this Granger being a problem, and Buzizio with the Joy just going in and out. Absolute menace.
And like, throwing here and there a lot of moments coming in again. Oh, turns out there is given 2 kills here, so they're not going home with an Easter egg. So that means I can still keep the egg and paint it for probably tomorrow. I don't know. And for Corinthian side, again, Hopatsi, first item is just straight up to the Sky Piercer. And you know what? He knows he can play very well in a Granger. He can perform it quite well, so it is a very good investment coming on from the early. And since it's your first item, way before your first kill there, it's a 60 stack up until this point. And you know what? Even with another realm, even with Paquito on the Khalid and Chino on the Edith, no one is tanky enough to just like, you know what? To front all of those damage from Upatsi, and even Buzizio coming in with a lot of cheeky plays to just like try to burst everybody down, because you know what, those electrifying beats, those little beats, those little songs can be annoying sometimes. You go head to head when you try to want to create space, when you know what, you're playing on the Faramis, you're playing with the Harith, everybody just has to stick together. Look at that, 100% participation. That means everybody's just sticking together and just coming in with dun 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 dun. Everybody just hits right on the target points. So like, you know what, not a good draft against a Joy, proven in game 3. And overall, wow, we long day 3 best of 3 series finally done at the end of the day.
Look at the time. I was gonna say it's been a long day indeed. Started out with a great game with a Granger MVP, and guess what? We're ending the day also with a Granger MVP. I mean, I think we started out with the Harith MVP. Yes, we did with the Harith MVP, but definitely the final game, Upatizi with this Granger. You can see how much damage he dished out, and oh my goodness, was he an absolute beast with that Death Sonata, sniping from afar, making sure he is present when his team needs him. Left untouched, he was the one leading the charge.
You know what? Upasi proved, like, you know what? Granger needs to be in top tier. Still in top tier. I'm just gonna top that off. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna set a new standard there and just accumulating more. So it's either Harith or Granger. I kind of want to know, though, which one stays on top for both of the MVPs. Because it's been a lot of matches where the MVP just goes to, like, Harith, Granger, Suyo, Harith, Granger, Harith, Granger, Harith, Granger. It's just way too much to keep up at right now, and even at 8 a.m. in the morning now here in Indo, what time is it in the UK, Kronos?
2 a.m.
2 a.m.
Yep.
Man going strong, casting from the early morning. And one of the good tournaments there in India, and right now still going on strong for MPL LATAM. Kronos is a hard-working man, you know, guys. You gotta respect the game if you want to stay on top. And throughout all of these 3 matches, it is finally at the end, and we can close it off. And since Entity 7 against Alpha 7 Entity rose on top, that means our tomorrow's segment, week 3, day number 2, will only be 1 series of a best of 5. So you guys can really wait it out, because it will determine some hot spots you need to take out later on to see if you advance to the knockout stage or to the relegation round later on. We are still waiting on the brackets updates though, so we can be more accurate to see who will go where, because it's hard to visualize though, because you know it's a Swiss bracket, it's a lot, and you gotta keep it up every single day. So the best updates is from our producer Gabriel right now. And you know what, best producer, best MPL LATAM season 3 so far from both of us casting. We gotta thank our best sponsors, of course, because you know what, can't make it happen if weren't any discounts from bonox.com. Gas. A little bit of Indonesian coming in from recharging your diamonds with a 5% discount using the code PNXMPL3 at bonox.com, because it is limited time only and also limited area for our friends in Latin America region. So since it's just special for you guys, you can just watch it out, go cash it out, because it's the best place to get your discounts and also recharge your diamonds, the safest, only in bonox.com.
And of course, also Community Gaming. They are also one of our sponsors. What is Community Gaming? Community Gaming is the ultimate platform offering esports competitions, professional and automated payment solutions for communities, host tournaments for all types of games, especially Mobile Legends. We provide the tools and full support to organize your esports events. Whether you want to compete or host your own tournament, visit communitygaming.io right now.
And you know, you guys, you love playing the game, you love watching the game, same as me and Kronos. Since we're working in the league, we need our most top tier phones for, you know what, our photos, our casting, our videos, and our gaming also. And the only thing that you guys can see is on Techno, the newest phone series, Techno Camon 40 series. You can be MVP of the game and also MVP in your photos. Great for content taking, great for gameplays, and also ranked. You can play without lag, because yeah, you can also record it, make it up your content, because you know what, it's the best action and motion and precision and also clarity throughout just from that phone. It freezes at the right moment, so you can take like good shots of like good gameplays. For me, it's probably once in a blue moon if I play an assassin, But for Kronos, I'm sure he has fast hands, so there will be more clips coming on from him.
You know what? You're right. I do got a little bit of fast hands here. So you know why? I always like to redeem the code for the skin giveaways. Because ladies and gentlemen, you better be fast. Because I'm going right now. As you can see, that the code for tonight, the last code for tonight, of course, is going to be. You know what? I got invited to a game. I'm not gonna play my friend at the moment, but it is 8K 7I 9I Q9G. So make sure you get that code down, ladies and gentlemen, so you can get yourself a limit reach for number of people exchanging. Oh my goodness, people are fast with their codes. I wasn't even able to get it again. Twice. They're faster. How? How is this possible?
How do you do? Of course, we're gonna see how it is going on for tomorrow. How do you do for tomorrow's schedule? So let's see on our first match and the only match of the day, Team Infinity against Influence Rage, best of 5 series, still starting on the same time, 5 p.m. for Brazil time. If you're watching at Southeast Asia, it's going to be a range between 3 a.m. until 5 a.m. for the UK. What time does that start though, Kronos, if it's there?
5. It's 8 a.m. for 8 p.m. for me at that time. So yeah.
8 p.m. for you. Okay. So it was so 3 hours difference for Brazil. So not that bad, of course, from all of us who are watching right now in the English stream. Oh, people are just so active. It's just very, very happy to see too on how they are tuning in from everywhere. I see a lot of Indonesian viewers here. I'm very happy. Even though it's not a lot, it means that people are getting up on time for their sahur, still going on strong for their Ramadan month, for their fasting season. So they're just watching it. Yeah, still watching and tuning in. And we are also very, very happy to be able to just like be with you guys. We're here on the stream, so at least there's some entertainment for you guys. So not a rewatch, we're live. And a lot of poll participations here starting from week 3, and a lot of viewers are actually just like chiming in, so that's why we can see like the 80% out of the 20% prediction rates, or like who are fans are just watching out for like who's the MVP, who's going to play well. So like those questions are asked directly and live, and wow, just really happy to see the community here, and I gotta learn a lot here in LATAM.
Hey, not just that, also the fact that the teams have been putting in a lot of effort to make sure they get that slot, right? The slot to going into the MSC and the MSC wildcard, of course. But to get there, they gotta go through the competition. And how do you go through the competition? You gotta go through the Swiss bracket. Just like what 9Z Global did. They secured the first place in the knockout stage. The second place secured by Corinthians. As we saw today, they beat Influence Rage 2-1. And meanwhile, Malvinas Gaming find themselves in the relegation zone along with DreamMax after DreamMax lost out to Infinity 2-0. And now for the final game, Infinity versus Influence Rage. I think the winner of that and will be going on to the knockout stage. The loser will be going to the relegation phase. So of course it's going to be an exciting time tomorrow, and I believe it's going to be even a best of 5. Ooh.
Going to be a very long day, I might say, even though it's just one series. But let's see. Probably it'll be fast, like the Alpha 7 game from week 2, probably. But you know what? Seeing tomorrow, both of these teams, you don't really wanna go down to relegation, because if you're at the relegation route, you gotta go home. Somebody's gotta go home. When joking it out later on in the relegation stage. But if you're on the knockout, at least you got a rest day, you got a rest week actually, to just like scout out more, because like you're watching other teams who are just fighting for their lives in relegation stage to just not go home, because you know what, there is that one slot for MSC, and for even at the knockout stage, teams who are just sitting and waiting there, waiting for who is going to ascend to the throne and claim that position for MSC. It's just like everybody's fighting for it, of course. And since we're at the end of the day, we've seen the bracket, we've got an update for tomorrow. Everybody got their skins, everybody got the info on Bonox, on their recharge discounts and everything. I feel like everything is done for today, Kronos.
Hey, you know what? I think we're not done though. You think we're not? I don't think we're done for today. We're not. We're not done for today. We forgot about something. We forgot about something really important. But you know what? Not just that. I want to take a look at what we had in store before. The brackets. One more time. Just to see what was there, what was kind of missed out, what could have been, and what is. Because yes, we are at the end of the day. While I'm excited to go into tomorrow, I still want to see how these teams got there, right? Most importantly, Infinity and Influence Rage, because that is the most important one. They are definitely looking to get towards that third place stage or going into the relegation phase, because if you take a look, it's 3 zeros, the 3 ones, the below is 0 threes, the 1 threes, and of course, DreamMax versus Alpha 7. And gonna be on the top side, Corinthians versus Corinthians and Entity 7 make it. So of course, right now, Influence, Rage, and Infinity. Who is gonna be going up? Who's gonna be going down? Only time will tell. That we will find out tomorrow. Because at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, if you're not sure where your team is, and if you don't know which team you're supporting, just take a screenshot of this. You know, lock it down, take a mental picture, so you'll know where exactly your team is and how they will get there to the next stage. Because of course, after that game, we're not going to be in the Swiss stage no more. We're going to move on. We'll tell you about that, of course, next time. Because right now, we don't want to overload you with too much information. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, as you're taking a look at us, myself, Kronos, and Vey, we're going to be out of here. What say, Vey?
Oh.
Hey,
of course
we're
can. Like watching the whole day. We can?
I think we should, no?
At the of course, and finally seeing at the last sneak peek again of our schedule to go on strong for the next day of Best of 5 series. It's me, Faye, and also Kronos, still going on strong and closing off today's live stream for week 3 and day number 1. Thank you so much for tuning in. See you guys tomorrow, because we are done for today. It's a wrap after 3 matches. Bye-bye.
Yeah, don't forget to follow the socials of MPL LATAM, folks. You are watching MPL LATAM Season 3. Kronos and Vey, we're out of here. Have a good night. See you tomorrow.